When Lin Yun jumped, the 10 indigo flame gold lotuses released a dazzling radiance. In the next second, the golden radiance enveloped Lin Yun. Earlier, someone tried to snatch the indigo flame gold lotuses amid the chaos, but they were incinerated to ashes before they could even get close. So when all 10 of the indigo flame gold lotuses bloomed, the aura coming from them was strong. Pan Yu and the rest who struggled to get back on their feet were suddenly filled with anticipation as they looked at the indigo flame gold lotuses. They were looking forward to Lin Yun's death. After all, he was trying to do the impossible. It wouldn't be easy for Lin Yun to bear the flames from the 10 indigo flame gold lotuses. At the same time, the Heavenly Province Academy's disciples became nervous. Lin Yun had done so much and he was just half a step away from the indigo flame gold lotuses. So it would be a pity if he failed. "Big brother Lin, you have to succeed," muttered Bai Yi nervously. Lu Yunyan's eyes were also filled with anticipation. She never expected that Lin Yun would give her such a huge surprise. As long as Lin Yun obtained the indigo flame gold lotuses, she would be able to become a core disciple. Sensing all the gazes on him, Lin Yun smiled as he muttered to himself, "I'm afraid many people want me to die under these flames, but you guys are destined to be disappointed. In the name of my sword, bloom." Lin Yun unleashed the Iris Sword Sutra's secret move, dazzling moment. The outline of an iris flower appeared behind him, and when it slowly revolved, Lin Yun's aura began to surge. "Break!" Lin Yun barked as he swung the flower burial sword over. The torrential flames were cut into two by his sword before eventually crumbling and dissipating. Pan Yu and everyone else were shocked by this scene. Lin Yun actually held back against them. Just how powerful was he? The thought of it alone made them feel disappointed. Felt as if there was a boulder on their chest. They might be heavily injured, but that didn't mean that they were completely helpless. They still had their own trump cards that they could use to protect their lives at critical moments. This was also the reason why Lin Yun didn't kill them. After all, he wasn't strong enough to ignore those trump cards. They were lesser in stage cultivators, so even though his life wouldn't be threatened, it didn't mean that he wouldn't be injured. There was no need for him to take it to the extreme. But he knew that they weren't reluctant to accept their loss. If it wasn't for the fact that they were heavily injured by Lin Yun, they might take the risk. However, when they saw how Lin Yun cut the flames into two, they instantly dispelled their thoughts. Lin Yun was destined to obtain those indigo flame gold lotuses. At the same time, the Heavenly Province Academy's disciples all felt relieved. Lin Yun sheathed his sword and grabbed the 10 lotuses. Honestly speaking, he wouldn't be injured by the flames even if he didn't use Dazzling Moment. But he had a cautious personality, and he didn't want to let his guard down at such a critical moment. When he landed on the surface of the lake, the 10 lotuses were right in front of his eyes. He could feel his heart beating wildly because those lotuses signified the Violet Palace realm. With the lotuses, he could make a breakthrough without any accidents. But just when he was about to collect the lotuses, the surface of the lake suddenly exploded and a terrifying aura was unleashed. What's going on? Everyone was stunned by this sudden accident as they all stopped what they were doing. The aura coming from the crack on the lake made them feel death. No one dared to make a move. It didn't take long for an indigo bolt of lightning to descend from the sky, instantly causing a huge wave as geysers shot upwards. The commotion was so huge that the previous phenomenon created by the lotuses was pale in comparison. In the next second, indigo spears shot into the sky from those geysers. Just the aura of the spears alone left many people heavily injured, especially the unfortunate ones. As they yelled out in pain, a colossal being slowly appeared on the surface of the lake. A terrifying beast broke through the surface as its violent aura instantly covered the entire lake. It's the Indigo Thunder Python. Run! It's that overlord demonic beast. Many people began to panic as they started running. Everyone knew that there was a greater stage overlord demonic beast sleeping at the bottom of the lake. But it had been centuries since the Indigo Thunder Python made its appearance that many people had forgotten about it. But they never imagined that it would show up at this moment. Hee. That brat must have woken the Indigo Thunder Python. That must be right. It would be weird if this demonic beast wasn't alarmed by the previous commotion. Haha, flower burial. In the end, his effort was all for naught. I don't believe that he dares to fight the indigo thunderpython for the lotuses. Those who were already feeling despair about the lotuses began to laugh. Since they couldn't get any lotuses, they were happy to see Lin Yun also fail to get some "let's go." No one dared to stay any longer as they started running for their lives. Lin Yun's face was unsightly because he was only one step away from the lotuses. But he didn't dare to take a step forward because the demonic beast was staring at him with its cold pupils. He knew that the demonic beast would attack if he dared to move. Damn it! This meant that all his effort would go down the drain. Given Lin Yun's personality, he couldn't accept his fate. However, the indigo thunderpython was too strong, and it was a lot stronger than the greater stage wandering cultivator he fought in the past. Even 10 of that wandering cultivator couldn't fight with this demonic beast. "Lin Yun, let's go!" yelled Lu Yunyan. Lin Yun no longer dwelt on it, and he left quickly. Just when he moved, a purple lightning spear shot out from the place he was standing previously. Lin Yun turned around with his face ugly. He knew that he would have to take that spear head-on if he was any later. It was all thanks to Lu Yunyan's reminder that he was saved. In the end, he was still too greedy. He had forgotten that he had to leave when the time was right. "What are you thinking about? Let's go," reprimanded Lu Yunyan when she came before Lin Yun. Her words made Lin Yun feel a warmth in his heart. Despite the fact that he didn't have a good relationship with this woman, she could still be trusted at such a critical moment. "Thanks," replied Lin Yun. "It's fine. Let's go," smiled Lu Yunyan. But when she looked at the lotuses, she couldn't help feeling sad. She was just a step away, so her feelings were understandable. She knew that Lin Yun couldn't be blamed for it. If it wasn't for Lin Yun, she wouldn't even have the qualification to fight for the lotuses. Looking at the expression on her face, Lin Yun suddenly spoke out after a brief dilemma. "Lu Yunyan, you really need the lotuses, right? The status as a core disciple must be important to you. What are you talking about at this moment?" "Let's go," replied Lu Yunyan. "You go first." Lin Yun gave Lu Yunyan a shove before she could even respond. "Hey!" When Lu Yunyan reacted, she was already sent a distance away. When she turned around, Lin Yun had already turned around to face the demonic beast. Lin Yun didn't want to see a sad woman. Plus, he would do his best to fulfill his promise. In that split second, Lu Yunyan's desire for the lotuses and helplessness moved Lin Yun. "My things aren't that easy to snatch. It doesn't matter who you are." Lin Yun looked firm as he stared at the indigo thunderpython. He then executed the 7 profound steps and soared into the sky, charging at the indigo flame gold lotuses. Many people turned around at this moment, and they were frightened that Lin Yun actually went back. "He must be mad. Let's go quickly. We'll all die when the indigo thunderpython becomes enraged later." Fear began to appear in everyone's hearts. But Lin Yun didn't think too much about it as he turned into a golden beam and shot towards the lotuses. When he reached out, he grabbed onto the first indigo flame gold lotus. But he didn't stop right there as he reached out for the 8 other lotuses. One more left. Lin Yun's gaze fell onto the last lotus as he reached out for it. But the moment he grabbed onto the lotus, the indigo thunderpython lashed its tail out like a whip, which sent him flying. "No!" Lu Yunyan's face changed when she saw this. She turned around and charged forward without any hesitation. "You can't die." Lu Yunyan gnashed her teeth. But the entire lake was enveloped with lightning and flames, which made many people's faces change as they got out of the lake. The environment was too dangerous and would be lethal if they were careless. Amidst the torrential wave, a figure charged out, making Lu Yunyan rejoice because she recognized that it was Lin Yun. He was still alive, but he didn't run in her direction, but instead turned to another direction. Lu Yunyan instantly knew what Lin Yun was trying to do. The indigo thunderpython definitely wouldn't let Lin Yun off so easily, and Lin Yun didn't want to lure it towards Lu Yunyan. As the indigo thunderpython became enraged, the entire lake exploded and was instantly turned into a living hell. Those disciples who failed to make it out of the lake were instantly devoured. Lu Yunyan swung her sword and split the surrounding waves into two. When everyone calmed down, they could only see a thick mist covering the lake. The roars of a demonic beast could vaguely be heard as the ground trembled. The pressure beneath the lake had created a vortex that made Lu Yunyan's face change. She quickly dashed away from her position because he was nearly devoured by it. However, when she landed, the surrounding waves came at her once again. Damn it! I really don't know how I'll explain this to that lass now. Lu Yunyan helplessly swung her sword to create a path. She knew that she had to retreat right now or else she wouldn't be able to leave anymore. On the other side, Lin Yun's face was pale with a bloodstain on the corner of his lips. He was running along the surface of the lake as a torrential wave chased after him. Suddenly, the entire region was enveloped in an indigo radiance, forcing Lin Yun to turn around. He drew his sword instantly to defend himself against the incoming bolts. The colossal being was shrouded in indigo snake scales with its eyes brimming with killing aura and its horn flickering with lightning. The aura of an overlord beast made Lin Yun feel as though he was in quicksand, greatly weakening the 7 profound steps. Shattering the last bolt of lightning with his Xiantian sword intent, Lin Yun instantly retreated. The moment he moved, an indigo spear landed on the place he was previously standing. The python released another roar and a horrifying pressure that created a wave of a few hundred meters. It felt as though the entire sky was going to collapse. Before the oppressive might, Lin Yun felt like an ant. I should have provoked this demonic beast, at least on the indigo cloud lake. Lin Yun was rather calm at this moment. He shook his wrist and held the flower burial sword with a reverse grip. As the iris flower bloomed in his dantian, his silvery sword energy began to roar within his body. When he slapped his palm down, everything felt slow, as if time had frozen. But in the next second, Lin Yun roared, "Great wind scripture." When his palm came in contact with the wave lasted for a brief second before it broke down. However, it didn't stop there. The energy from his palm continued and threw the python in the air and caused it to roll several times. Right at this moment, Lin Yun's eyes lit up as he poured his sword energy into the flower burial sword. The flower burial sword turned into a silvery ray as it streaked across the horizon. In the end, the sword stabbed onto the python's back. Along with an ear-deafening howl, blood gushed out from the python. Lin Yun smiled when he saw this scene, but his smile only lasted for a brief second before it froze on his face. The flower burial sword barely cut into the python. The attack that exhausted 1/3 of his origin energy had only caused such a light injury to the python. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun used the 7 profound steps and left afterimages on the lake. But it didn't take long for his afterimages to be pierced by the lightning coming from the python. For a moment, the entire lake was covered in boundless lightning. Lin Yun swung his arms backwards as he soared into the sky. He dodged the incoming spears and landed on the back of the python. Running across the back of the python, Lin Yun stabbed it with the flower burial sword without any hesitation. But even so, the sword only went 2 inches deeper into the python's back than before. Regardless of the depth, the python was trembling in pain. This instantly made Lin Yun rejoice because he finally saw an opportunity to defeat the python. Then, a powerful gale suddenly swept towards Lin Yun, and he could barely maintain his footing on the python. When he raised his head, his face instantly turned pale when he saw the huge jaw biting down at him. Lin Yun held onto the flower burial sword to try and control his balance. Just when he was about to be devoured by the python, he pulled the sword out, splattering blood everywhere. This made the python tremble as it roared out in pain. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Yun soared into the sky and got to a safe place. But before he could catch his breath, the python came for him once more. Looking at the python, Lin Yun didn't have any fear in his eyes this time. He was brimming with fighting spirits as he used the 10th move of the Aquaselenic sword, Heavenly Cloud Shatter. The lake suddenly exploded and a boundless sword aura rose from Lin Yun that formed a water tornado. Under the wild gale, the sky was torn apart. His terrifying Xiantian sword intent gushed out against the approaching Overlord Indigo Thunder Python. In the next second, the two clashed and the ground trembled violently. Lightning and sword aura swept out into the surroundings. With his origin energy exhausted, Lin Yun threw up a mouthful of blood from the shockwave. When he raised his head, the indigo thunder python was sent flying and many indigo scales fell down. The python's entire body was covered in wounds, but no matter how he looked at it, the python was still alive. They might be evenly matched up to this point, but Lin Yun had lost since he exhausted all of his origin energy. "This bastard's skin is too thick," cursed Lin Yun as he instantly turned to run. He was never someone who would submit as long as he had one breath left. A violent gale chased after him as the python hunted him down. When Lin Yun raised his head, he was a few thousand meters away from the shore. If he could get on the shore, the python would be slower on land. But Lin Yun was feeling a little weak with his origin energy exhausted and all the injuries he had accumulated. Right at this moment, Lin Yun heard a familiar neigh. When he turned to look, he saw a crimson figure. When he got a closer look of the crimson figure, he saw that signature bucktooth. Lil Red. Lin Yun began to laugh. He knew that Lil Red wouldn't be terrified by Lu Xian, and that it would secretly follow after him. Lin Yun jumped on Lil Red and it carried Lin Yun and as it continued to run. If Lin Yun was a second slower, he would be in an extremely perilous situation. Lin Yun felt relieved as he rode horseback on Lil Red. He could tell that Lil Red had reached the Violet Palace realm without him knowing, simply by examining its aura. But before he could think about what was going on, the ground began to tremble once more, causing Lin Yun's face to change. The indigo thunder python was still chasing after him, and it was actually traveling at an even faster speed on land. Compared to Lil Red, who needed to dodge the obstacles in the path, the indigo thunder python charged through everything in its way. "This bastard!" Lin Yun's eyes flashed with killing aura. The indigo thunder python clearly had no intentions of letting him off, so Lil Red would be caught sooner or later. Since that was the case, Lin Yun instantly made up his mind. "Lil Red, help me hold it back." Lin Yun tapped Lil Red's neck and then soared into the sky. The dragon-blooded horse suddenly came to a stop as it reared its legs into the sky. When its legs landed on the ground, it turned around to charge at the indigo thunder python like a crimson bolt of lightning. Without any warning, flames began to blaze on Lil Red as it turned into a blood-winged demon dragon. When it unfolded its wingspan was nearly 1,000 feet and was covered in dragon scales. This scene had caused the python to come to a stop. Lin Yun was shocked that the dragon-blooded horse could actually transform after reaching the Violet Palace realm by igniting its bloodline. But he could tell that Lil Red couldn't maintain this form for long. It had just reached the Violet Palace realm, so it was still too tender compared to the indigo thunder python. "It's a race against time." Lin Yun wore a grave expression as he found a remote corner. After checking his surroundings for safety, Lin Yun took out the indigo flame gold lotus from his interspatial pouch. It was something he obtained by risking his life. He was initially thinking of making preparations before using it to make his breakthrough. However, he was forced into a dead end by the indigo thunder python, so he had no choice but to refine it now. The Violet Palace realm required him to refine his origin energy into a liquid state, and the consequences would be dire if he failed. This was his first attempt, and he would have to wait 2 years if he fails. The consequences were tremendous. "I can't care about that right now." Lin Yun gently tapped his interspatial pouch and retrieved 600 third-grade spiritual jades. He got 1,000 from Lang Yi, and these were the only ones remaining because he used some of them to refine his origin energy into sword energy. With so many third-grade spiritual jades, it was more than enough for Lin Yun to make his breakthrough. If he didn't run into Lang Yi, he couldn't imagine how he would obtain this many third-grade spiritual jades to make his breakthrough. However, not even disciples of quasi-overlord forces were able to take out this many third-grade spiritual jades, not to mention about the indigo flame gold lotus. After all, you could only depend on luck for the lotus. Lin Yun sat on the ground and circulated the Iris Sword Sutra quietly as an iris flower bloomed with him in the center. Immediately, the third-grade spiritual jades on the ground were frantically being absorbed. As time passed, The origin energy Lin Yun, exhausted by Lin Yun, was recovering at a rapid speed. Simultaneously, an indigo petal from the indigo flame gold lotus fell off and slowly entered his mouth. When the petal entered his mouth, Lin Yun could sense its heat covering his entire body. An indigo flame soon spread throughout his body. Not only his origin energy, but his internal organs and meridians were also being burned by the flame. The indigo flame was removing all the medicinal residuals that he consumed in the past, the impurities in his origin energy, and the hidden injuries on his body. They were all turned into black smoke as they were being expelled out of his body. It felt great, and Lin Yun felt as though his body had gotten lighter. The indigo flame gold lotus was truly worthy of its fame, and Lin Yun's confidence for making a breakthrough surged. He could sense his blood boiling in excitement. If he couldn't make a breakthrough with the help of the lotus, then he should just quit being a cultivator. There were many disciples standing by the shore as they looked at the lake slowly calming down. Although they couldn't see the battle, they could sense how terrifying the python was. The ripple is settling down. It looks like Lin Yun is dead, said Panyu. Since the battle had come to an end, Lin Yun must be dead. No one felt that Lin Yun could defeat the indigo thunder python, especially since he was struck by the python's tail when he snatched the last lotus. That strike alone could shatter all the bones in anyone's body. That fellow is really terrifying, but it's fortunate that he's dead. Otherwise, God only knows what he'll do, said Han Fei with lingering fear. Everyone else's faces slightly changed at those words. Clearly, Lin Yun's Xiantian sword intent and thunderbolt slash had planted deep fear in them. Just recalling it left their backs wet from sweat. But it's a pity for the lotuses. It looks like our efforts have gone down the drain, said Yi Tsongming out of depression. He became a wandering cultivator after he betrayed his sect. So he needed treasures to cultivate. Panyu suddenly turned his gaze as if he had just thought of something. He smiled. Brother Yi, I do have an idea that you might be interested in. What is it? Asked Yi Tsongming. Brother Yi, the Heavenly Province Academy is ranked at the bottom of the 5 quasi-overlord forces in the Nether Prefecture. If we rob their party, it'll be a decent harvest even without the lotuses, smiled Panyu. Yi Tsongming swept his glance and looked at the Heavenly Province Academy's party. Lu Yunyan was currently comforting a lass right now, but they did seem like a piece of fat meat. Hee, I have no objections, smiled Yi Tsongming sinisterly. He wasn't new to robbing. Panyu didn't seem surprised by Yi Tsongming's answer as he looked at Han Fei and Niefeng with a smile. What do you guys think? Count me out. Niefeng glanced at the few of them before he left with the Shattered Sword Pavilion's disciples. Han Fei didn't say a word, but his eyes flashed with interest. The Heavenly Province Academy is proficient in spiritual runes and all of them are wealthy. It'll be a decent harvest if we can rob them. But Lu Yunyan isn't a pushover and it'll be a loss to both sides if we push her too far. I have my preparations, smiled Panyu mysteriously. If you guys can gather 700 third-grade spiritual jades, I can add on 300 more to get Brother Lung to create an array. At that time, we can just sit and watch the demonic beasts attack them. We just have to force them at that time. There will be nothing Lu Yunyan can do about it. This is a good idea, but the amount of spiritual jades needed is a little too much, said Han Fei. The loss does not make up for the gains in my eyes with so many spiritual jades, added Yi Tsongming. Please rest assured. I'm only using them to activate the spiritual jades and I won't exhaust too many of them. I'll return them to you guys once everything ends, smiled Lung Yi. Both Yi Tsongming and Han Fei exchanged a glance with interest in their eyes. 700 third-grade spiritual jades wasn't a small number, but they had so many people here. They could gather them up one way or another. Seeing that the two were interested, Panyu smiled. Since that's the case, then we'll need to do some planning. Half a day later, Lin Yun released a powerful radiance as a shocking energy swept out into the surroundings. The indigo flame gold lotus was only left with the fruit. The fruit then turned into flames as it enveloped Lin Yun, slowly fusing into his body. When the lotus fruit fused into his body, Lin Yun instantly released a terrifying aura. His origin energy rushed through his 10 profound veins before flowing into his dantian. His origin energy had been condensed into liquid, and he had opened a silver-violet palace in his dantian. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, they flickered with a silvery glow. Clenching his fists together, he could sense the immense power coursing through his body. It left him greatly shocked. This is the Violet Palace realm? Lin Yun punched the ground, creating cracks that quickly spread out. When the cloud of dust settled down, a huge crater was revealed. Lin Yun stood at the corner of the crater as he released his aura, snapping all the trees within a 10-mile radius. Right at this moment, a familiar roar sounded out as Lin Yun turned his head over. He could see the indigo thunder python was still fighting with Lil Red. Since it has chosen to come out of the lake, then it can forget about going back, muttered Lin Yun with killing aura surging in his eyes. In the next second, he disappeared from where he was standing. The depths of the Bloodbone Mountain range were a mess from the fight between the two demonic beasts, the indigo thunder python and dragon-blooded horse. At the moment, Lil Red had returned to its horse form and was covered in injuries. Its aura had also been greatly weakened, but it was still holding on, waiting for Lin Yun's return. Whenever it had a chance, Lil Red would take a bite at the python by relying on its speed. The indigo thunder python was still ferocious, but its tail was covered with injuries. A small section of it had been snapped by the dragon-blooded horse's jaw, so one could imagine how furious it must be right now. But it was a pity that Lil Red was simply too fast for it to catch. This fool! Lin Yun smiled when he saw this scene. He never imagined that Lil Red could force the indigo thunder python this far, and that it could even bite off a small section of its tail. If it wasn't for him, Lil Red probably would have run away already. When he raised his head to look at the python, it was a lot weaker than before. After all, it left the lake and was covered with injuries. "Let's end this," said Lin Yun as he released his Xianxia sword intent. A sword buzz rang out and the surrounding trees began to crumble. At the same time, the indigo thunder python that was chasing after Lil Red instantly turned around to look at Lin Yun. Letting out a roar, the python released its demonic aura and pounced at Lin Yun. "It really does know how to hold a grudge," smirked Lin Yun. Did the python still think that he was a pushover? Just thinking about how he was being chased by the python in the lake filled him with rage. In his dantian, a silver iris flower bloomed and his origin energy began to surge violently through his meridians. Simultaneously, his aura in the Violet Palace realm was released from his body to instantly crush the python's demonic aura. Lin Yun had undergone a transformation, so the python that was charging over was sent flying. It was startled by Lin Yun's aura and it didn't hesitate to turn around to escape back into the lake. "You want to run now?" "Too late," Lin Yun barked as he held onto the flower burial sword. The sky instantly turned dark as lightning flickered in the cloud. "Overlord sword, thunderbolt slash." Lin Yun drew his sword and a bolt of lightning flashed through the horizon, severing the python that was trying to escape into two. Then, Lin Yun sheathed his sword. When he landed on the ground, the python's corpse fell onto the ground and created a tremor. Lin Yun waved his hand to retrieve the beast core. The beast core was indigo and Lin Yun could sense a flame within its depths. At the same time, the beast core was releasing a shocking overlord pressure. The spiritual energy contained in it was shocking. But Lin Yun had just reached the Violet Palace realm, so he had no need for resources right now. He then turned to look at Lil Red, who was staring at him. "Here," smiled Lin Yun as he threw the beast core over to Lil Red. In addition to the beast core, the other parts of the python were also considered treasures. The scales contained pure fire energy that could provide shocking defense. If it was used to make armor, it could definitely be sold for a high price. The snake gall would also fetch a nice price. As for the flesh, it was considered a delicacy, so it held a lot of value. But the most valuable one was the horn because it actually contained lightning energy. It could control lightning attributed spiritual energy and it could be fashioned into a spear. After Lin Yun gathered the materials, he sat on the ground. Lil Red was currently refining the beast core and its aura was slowly being strengthened with signs of making a breakthrough. After all, The indigo thunderpython was an overlord demonic beast in the greater Een stage. It had lived for centuries, so its beast core was definitely a great treasure that could aid in making a breakthrough. I wonder how Lu Yunyan and the rest. Lin Yun took out an indigo flame gold lotus and he played with it in his hand. They probably thought that he was dead. Lu Yunyan was still fine, but Bai Yi was probably heartbroken. He had to catch up to them quickly. After all, it would be troublesome if they got on the boat without him. He had promised Lu Yunyan that he would bring her the lotuses. Then again, it wouldn't be a huge problem because he could catch up to them easily with Lil Red. With that, night slowly passed. There was a group of people traveling through the forest with downcast faces. The one leading the group was a woman with a cold face. She was naturally Lu Yunyan. Senior sister, that was where we camped the first day. A girl beside her suddenly pointed at the camp up ahead. This meant that it wouldn't take long for them to leave the Bloodbone Mountain range. Thinking about how she was going to return empty-handed, Lu Yunyan couldn't help but be disappointed. She couldn't help thinking about how Lin Yun punished Lu Xin that night. Lin Yun was ruthless and he had no concern that Lu Xin was a woman. But Lu Yunyan shook her head. She couldn't understand Lin Yun's actions. He clearly knew that it would be perilous, but he still went after the lotuses. When she turned her head, she saw Bai Yi staring at the camp in a daze. Lu Yunyan's expression softened and she said, "Lass, don't think about it too much. Bai Yi must be thinking about Lin Yun right now, but Lin Yun was already dead. Thinking too much about it was torturous and would make her feel even worse." "Senior sister, do you think Big Brother Lin will return?" asked Bai Yi. Her words stunned Lu Yunyan. With a bitter smile, she stayed silent because she had no idea how to reply. The other Heavenly Province Academy's disciples also wore an unsightly face. They were filled with admiration for Lin Yun, but no one believed that Lin Yun could make it back. After all, this was the indigo thunder python they were talking about. "Senior sister, I believe that Big Brother Lin will definitely come back," smiled Bai Yi. "You silly lass," smiled Lu Yunyan with gentleness in her eyes. "I'm not being silly. I just know that Big Brother Lin will come back," said Bai Yi stubbornly. "Oh? Interesting. You Heavenly Province Academy still believes that Flower Burial is still alive." Three figures suddenly appeared before the Heavenly Province Academy's party. They were Pan Yu, Han Fei, and Yi Tsongming. Behind them were the disciples of the Bloodwing Pavilion and Threezelet Manor that were currently eyeing the Heavenly Province Academy's party. Pan Yu, the Heavenly Province Academy's party, instantly became alert. Lu Yunyan pulled Bai Yi behind her and asked, "What's the meaning of this?" "Nothing much. Lin Yun made us lose the indigo flame gold lotuses, so we naturally have to resolve this issue," said Yi Tsongming with a sinister smile. "Since when did the Threezelet Manor and Bloodwing Pavilion stoop so low as to work with a wandering cultivator?" questioned Lu Yunyan. "Lu Yunyan, cut the crap. If it wasn't for Lin Yun, we wouldn't have suffered such a great loss. Leave behind all your interspatial pouches or else none of you can leave here today," said Han Fei. "Dream on." Lu Yunyan began to release her killing aura. "Lu Yunyan, I advise you to think carefully. Look at your surroundings before making your decision," said Pan Yu with a fake smile on his lips. When the Heavenly Province Academy's disciples looked around, they could see countless crimson eyes staring at them. They exclaimed, "The draconian rock rats! Them again! Damn it!" The Bloodwing Pavilion really was the mastermind that day. The Heavenly Province Academy's faces changed. "Senior sister, let's fight them. They're acting too cocky." Lu Yunyan was also shocked when she saw the draconian rock rats because the Bloodwing Pavilion actually used the same trick again. "Lu Yunyan, do you understand your current straits now? Who knows if you will die today?" smiled Pan Yu. "Cut the crap. My patience is limited," said Yi Tsongming as he frowned his eyebrows out of annoyance. With that, the Bloodwing Pavilion and Threezelet Manor's disciples drew their weapons and they took several steps forward. At the same time, the draconian rock rats also released a ferocious roar. They had planned everything well, so there was nothing the Heavenly Province Academy could do even if they wanted to retaliate. "Since I'm the cause of your anger, why are you looking for others? Just come and look for me." Flower Burial. A cold voice suddenly sounded out right at this moment. Pan Yu, Yi Songming, and Han Fei were stunned as they followed the source of the voice. They saw a youth riding on a crimson horse that was slowly approaching. He carried a sword box on his back and wore a purple mark on his forehead that made him look demonic. He was naturally Lin Yun. Impossible! The three of them exclaimed as they were deeply shocked. Lin Yun's appearance left everyone in disbelief. Not only Pan Yu, Han Fei, and Yi Songming, but also the Heavenly Province Academy's disciples and Lu Yunyan. They all witnessed how Lin Yun was sent flying by the Indigo Thunderpython before he ran in the opposite direction with the lotuses. At that time, he was clearly trying to lure the python to another place before his death, so that he wouldn't implicate Lu Yunyan and the rest. So how did Lin Yun survive the pursuit of a greater stage overlord demonic beast when he was only in the quasi-violet palace realm? But Lin Yun had done the impossible by appearing before everyone. Big Brother Lin. Bai cheered out happily. Even the Heavenly Province Academy's disciples all had excitement on their faces. Flower burial, Lin Yun. He actually survived. Holy shit. Even Lu Yunyan also had joy and shock on her face as she spoke up. You're actually alive? Aren't they intending to get revenge? How can I die if they're like that? Smiled Lin Yun as he gently patted on Lil Red to stand in front of the Heavenly Province Academy's party. He then swept his gaze at Pan Yu, Han Fei, and Yi Songming with a playful gaze. The faces of the three paled as they took several steps back. Lin Yun's sword technique back in the lake had left a deep impression on them, and they didn't want to recall that experience. So, who wants revenge? Smiled Lin Yun as he raised his eyebrow. The three of them were gnashing their teeth in their current dilemma. I do. You think you're great? So what? Yi Songming was the first to stand out. He was a wandering cultivator, so he was used to being rampant. He barked, Lin Yun, don't take it too far. Otherwise, I won't let you have an easy time even if I die. He was a wandering cultivator, so he naturally had his means. Normally, a sex disciple wouldn't be so hard-headed. It was truly a pity that he ran into Lin Yun. The moment he finished speaking, blood splattered from his brows, and they noticed that Lin Yun was already holding onto the flower burial sword. Blood was dripping down from the sword, and the sound of the blood dripping on the ground could be heard by everyone. Lin Yun's sword was too fast, so no one could see how he attacked. Even Lu Yunyan, Pan Yu, and the other experts could only sense a blurred sword ray streaking before them. As for the rest, they didn't even notice it until they saw the sword in Lin Yun's hand. Yi Songming, who was still threatening Lin Yun a second ago, was lying dead on the ground. He couldn't even react. Yi Songming only had a chance when Lin Yun was only in the quasi-violet palace realm. Unfortunately for him, Lin Yun had already undergone a transformation. Pan Yu and Han Fei were trembling in fear as they kneeled on the ground begging for their lives. They knew that there was no way they could take Lin Yun's attack head-on. But right at this moment, the ground began to tremble from a violent aura. The next thing they knew, a demonic aura was sweeping over everyone. The faces of Lu Yunyan and the rest changed. Pan Yu and Han Fei's hearts both jolted before joy filled their faces. Lin Yun, you're finished. They didn't have any fear on their faces at this moment, and they were prepared to attack. The moment they finished speaking, a colossal rat appeared in everyone's eyes. It's the king. That gigantic rat was naturally the draconian rockrat's king that was emitting an aura in the greater stage. It might be a lot weaker than the indigo thunderpython, but it was still stronger than anyone here. Lin Yun, on the other hand, fell into deep thought. He recalled how Lung Yi summoned the draconian rockrats to attack the Heavenly Province Academy previously. But the plan was ruined by him. Coincidentally, they were going to use the same tactic again. If it was in the past, Lin Yun might have some concern about the Rat King. But as of now, disdain filled Lin Yun's face as he looked at the Rat King. If the indigo thunderpython died in his hand, then what could a mere rat do? When he released his aura, all the trees within a 1,000-meter radius snapped, causing the rats to feel great pressure. They trembled in fear before they were sent flying by Lin Yun's aura. The Violet Palace Realm. Pan Yu and Han Fei were both shocked. How could the aura of a Violet Palace realm cultivator be so powerful? Even the core disciples of quasi-overlord forces wouldn't be any different from Lin Yun's aura. Not to mention that Lin Yun had clearly just made his breakthrough. The Rat King also began to struggle when it sensed Lin Yun's aura. But the struggle only lasted briefly before it was overwhelmed by violent emotions. Die! Lin Yun didn't give the rat any chance and poured his Xiantian sword intent into his sword. When he threw his sword, the sword turned into a silvery sword ray that chopped off the Rat King's head. When the sword returned to his hand, the Rat King's head fell onto the ground. The flower burial sword. Lu Yunyan was shocked. Was this the true power of the flower burial sword? It was no different from an ordinary sword in Lu Xin's hand, but it was entirely different when Lin Yun was wielding it. Pan Yu and Han Fei were badly startled as they dropped on their knees. They immediately started begging for their lives. Flower burial, please spare our lives. The Bloodwing Pavilion and Threezelut Manor's disciples all felt awkward seeing Pan Yu and Han Fei beg for their lives. They faced their own dilemma because they didn't know if they should also beg for their lives. But when Lin Yun swept his cold gaze over, all of them dropped on their knees without any hesitation. I heard you guys like to rob others? Lin Yun looked at Pan Yu and Han Fei coldly. Then leave behind all your interspatial pouches. Pan Yu and Han Fei's faces instantly became ugly, but they didn't have a choice. They didn't dare to fight with Lin Yun. They knew that they would end up like Yi Tsongming and the Rat King if they dared to disagree. Although they were reluctant, they still left behind their interspatial pouches. Get lost, said Lin Yun. His words made everyone feel relieved as they quickly ran for their lives. Looking at the interspatial pouches on the ground, the Heavenly Province Academy's disciples were stunned. All of them were filled with admiration for how Lin Yun made the Bloodwing Pavilion and Threezelut Manor kneel. Even if the core disciple of their academy was here, this was probably the limit to what they could do. They couldn't believe that Lin Yun actually came from the Great Qin Empire. Thanks, said Lu Yuanin as she looked at Lin Yun. Naturally, there was another meaning to her gratitude. She knew Lin Yun's personality, so Lin Yun would have already killed them if it wasn't for her. After all, it was an unspoken rule among the quasi-overlord forces not to kill each other's elite disciples as the losses would be too great. So even if Lin Yun didn't come, Pan Yu and Han Fei also wouldn't have taken her life. So Lin Yun naturally did out of consideration for the Heavenly Province Academy. It's nothing, smiled Lin Yun as he tapped on his interspatial pouches and retrieved a flower, the indigo flame gold lotus. Lu Yunyan had joy on her face when she looked at the flower. I kept my promise, smiled Lin Yun as he retrieved 4 lotuses for Lu Yunyan. 4. Lu Yunyan was surprised. 1 is for you. Even if you don't want it, don't you have to think about the fellow disciples that came with you? Explained Lin Yun. Thank you. Lu Yunyan accepted the 4 lotuses. At the same time, the surrounding disciples were all filled with good opinions for Lin Yun. They were going to receive rewards from the sect for this mission, so the lotus was a pleasant surprise for them. This is for you, silly lass, smiled Lin Yun as he looked at Bai Yi. Thank you, big brother Lin. Bai Yi's face was red as her heart beat wildly. Lu Yunyan watched this scene with a smile, but she didn't say anything about it. After all, Bai Yi did save Lin Yun's life, so it wasn't overkill for Lin Yun to give her 1 lotus. I'll keep my promise as well and recommend that you become a guest deacon after I become a core disciple, said Lu Yunyan. Lin Yun simply smiled and kept his silence. Core disciples could recommend that an outsider should become a guest elder, but it was still uncertain if he could become one. He was prepared for anything that would come and he just hoped that it would go smoothly. Lin Yun, what do you intend to do with these interspatial pouches? Smiled Lu Yunyan. The Bloodwing Pavilion and Threezelut Manor had suffered a great loss this time, plus they brought this upon themselves. I only need the spiritual jades, said Lin Yun as he turned around preparing to leave. Where are you going? Lu Yunyan and the other disciples quickly asked. I'll be back shortly, smiled Lin Yun. After dealing with Pan Yu and Han Fei, there was still one more person waiting for him. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yun disappeared. Lu Yunyan fell silent as she could guess where Lin Yun was going. She couldn't help being surprised by how grudgeful Lin Yun was. In the forest 10 miles away, there was an array that was currently using 1,000 third-grade spiritual jades. At the core of the array were many bones that belonged to the draconian rock rats. At the center of the array was a youth who was suddenly throwing up a mouthful of blood. His face had become so pale. Lin Yun, I'll kill you. Behind the mask that he wore, his eyes radiated with killing aura. The draconian rock rat king was a greater stage demonic beast that he barely managed to control using his heart's blood as a cost. He initially wanted to control it to slaughter the Heavenly Province Academy's party, but he never expected that it would be killed by Lin Yun with one attack. He was truly shocked by Lin Yun's strength. The draconian rock rat king's death instantly caused a backlash for him. So, he quickly closed his eyes to recuperate from his injuries. But shortly after, a wild gale blew and Lang Yi opened his eyes to see a youth standing not too far away from him. Lin Yun. His heart jolted wildly because he never expected that Lin Yun would find him so quickly. Couldn't Pan Yu and Han Fei even stop him briefly? What were those pieces of trash doing? If he knew this would have happened, he would have left this place immediately when he suffered the backlash. You're actually still here? Great, that'll save me time, said Lin Yun calmly. It didn't matter if Lang Yi ran away because he was already a dead person the moment Lin Yun wanted to kill him. Compared to Pan Yu and Han Fei, Lang Yi had too many means and he couldn't be kept alive. What arrogance! Lang Yi barked as the array beneath him suddenly released a ghastly howl. In the next second, the pile of skulls spit out a thick black mist that swept towards Lin Yun. Lin Yun merely raised his hand and threw a punch out. This punch was empowered by the demon vanquishing seal, which released a radiating golden brilliance. With only one punch, the skulls crumbled and broke into pieces. Lin Yun, we'll meet again. I swear that I'll let you taste pain beyond death one day. A weird laughter came from Lang Yi as his body turned into mist. A cold light flashed in Lin Yun's eyes and he raised the flower burial sword in his hand. A silvery ray crackled and flew out, sending Lang Yi flying away. All the trees in the way of Lin Yun's sword were curved in an exaggerated angle, and they bounced back when Lin Yun sheathed his sword. You want to kill me? It's a pity that you won't have this chance. Lang Yi had already left, but Lin Yun couldn't be bothered with him, and instead turned all his attention to the third-grade spiritual jades in the array. Outside the Bloodbone Mountain range, Pan Yu was waiting anxiously. In the end, Han Fei couldn't help but to ask, Lang Yi is still not here? He's not dead, right? Pan Yu's face was extremely ugly. Lang Yi hadn't arrived after so long, which could only mean one thing. Lang Yi was probably killed by Lin Yun. Aside from this, there were no other possibilities. Pan Yu gnashed his teeth. Lin Yun is really bold to kill the Nethercloud Ghost's disciple. Is he really not afraid of death? Lang Yi was someone he invited over to help, and the Nethercloud Ghost wouldn't let him off if anything happened to Lang Yi. Brother Pan, it doesn't really matter if Lang Yi is dead or not. With Nethercloud Ghost's personality, he won't let Lin Yun off either way, sneered Han Fei. If he was Lin Yun, he also wouldn't let Lang Yi off. You're going to swallow this down after suffering such a huge loss? Pan Yu raised his head. I now know why the Shattered Sword Pavilion wasn't willing to join us. We're disciples of quasi-overlord forces. How humiliating was it for us to work with a wandering cultivator? Not to mention that we even got robbed instead. But what can we do about it? Are we going to depend on our sects to help us? Replied Han Fei as he glanced at Pan Yu. He naturally couldn't get the sect to help him out in such a humiliating matter. It would be great if he wasn't punished. On the other hand, think of how you should explain it to Nethercloud Ghost. That old geezer is insane when he becomes mad, said Han Fei before he left with the Threezealot Manor's disciples. Damn it! Pan Yu was trembling in rage, but there was nothing he could do about it. He tried to rob the Heavenly Province Academy, but he got robbed instead. So what could he do about it? If he had another chance, he would definitely not choose to provoke Lin Yun again. Waves swept through the raging Dragon River, making it worthy of its name. Lin Yun stood on the deck and observed the river. It had been 4 days since they left the Bloodbone Mountain Range. In the past 4 days, Lin Yun had been in seclusion to stabilize his cultivation by using the 1,003rd grade spiritual jades. After he stabilized his cultivation, the iris flower grew to 73 petals. In the end, his speculation was right because he needed to reach the Violet Palace realm before he could resume his cultivation in the Iris Sword Sutra. 1,003rd grade spiritual jades for a petal was a headache to Lin Yun. Since the Iris Sword Sutra was an ancient cultivation technique, the resources he needed were naturally higher than other techniques. "You're finally out? And here I thought you would be in seclusion until we reached Nether Prefecture," smiled Lu Yunyan. Lin Yun initially had those thoughts, but he had already consumed all his spiritual jades, so he had no other choice but to come out from seclusion. "Miss Lu, what other requirements does a guest deacon have aside from being recommended by a core disciple? I bet there is a test, right?" He was looking forward to becoming a guest deacon because he hoped to bring his cultivation in spiritual runes to another level. Also, he needed the Academy's help to decipher the rose painting's secret. There's naturally a test if you're not recommended by a core disciple, but the test is just a formality if you have a core disciple's recommendation. But guest elders are divided into ranks. "If you can't show your worth, you won't get a good position," replied Lu Yunyan. Through the Indigo Cloud Lake's experience, their relationship had improved. Lin Yun's figure on the lake had also left a deep impression on Lu Yunyan. "Display my worth?" Lin Yun fell into deep thought, but he wasn't surprised. After all, he naturally had to show his worth for the Academy to place importance in him. "With your age and talent, you're more than qualified to join the Academy, but I guess that you won't take that option," smiled Lu Yunyan. If Lin Yun was willing, he could easily join the Academy. But she had guessed that with his personality he didn't like restrictions. Plus, he wouldn't leave the Firmament Sword Pavilion before the Draconic Banquet. But although being a guest deacon had freedom, they were on a lower level than the sect's disciples. So Lin Yun naturally had to display his worth. Take the Nethercloud Ghost, for example. He was initially a demonic cultivator, but the Bloodwing Pavilion invited him due to his worth. "You understand me pretty well," smiled Lin Yun. No matter what, he wouldn't leave the Firmament Sword Pavilion before the Draconic Banquet. Lin Yun and Lu Yunyan both stood at the deck of the ship. Their elegance wasn't inferior to each other. As they casually chatted, their relationship gradually improved. A long time later, Lin Yun said, "Miss Lu, you still haven't told me why being a core disciple is so important to you." He could tell that Lu Yunyan had a story from the yearning in her eyes back at the Indigo Cloud Lake. Lu Yunyan fell into a brief dilemma before she apologized. "Let's talk about this next time. Being a core disciple has a special meaning for me. I'll remember the favor you've done this time." Since Lu Yunyan didn't want to talk about it, Lin Yun wouldn't pry. When night descended, the both of them bade their farewell. Lin Yun sat on the bed with both his hands holding a 3rd grade spiritual jade. As he circulated the Iris Sword Sutra, the boundless spiritual energy surged into his Violet Palace in his Dantian. The liquefied sword energy was a lot stronger than the sword energy he had when he was in the Quasi-Violet Palace realm. At the center of his Dantian was a silver iris flower. Additionally, his primordial chaotic beasts were looking at the Violet Palace coldly. If Lin Yun were to look carefully, he would realize that most of the refined spiritual energy was devoured by the 2 primordial chaotic beasts, especially the Aurora Dragon. Its eyes gradually lit up as it absorbed more spiritual energy. Xianxia didn't have many changes, but it wasn't any weaker than the Aurora Dragon. This was also the reason why Lin Yun required so much resources in his cultivation. This gave him an even bigger headache. He couldn't satisfy the Iris Sword Sutra alone, not to mention the 2 primordial chaotic beasts. 5 days later, Lin Yun could sense the bustling on the lake as the ship sailed into a narrow path. "The prefectural city is up ahead," said Lu Yunyan with joy as she looked at the outline of the city. Lin Yun could tell that Lu Yunyan was desperate to return to the Academy. "Lu Yunyan, it's really her. She's so beautiful. She's really worthy of her title as the Heavenly Province Academy's Bella. But she's a little too cold. I heard that she went out for the indigo flame gold lotuses. I wonder how did it go? I'm afraid it wasn't easy. Practically all the other quasi-overlord forces went as well. The youth beside her doesn't look familiar. Who is he? They look rather familiar with each other. Lu Yunyan was naturally recognized because of her fame in the prefectural city. So, the crowd began to discuss among themselves. When Lin Yun looked at Lu Yunyan, he could see her maintaining her composure. Clearly, she was used to this treatment. It didn't take long for a majestic city to appear within their sights. The ancient southern domain had tens of thousands of sects and empires. The 9 prefectures have existed since ancient times. Even the Great Qin Empire was only located at the border of the prefecture. Each prefecture had a prefectural city and the nether prefectural city was just up ahead. Looking from afar, the towering city wall looked like a coiling dragon as it brimmed with majesty. Lin Yun looked at the city as he fell into deep thought. He had heard long ago that the 9 prefectural cities were blessed with the dragon vein. The prefectural cities were also seen as draconic cities. Specifically, the 9 draconic cities of the ancient southern domain. Just the city alone was a lot larger than the entire heavenly Qin county. Passing through the gate, the ship looked like a small raft between the majestic city walls. The moment the ship drove into the city, Lin Yun began to look around in the city. The streets were all filled with cultivators in the Xianxia realm. The profound martial realm elites in the Great Qin Empire were insignificant here based on how many Violet Palace realm cultivators that could be seen on the streets. Lin Yun could even sense many terrifying existences in the city, some of which had the aura of heavenly soul realm cultivators. This had greatly widened Lin Yun's vision. The nether prefectural city was truly a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Lin Yun, let's go. Lu Yunyan called out before she leaped down from the ship with the other academy's disciples following behind her. Lin Yun retracted his gaze and he gently tapped his foot on the ship to jump down. The Heavenly Province Academy was known as one of the 5 quasi-overlord forces. They might not be comparable to the profound Yang Palace, but they were still famous. The academy was proficient in nurturing spiritualists, so they were more proficient in spiritual runes compared to other sections. Those who wanted to learn spiritual runes would naturally view the academy as their first pick. Compared to the other quasi-overlord forces, the Heavenly Province Academy might be slightly weaker, but their foundation wasn't any inferior compared to the other quasi-overlord forces. The academy was proficient in creating arrays, refining artifacts, and refining pellets. They had a wide connection, so no one dared to casually offend the academy. After all, no one knew if they might provoke a gigantic existence upon them. When the group reached the academy, the buildings were a lot different from what Lin Yun had imagined. The Sword Firmament Pavilion might be more majestic than the academy, but the academy looked more elegant. The academy looked simple, but anyone could sense the profundity of its architecture. When Lin Yun probed the academy by reaching out with his aura over, he could sense a suffocating aura coming towards him. At the entrance of the academy was a stone tablet engraved with many spiritual runes that formed a painting. With Lin Yun's attainment in spiritual runes, he could tell that they were all 3rd-grade spiritual runes. This alone showed the academy's confidence in spiritual runes. Most importantly, there was a faint spiritual rune at the tablet's core that looked bizarre. This piqued Lin Yun's interest even more as his eyes lit up. He knew that he didn't come to the wrong place. Perhaps this place could aid him decipher the secrets in the rose painting. Now he was determined to become a guest deacon. Yunyan, you've finally returned. A group of disciples led by an elderly woman walked over. Elder Yu, greeted Lu Yunyan as she cupped her hands together. Nodding her head, Elder Yu smiled. Have you completed your mission? Yes, I have obtained 3 indigo flame gold lotuses as ordered. It wasn't easy for you. I heard that the Shattered Sword Pavilion, Bloodwing Pavilion, and Threezealot Manor all participated this time. Not to mention that there were many wandering cultivators as well. Elder Yu had joy on her face. Lu Yunyan was a disciple she took pride in, so he was naturally proud that Lu Yunyan completed the mission. This youth looks rather unfamiliar. Who is he? Elder Yu asked as he looked at Lin Yun. This is my friend, Lin Yun. He's the reason why I was able to obtain the lotuses. I intend to recommend him as a guest elder after becoming a core disciple, replied Lu Yunyan as Lin Yun took a step forward and cupped his hands together. Since you have received the importance of Yunyan, you must be extraordinary. Bai Yi, lead him to an empty residence. Smiled Elder Yu as she was briefly shocked. Okay, smiled Bai Yi, but Lin Yun fell into deep thought, because he could sense that something was unusual with Elder Yu's reaction. Elder Yu, is there a problem with Lin Yun? Lu Yunyan long discovered the abnormality in Elder Yu's expression. Guest deacons of the academy are the same as inner disciples. The competition has always been intense. Normally, when a core disciple makes a recommendation, we'll just go through the formalities. But coincidentally, Mo Ling that lass has also recommended someone. It's her elder cousin from her clan, sighed Elder Yu. Senior sister Mo Ling. Lu Yunyan frowned her brows the moment this name was mentioned. Mo Ling was ranked at the forefront of the disciples, not to mention that she was also a direct descendant of the Mo clan. The Nether Prefectural City had many clans, and the Mo clan was a clan that wasn't any inferior to the Heavenly Province Academy in terms of their foundation. So Mo Ling's words naturally HDLD a lot more weight than hers did. This will be difficult, said Lu Yunyan. Let's just forget it if it's not possible. We can compensate him through other means, probed Elder Yu. No way. Lu Yunyan refused. I can't just ignore this matter. I'll hand in my recommendation and I'll leave it to the sect's decision. Elder Yu smiled bitterly, but she didn't say anything more. She naturally understood Lu Yunyan's personality well and knew that she wouldn't change her decision once she made up her mind. However, she was quite curious about Lin Yun's origin since he could make her disciple go as far as offending Mo Ling big brother Lin. The name of this courtyard is Aquamist Pavilion. This is where senior sister Lu stayed previously. This is a good residence in the academy, and it's not any inferior to the residence of an inner disciple. You can stay here for today. I believe the elders will get you another residence when you become a guest elder tomorrow. But Bai Yi led Lin Yun to a courtyard, but she was in a dilemma. What's the matter? Smiled Lin Yun. Big brother Lin, I'm afraid that your position as a guest elder will experience some turbulence, whispered Bai Yi as she lowered her head. Lin Yun laughed inwardly as Bai Yi wasn't as stupid as she seemed. He asked, What do you mean? Normally speaking, you should be going to the Imperial Study Hall with Senior Sister Lu right now. But Elder Yu seems to have something to talk to Senior Sister Lu about because she sent you away, said Bai Yi as she mustered up her courage. I naturally know about it. But it's not that simple to take the guest deacon position from me, smiled Lin Yun. Oh yeah, how could you not figure it out when I already have? Big brother Lin, I'll take my leave then. I stay nearby, so you can look for me if you need anything, replied Bai Yi as she pointed to another building not too far away. Okay. After sending Bai Yi off, the smile on Lin Yun's face disappeared as he muttered to himself, Smells like trouble. However, Lin Yun would just deal with whatever that came his way. He would wait and see what the academy was trying to play at. After taking a brief rest, Lin Yun removed the sword box and opened it up. Holding onto the flower burial sword, he slowly poured his silvery sword energy into it, which caused it to buzz. He could sense a deep connection with the sword. When he drew the sword, he could sense a boundless energy fluctuating within his body. At the same time, his aura also reached the pinnacle. When he drew his sword, a silvery sword ray lit up the entire residence as a terrifying sword aura began to spread out from him. He could control his aura as he wished, so whoever underestimated him would face his terror. The next day, Lu Yunyan came to Lin Yun's courtyard. You're pretty early. It looks like there's an outcome, said Lin Yun. Things have gone beyond my expectation a little, but I still submitted my recommendation. We now have to go to the elders, replied Lu Yunyan as she nodded her head. The two then headed to the Imperial Study Hall together. On the way, the disciples that they passed would respectfully greet Lu Yunyan. There were also many teachers explaining the profundities of spiritual runes while the disciples sat on floor mats to listen to the teachers. Spiritual runes have been passed down since ancient times, and they can be further separated into different elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Gold represents sharpness and toughness. It is usually used to refine artifacts. Wood is used mostly to refine puppets. Water is used mostly for pellets. Fire is used mostly as a destructive force. Lastly, earth is used for arrays. Then again, nothing is absolute. High-ranking spiritualists can also use water-attributed spiritual runes to kill their enemies and can control fire-attributed spiritual runes to strengthen pellets. Aside from these core runes, there are also many variant spiritual runes like wind, chill, and lightning. They're incredibly powerful, but they're also very complicated. Lin Yun paused his footsteps briefly when he heard this explanation. Instantly, many thoughts he had trouble with in the past suddenly cleared up. "It looks like you have some attainments in spiritual runes," smiled Lu Yunyan. "I only know a bit," replied Lin Yun with a smile. He could create second-grade spiritual runes, but he knew nothing about elementary knowledge, such as the spiritual runes elements. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the Imperial Study Hall. The Imperial Study Hall was similar to the Elder Hall, and it was an important ground in the academy. The moment they entered, Lin Yun could sense the solemn atmosphere with more than 10 elders present. All of them were experts in the Yin-Yang stage, having reached the pinnacle of the Yin-Yang stage long ago. They were only one step away from the heavenly soul realm. If Guardian Plum were here, he wouldn't seem significant at all. The old man seated at the center emitted a terrifying aura that even left Lin Yun fearful. He was emitting the aura of a heavenly soul realm cultivator. Lin Yun was shocked because he didn't think that this place had a heavenly soul realm cultivator. Lesser Yin stage? He barely fits the qualification of being a guest elder. Additionally, isn't he a little too young? He must be less than 20, right? Most importantly, he's already in the Violet Palace realm judging from his aura. He was still in the profound martial realm half a month ago, so I'm afraid no one will be convinced with him becoming a guest deacon. Indeed, core disciples might be able to make a recommendation, but we can't be too casual about agreeing. He can become a disciple if he has some attainments in spiritual runes. But being a guest deacon isn't appropriate. That's right. It's more than enough for him to become an inner disciple with his cultivation at such a young age. Lin Yun could hear the discussions coming from the elders the moment he entered. Their eyes were keen and they could see Lin Yun's cultivation with a glance. Many of them were shaking their heads inwardly. Silence. The old man seated at the center snorted out coldly, causing the discussions to settle down. "Lin Yun, this is Senior Tang Yu. He's the person in charge of the Imperial Study Hall," whispered Lu Yunyan. "Great Qin Empire, Sword Firmament Pavilion's Lin Yun greets Senior Tang Yu and the elders present," said Lin Yun as he gave a slight bow. "Cultivation doesn't equate to strength. You must have something special since you can aid Lu Yunyan in obtaining the Indigo Flame Gold Lotuses. But becoming a guest deacon of the academy isn't as easy as you think. Then again, it's simple if you just want a position. We can arrange a casual position for you," said Tang Yu. The meaning in his tone was clear. If Lin Yun only wanted a position, that could be easily arranged for Lu Yunyan's sake. But if Lin Yun wanted a higher position, then he had to speak with his strength. Otherwise, there was no need for the academy to give him a high position. It might sound cold, but it was still within Lin Yun's acceptable range. The Great Qin Empire? And here I thought you had a huge background. So it turns out that it's a piece of trash from the Great Qin Empire. A voice sounded from outside the hall. When Lin Yun and Lu Yunin turned around, they saw a man and woman walking side by side. The lady wore a purple dress and her temperament wasn't any inferior to Lu Yunyan. But her aura was a lot higher than Lu Yunyan as it was in the Greater Yin stage. The Yin stage of the Violet Palace realm had 3 stages: the Lesser, Greater, and Pinnacle stage. Without talent or a fortunate encounter, wanting to reach the Greater Yin stage wouldn't be easy. The youth standing beside the woman also had a high cultivation in the Pinnacle Lesser Yin stage. His aura was powerful, and it was evident from just a glance that he was from a huge clan. He wasn't someone that the likes of Han Fei and Pan you could compare to. Furthermore, he was even showing signs of making a breakthrough into the Greater Yin stage. He was naturally the one who spoke earlier. Mo Lin and Mo Feng greet Senior Tang Yu and all the elders present. The two glanced at Lin Yun coldly before they greeted the elders here. On the other hand, Lin Yun looked at them as he fell into deep thought. They must be the trouble that Lu Yunyan spoke about. Mo Ling is also here. Compared to Lu Yunyan, the person Mo Ling recommended is a lot better. There's a drastic difference in their cultivation. Someone who had just reached the Lesser Yin stage and another who had reached the pinnacle Lesser Yin stage. There's nothing to compare. The Nether Prefectural City's Mo clan is a lot more powerful than the Great Qin Empire. Even if their cultivation is the same, there's no way Lin Yun can fight with this Mo Feng. He'll only lose badly. The Mo clan also has a deep relationship with our academy. If we have to choose, Mo Feng is clearly the better choice, said the elders as they nodded their heads at Mo Feng. Mo Feng was smug with confidence and ignored Lin Yun. On the other hand, Mo Ling, who was standing beside him, took a few glances at Lin Yun. Senior Tang Yu, Lin Yun might originate from the Great Qin Empire, but he's definitely not any weaker than Mo Feng. He emerged from the Dragon Gate competition through Hell Mode and received his title as Flower Burial. At the same time, he defeated the likes of Han Fei and Pan Yu when he was only in the Quasi-Violet Palace realm, said Lu Yunyan with a grave expression. Defeat Pan Yu? How is that possible? It doesn't make sense that he can defeat the likes of Han Fei in the Quasi-Violet Palace realm. But if that's the case, then he's fully qualified to become a guest deacon. Lu Yunin should be lying. At the very least, she did obtain the lotuses. The elders might still have doubts on their faces, but their expressions were clearly a lot better than before. Lu Yunyan, do you need to lie just for a guest deacon position? Praising a piece of trash from the Great Qin Empire to such a high position? If the Imperial Study Hall gives the guest deacon position to someone like him, I'll be unconvinced. The Mo clan also won't take this lying down, said Mo Feng coldly as his face sank down. Unconvinced? Why don't you tell me how you can be convinced? Lin Yun suddenly spoke up with a sharp flash in his eyes. There wasn't any issue in Lin Yun's words, but the provocation in his tone left everyone shocked. No one expected that Lin Yun was bold enough to challenge Mo Feng. Mo Feng was stunned and then sneered. If you want to convince others, then you'll have to speak with your strength. After all, it's useless to have someone boast on your behalf. Many elders nodded their heads when they heard his words. In the world of cultivators, you spoke with your fists. Hence, only the strong could stand out. Even the elder seated at the center, Tang Yu, didn't oppose the suggestion. Seeing that no one rejected his suggestion, Mo Feng's confidence boosted as he smiled. Don't say that I'm bullying you. The guest deacon's position will go to whoever wins. If you lose, then scram to where you came from. Don't let me see you again. Mo Feng's words left many elders shocked, but they weren't surprised since Mo Feng came from the Mo clan, not to mention that he was recommended by Mo Ling. So he was naturally unhappy that a youth from the Great Qin Empire came to compete for the guest deacon position. It was only natural that he flared up when he saw Lin Yun today. I agree. There are also similar examples in the past where two disciples made a recommendation and we decided it with a battle. That's right. You can't blame anyone if you're too weak. After all, our academy will be the one who gets humiliated if you're too weak. The various elders all nodded their heads. Even Elder Yu, who was also seated among the elders, wore a helpless expression. She knew that there was no way Lin Yun, who came from the Great Qin Empire, could defeat an elite from the Mo clan, not to mention that there was a huge gap between their cultivation. Yunyan, what do you think? Tang Yu looked at Lu Yunyan. Lin Yun's opinion is my opinion, replied Lu Yunyan. Mo Ling, what do you think? Tang Yu turned to look at Mo Ling. I also wish to hear what he'll say. If he can offer the position, I'm willing to compensate him. But if they fight, my cousin might not be able to restrain himself well. It won't be good if he injures this lad here, replied Mo Ling. She naturally felt that Lin Yun would lose for sure. With that, everyone turned to look at Lin Yun. Mo Ling had already taken a step back. After all, there was a huge chance that Lin Yun would lose in their view, So Mo Ling had already taken a step back by making compensation if Lin Yun was willing to back out. Back out? I'm sorry, but I might not even lose the fight even if I'm fighting you personally, not to mention your cousin. On the other hand, I'm looking forward to looking at your cousin's strength, said Lin Yun as a chilling aura started to emit from his body. For a split second, all the elders were shocked by Lin Yun's arrogance. Even Lu Yunyan's face had changed because challenging Mo Ling wasn't a wise choice. What arrogance! Since that's the case, then we'll fulfill your wish. Mo Feng, don't embarrass me, replied Mo Ling as a chilling aura also emitted from her. Hee. Don't worry about it. I'll make him regret his words, replied Mo Feng with a disdainful sneer on his face. He clearly didn't consider Lin Yun an opponent. The two came to the empty ground before the Imperial Study Hall. Even the surrounding disciples also stopped to watch. After all, it was rare to watch a battle in front of the Imperial Study Hall. I've seen many cultivators from small places in the Nether Prefectural City. They're as arrogant as you, but in the end, all of them were taught a lesson. The gap between our foundation is larger than you think, replied Mo Feng. The gap in our foundation? Lin Yun sneered inwardly. That was true for ordinary people, but Lin Yun was someone who cultivated an ancient sword sutra. So there was no way Mo Feng's foundation could compare to his. Since the two of you have made a decision, then I hereby announce that the winner will obtain the guest deacon position, enjoying the treatment of an inner disciple, announced Tang Yu. Lin Yun took a step forward and his violet palace began to ripple. At the same time, a boundless aura emitted out from him that was a lot stronger than when he was in the quasi-violet palace realm. Mo Clan's star-breaking fist. Mo Feng's eyes flashed coldly when he sensed Lin Yun's aura. He threw out a punch that traveled like a bolt of lightning. It practically took a split second for his fist to arrive before Lin Yun. The origin energy contained in the punch was so powerful that it seemed as if it could shatter a star. What speed! Truth be told, Mo Feng was stronger than Pan Yu and Han Fei. This meant that the Mo clan did have a deep foundation and an ordinary lesser-in stage cultivator would probably be defeated by this punch. But it was a pity that he ran into Lin Yun. As the fist continued to grow in Lin Yun's vision, Lin Yun clenched his fist and flames from the Dracophant seal began to spread out on the surface of his body. At the same time, a violent aura began to boil like flames in his blood. When the seal covered his entire body, Lin Yun threw a punch out. When he threw his punch, it was accompanied by the roar of a Dracophant. Right at this moment, Lin Yun looked like the manifestation of an ancient beast. When the two fists collided, Mo Feng's lips twitched with pain. He was shocked by the strength behind Lin Yun's punch. A second later, Mo Feng was forced to take a few steps back with his face ugly from the pain. How does it feel? Sneered Lin Yun. What arrogance! I was just careless. Again. Mo Feng was clearly unconvinced as he soared into the sky and pounced at Lin Yun like a bolt of lightning. In just one breath, he actually threw out over 90 punches. The aura coming from his punches felt suffocating to others. Unconvinced? Again it is. Lin Yun smiled as he began to form seals with his fingers. As he poured origin energy into his hands, his fingers began to glow along with a domineering aura. One after another, seals were being formed and Lin Yun's aura also started to grow even more terrifying. When Lin Yun combined the 4 seals together, the torrential aura coming from Lin Yun was shocking. Even Mo Feng's face had changed as he poured all his origin energy into his punches. Star-breaking fist, astral descend. A blazing heat swept out from Mo Feng's punches. Lin Yun had no changes to his face as he also threw out another punch. When they clashed, the entire ground began to tremble. No one had expected such a ferocious collision between the two. As the two continued to clash, the aura emitting from them grew even more terrifying. Some of the elders were even hesitating if they should stop the fight. Suddenly, a silvery light exploded and Mo Feng fell onto the ground as he threw up a mouthful of blood. His face had turned pale from the attack. Are you convinced now? Asked Lin Yun. You're courting death. Mo Feng no longer held back as he unleashed all his aura. In the next second, The clouds began to church with bolts of lightning flashing across them. Great! Lin Yun smiled as he charged forward. The two clashed in the sky head-on. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had already exchanged over a few hundred punches. As for the spectators, they could only hear the booming collision from their punches. After 10-odd punches later, a figure was sent flying out. That person kneeled on the ground and vomited blood. When everyone identified that person, their faces changed drastically. Mo Feng had lost another exchange. This was the third time Mo Feng lost in the head-on collision. Many of the elders who previously supported Mo Feng wore an ugly expression. As for Mo Ling, her face had turned ugly long ago. Damn it! I don't believe I can't defeat you. Mo Feng couldn't accept his continual defeat. He was the direct descendant of the Mo clan, but he couldn't even defeat a piece of trash from the Great Qin Empire? That's enough, barked Lin Yun. At the same time, a sword buzz rang out from his body as he unleashed his Xiantian sword intent. His boundless sword intent instantly sent Mo Feng flying out once more. Xiantian sword intent. Many elders were shocked by this scene. Even Mo Ling's mouth widened in shock. Only Lu Yunyan wore a faint smile on her lips. Looking at Mo Feng struggling to get back on his feet, Lin Yun spoke out coldly. You wouldn't even be able to take 3 of my moves if I used my Xiantian sword intent right from the beginning. I have already given you enough face. If you insist on being stubborn, then don't blame me for being impolite. Damn it! Lin Yun's words were like a dagger that stabbed into Mo Feng's chest, humiliating him. After a long while later, Mo Feng gnashed his teeth. I lost. Get lost then. Remember you promise. As you said, don't ever let me see you again, replied Lin Yun as he dismissed his Xiantian sword intent. Upon hearing that, both Mo Ling and Mo Feng's faces turned dark. The outcome was beyond everyone's expectations. No one expected that Mo Feng would lose. He was in the pinnacle lesser Yin stage, not to mention that he was also the direct descendant of the Mo clan. However, he actually couldn't gain an advantage against Lin Yun. After Lin Yun displayed his Xiantian sword intent, everyone looked at him with shock. For Lin Yun to grasp the Xiantian sword intent at such a young age represented his immense talent. An individual of his talent was rare, even in the Nether prefectural city. However, the last thing that Lin Yun said was a little too arrogant. His courage to tell Mo Feng to get lost in front of Mo Ling was impressive. Only Lu Yunyan was able to keep her composure. Lin Yun could defeat Han Fei and the rest when he was only in the quasi-violet palace realm. Not to mention that he had reached the violet palace realm using the indigo flame gold lotus. Although Mo Feng wasn't weak, the gap between him and Lin Yun was too great. Perhaps a monstrous genius from the Mo clan could face Lin Yun, but definitely not an ordinary disciple like Mo Feng. As for Lin Yun's arrogance, Lu Yunyan had already experienced it before. Mo Feng was the first who humiliated Lin Yun, so it was natural for Lin Yun to retaliate now that he had defeated Mo Feng. This lad. The few core elders standing beside Tang Yu were shocked. Lin Yun's strength had widened their vision. Even with using the Xiantian sword intent, Lin Yun had already grasped the rhythm of the battle. When he released his Xiantian sword intent, the aura was suffocating. It was clear who the more appropriate choice to become the guest elder was. I admit my loss, but aren't you a little too much? What do you mean by get lost? Do you think that the academy belongs to you? Said Mo Feng as he gnashed his teeth. Such arrogance at such a young age. I've experienced your temper and I'm filled with admiration. Mo Ling raised her eyebrow as she glared at Lin Yun. In the next second, a terrifying aura swept out at Lin Yun. Mo Ling was unleashing an aura in the greater Yin stage that was mixed with spiritual runes. The aura made Lin Yun frown his brows lightly as he was shocked by Mo Ling's cultivation. Mo Ling could probably reach the pinnacle Yin stage anytime soon. Furthermore, the aura coming from her spiritual runes even made him feel fearful. We'll see. Mo Ling took a deep glance at Lin Yun before she left. Cousin, are we going to let this matter rest? Asked Mo Feng with some reluctance. Shut it. Aren't you tired of embarrassment? Mo Ling turned around and left. Damn it. Mo Feng cursed as he followed behind her. From today onwards, you're a guest deacon of the academy. Your treatment is the same as an inner disciple. If you want to increase your treatment to that of a core disciple, then you'll need to become a guest elder. Yunyan, arrange a residence for him on the Spiritwood Peak. Tang Yu said as he threw a white tablet towards Lin Yun. The white tablet had guest deacon engraved on it with spiritual runes. It wasn't something that could be replicated. Thank you, Senior Tang. Lin Yun cupped his hands together as he watched Tang Yu leave. The other elders also took several glances at Lin Yun before leaving. After everyone left, Lu Yunyan smiled awkwardly. Lin Yun, you're really bold. You've already offended Senior Sister Mo on your first day here. You know my temper. I don't provoke others if they don't provoke me. Mo Feng started it. What, do you want me to smile at him? Smiled Lin Yun. He had nothing to say if Mo Feng was strong enough for mutual respect. But Mo Feng was just a piece of trash that couldn't even take 3 of his attacks. Let's go. Let's talk while I lead you to your residence. Smiled Lu Yunyan. Senior Sister Mo Ling's strength is ranked among the top 5 in the core disciples. Her attainments in spiritual runes are unparalleled. She's the one teaching us spiritual runes usually, and even some elders in the academy are inferior to her. But that's not the most fearsome thing about her. Lu Yunyan wore a grave expression with respect when she talked about Mo Ling. What is it? Asked Lin Yun. Lu Yunyan responded, Lin Yun, have you heard of divine abilities? Divine abilities? He questioned. So you don't know about them? I bet there aren't many second-grade spiritual jades in your sect, so it's normal that you don't know about it. Divine abilities are similar to martial techniques, but they're used with spiritual runes. Plus, they're a lot more powerful. Even the weakest divine ability can heavily injure a Yang stage expert in the hands of a lesser Yin stage cultivator. Lin Yun was shocked when he heard that. Just what did that mean? The weakest divine ability can heavily injure a Yang stage expert in the hands of a lesser Yin stage cultivator? Lin Yun felt that it was a little impossible. At the very least, he had to reach the greater Yang stage, or the Thunderbolt Slash had to reach complete mastery before he could have a small glimpse of achieving that level of power. As for his cultivation, it was practically impossible. If he encountered a Yang stage expert, he could only run for his life. You're saying that Senior Sister Mo Ling? Smiled Lin Yun awkwardly. That's right. She's someone that even a monstrous genius in the Yang stage wouldn't dare to provoke. Smiled Lu Yunyan playfully as she waited for Lin Yun's response. Wow, I just provoked a deity? Lin Yun rubbed his nose and sighed. Why didn't you tell me about it beforehand? It looks like I'm in deep shit now. Why? Didn't you see how awe-inspiring you were? Teased Lu Yunyan. Lin Yun knew that she was teasing him, so he didn't say much besides smile bitterly. But you don't have to be too worried about it. Senior Sister might be angry with you today, but she won't do anything to you. At most, she'll just find you annoying and bully you a little, comforted Lu Yun. She was naturally gloating at Lin Yun's misfortune. All right, let's put that aside for now. Why don't you tell me more about divine abilities? In the end, Lin Yun could only leave this matter aside. He was a casual person, so he wasn't too bothered by it. On the other hand, he was more interested in the divine abilities Lu Yunyan spoke of. Divine abilities are separated into 3 categories: lesser, greater, and supreme. They originated from ancient times. At that time, there were tens of thousands of divine abilities, but a lot of them are lost now. The divine abilities in the hands of the various forces are few in numbers. Lu Yunyan paused briefly before she continued. The Heavenly Province Academy is rather famous in the entire ancient Souther domain because we possess 10 lesser divine abilities. Above the lesser divine abilities are the greater divine abilities. The greater divine abilities are rare, even in overlord forces. As for supreme divine abilities, they're probably only in the hands of ancient sacred lands. Lin Yun was stunned when he heard Lu Yunyan's explanation. Lu Yunyan smiled. But my knowledge is only superficial. Senior Sister Mo should know more. What? But you're also a 3rd-grade spiritualist. Is the gap between you two so great? Lin Yun was shocked by this news. Lu Yunyan nodded her head gravely. Yes, I can barely be considered a third-grade spiritualist, grasping 2 to 3 third-grade spiritual runes. Senior sister Mo grasped over 10 third-grade spiritual runes. Otherwise, there's no way she could cultivate the lesser divine ability. Cultivating a lesser divine ability is extremely tough. Many elders spent decades only to end up in failure. So you can imagine how terrifying the divine abilities are and the spiritualists who grasp them. Third-grade spiritualists can barely be considered a spiritualist. Beneath the third grade cannot be called spiritualists. Why? Lin Yun was baffled by this explanation. You'll understand if you can become a third-grade spiritualist. But it's not easy becoming a third-grade spiritualist. So you'll probably have to wait for a long time, smiled Lu Yunyan mysteriously. The third-grade spiritualist is considered the entry level. Lin Yun fell into deep thought as he was filled with more expectations for the academy. In the past, his vision was too narrow in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. There weren't any guides on how to cultivate spiritual runes. But now, he knew why he couldn't decipher the rose painting. He was still too tender in the field of spiritual runes. He was no different from a baby who had just learned how to speak. This is the Spiritwood Peak. This place is filled with spiritual energy, which makes it a rare, treasured location. Ordinary inner disciples aren't allowed in here. It is reserved only for guests and core disciples, said Lu Yunyan as they approached a majestic peak covered in a misty spiritual energy. This is truly a good place. Lin Yun took a deep breath and felt refreshed. Even his violet palace jolted slightly because the density of spiritual energy here was shocking. That's for sure. Even the Mo clan's treasured land isn't comparable to the Spiritwood Peak. Why do you think Mo Feng wanted to become a guest deacon? He was probably after this place, so cherish this place well, said Lu Yunyan. Now that she had become a core disciple, she also had the qualifications to cultivate here in the future. Before Lin Yun and Lu Yunyan went up the Spiritwood Peak, they didn't notice that there were 2 individuals gazing at them from the peak of the Imperial Study Hall. If Lin Yun was there, he would definitely be shocked. One of the individuals was Tang Yu and the other was Lu Yunyan's master, Yu Mu. Interesting. If I remember correctly, he's just 18, right? Tang Yu suddenly asked with a peculiar light flashing through his eyes. Senior brother Tang, what are you planning? That brat only came from the Great Qin Empire and his foundation is somewhat lacking. Yu Mu was shocked by Tang Yu's sudden words. Nothing much, but this Lin Yun is worth paying attention to. However, Yu Mu, you might have underestimated the Sword Firmament Pavilion. It's definitely not as simple as you think. At their peak, they're an existence that even the 9 overlords don't dare to look down on. Even if they're at the very bottom, they still have 2 heavenly soul realm experts guarding them, smiled Tang Yu. How is that possible? Yu Mu was shocked. A medium-ranked force in the Nether Prefecture actually had 2 heavenly soul realm experts? It was a little too exaggerated. After all, even the Heavenly Province Academy's heavenly soul realm experts didn't exceed the fingers on one hand. Then again, that was also due to the fact that the Academy placed an emphasis on spiritual runes. Other quasi-overlord forces had more heavenly soul realm experts. The Shattered Sword Pavilion had the most, but even so, their numbers definitely didn't exceed the fingers on both hands. As for one of the 9 overlord forces, the Profound Yang Palace, no one knew anything about them. The Profound Yang Palace might have declined in recent years, but the number of heavenly soul realm experts still suppressed the 5 quasi-overlord forces. Why not? If we go back in time, the Sword Firmament Pavilion's origin isn't any weaker than the 9 overlord forces. Tang Yu paused briefly before he continued. Anyhow, this Lin Yun is worth our attention. Pay attention to him secretly. After all, our academy can't lose out anymore, so we can't let any opportunities go. Tang Yu's words seemed to have caused Yu Mu's eyes to turn dark. Got it, she replied. Just pay slight attention to him. There's no need to be too focused. I just want to see that young lad's potential, clarified Tang Yu. Once again, Yu Mu responded, Understood. While this conversation was taking place, Lin Yun and Lu Yunyan traveled up the Spiritwood Peak. It might be a peak, but it was colossal and there was a huge distance between each residence. As the two ascended the peak, countless gazes were directed at them. After all, there weren't many disciples here, so they were all familiar with each other's aura. It was only natural that they paid attention to newcomers. Lu Yunyan. She has also become a core disciple? Her improvement is quick. If I remember correctly, she hasn't even reached the greater Yin stage, right? Her cultivation might not be high, but I heard that she's already a third-grade spiritualist. She's qualified to become a core disciple. Many gazes were focused on Lu Yunyan. As the Academy's Bella, Lu Yunyan was already used to such gazes. But there was one gaze that went nearly insane. The one going insane was a black-clothed youth with ordinary looks, skinny frame, and caved-in eyes. When he wasn't laughing, he would give off an eerie aura. When he looked at Lin Yun, his gaze turned cold and he questioned the others. "Who's that brat? Senior brother Yang, you're still so determined to win Lu Yunyan." "That brat is Lin Yun. He came from the Great Qin Empire and I heard that he helped Lu Yunyan to become a core disciple. Furthermore, he's arrogant. Not only did he defeat Mo Feng, but he even humiliated Mo Feng in front of Mo Ling," chuckled a gray-clothed youth standing beside him. "Oh," the black-clothed youth smiled. "Interesting. It's best if he doesn't hinder me. I'm not as courteous as senior sister Mo." His eyes flashed with brutality, which made the youth beside him feel somewhat fearful. In his heart, he gave Lin Yun a moment of silence because misfortune was coming for Lin Yun. Not only did he offend Mo Ling, but he even eyed Lu Yunyan. It was a question if he could even stay here peacefully. Coming to a place with dense mist, Lu Yunyan stopped and smiled. "We're here. Already." Lin Yun was surprised because he didn't see any signs of a courtyard. "Try inserting some of your origin energy into the tablet in your hand," smiled Lu Yunyan as she signaled for Lin Yun to take out the guest deacon's identity tablet. Lin Yun did as she said. In the next second, a wild storm blew and an elegant courtyard slowly unveiled itself before Lin Yun. Lin Yun wasn't able to see the courtyard because it was covered by a thick mist, which blocked out his senses. The courtyards of guest deacons and core disciples are protected by an array. Not only is it secretive, but it's also pretty safe. You can practice any martial techniques inside and no one will feel a thing, even if you cause a huge commotion, explained Lu Yunyan with a smile. Not bad. Lin Yun was satisfied with this residence, so he nodded his head. "Where are you staying? I'll look for you when I'm free." "How can I tell you where a woman stays? I'll come and look for you if I'm in a good mood," smiled Lu Yunyan as she left. She didn't even give Lin Yun a chance to explain himself. Shaking his head helplessly, Lin Yun muttered to himself, "I don't have any other thoughts. I just wish to find out more about spiritual runes." But he knew that Lu Yunyan was probably teasing him. She had something hidden in her heart and he could tell that she wasn't interested in a romantic relationship. Stepping into his courtyard, Lin Yun looked around before he activated his token. The surrounding mist came once more and covered the courtyard, but Lin Yun wasn't affected by it. The spiritual array in this courtyard was rather impressive. He decided to tour the courtyard and figure out where everything was. The arrangements in the courtyard were rather perfect. There was a small field for practicing martial techniques and a study room for spiritual runes. There was also a spiritual convergence array for cultivation. After touring around, Lin Yun arrived at the spiritual convergence array. He looked at it briefly before his eyes were filled with excitement. The density of spiritual energy here was beyond his imagination. Cultivating here was comparable to using third-grade spiritual jades. With that, one could imagine how terrifying this array was. Moreover, this was still halfway up the peak. It made one wonder how dense the spiritual energy was at the top. The Academy was truly worthy of being a quasi-overlord force with its foundation. With that, Lin Yun no longer delayed and began to cultivate. He circulated the Iris Sword Sutra and a silvery iris flower appeared beneath him. The boundless spiritual energy coming from the array poured into his body and into the iris flower in his violet palace. The iris flower in his violet palace began to absorb the spiritual energy. At the same time, the two primordial chaotic souls were also greedily absorbing the spiritual energy. With the spiritual convergence array, Lin Yun could finally satisfy the iris flower and two primordial chaotic souls. Time slowly went by and Lin Yun only opened his eyes 3 days later. There was a smile on his face because he could feel that he might even reach the greater Yin stage if he cultivated here for 2 months. Great! The spiritual energy here was so ample that he could absorb as much as he wanted with the Iris Sword Sutra. In the past, he didn't dare to absorb spiritual energy so recklessly, even if he had a large number of third-grade spiritual jades. However, this place was different. Cultivating here was a lot faster. An ordinary cultivation technique was like a baby's hand compared to the Iris Sword Sutra that was like an adult's hand. An adult could naturally grab more things than a baby, so this treasured place made the differences even more significant. The difference was like a firefly compared to a moon. In just 3 days, he could sense that it wouldn't take long before he had another petal on the iris flower. When Lin Yun came out of the spiritual convergence array, he fell into deep thought. His martial techniques had come to a bottleneck which was normal for cultivators. After all, it would be weird if things went smoothly for every cultivator. The Aquaselenic sword was only a transcendent spiritual martial technique and he had already brought it to the manifestation stage. Empowered with his Xianxia sword intent, he could exhibit terrifying might with this sword technique, especially the heavenly cloud shatter. As for the Dragon Tiger Fist, it was completely outdated. He could still use it against ordinary opponents, but not against monstrous geniuses like Mo Ling. So if he was blindly arrogant, he would die a terrible death. On the other hand, there was room for improvement in the Great Wind scripture. His greatest reliance was the Thunderbolt Slash right now. This move was terrifying and he could already unleash such prowess at lesser mastery. So there was no doubt that the power would increase drastically at greater mastery. Excluding Thunderbolt Slash, his true trump card was Dazzling Moment. After reaching the 9th stage in the Iris Sword Sutra, he could now circulate the iris flower backwards to unleash an attack that far exceeded his current cultivation. This ensured that anyone who dared to touch him would pay a great price, even if they could defeat him. I wonder if the Heavenly Province Academy has a fist technique. It'll be great if I can encounter one that surpasses the Dragon Tiger Fist. But Lin Yun decided to place his focus on spiritual runes right now in hopes of deciphering the rose painting. As for fist techniques, he could only depend on his luck. After all, it wouldn't be easy to get one. Lin Yun had been in his residence for the past 3 days, so it was time for him to look around the academy. But the moment he stepped out, he immediately frowned. There was a black-clothed youth facing him with his back. Lin Yun didn't know how long this person had been waiting for. "I've been waiting for you for the past 3 days. You're finally out." The black-clothed youth suddenly turned around and when he looked at Lin Yun could sense danger coming from the youth. The youth was an expert in the pinnacle greater Yin stage. This person's cultivation was comparable to Mo Ling disregarding his attainments in spiritual runes. His cultivation alone was a lot stronger. "Sorry for disturbing you on our first meeting. My name is Xianxia. There's something I wish to tell you. It might not sound good, but you better listen well," said Xianxia coldly with his brow raised. The arrogance in Xianxia's tone made others feel helpless. Not only was he arrogant, but he practically had his nose in the sky and completely disregarded Lin Yun. Lin Yun felt weird. He didn't know when he provoked this deity. But shortly after, Lin Yun recalled that gaze from 3 days ago. 3 days ago when he came up the Spiritwood Peak. He instantly noticed that there were many gazes directed at him. Among the various gazes, there was an eerie gaze that stood out. If he had guessed correctly, that gaze should belong to this Xianxia standing before him. "Listen well. Distance yourself from Lu Yunyan in the future. Don't let me see the two of you together again. Otherwise, I'll make your life miserable in the academy," snorted Xianxia as he turned around and left. Lin Yun could vaguely guess the reason, but he didn't expect that Xianxia would be so direct. Looking at Xianxia's figure, Lin Yun wanted to call out to him, but it was already too late. In the end, Lin Yun could only smile bitterly. Truthfully speaking, there was nothing between him and Lu Yunyan. It was practically an uncalled-for disaster because he had offended someone like Xianxia due to a misunderstanding. "Deacon Lin." A youth walked towards Lin Yun with a smile. You know me? Asked Lin Yun. I coincidentally witnessed how you humiliated Mo Feng before Mo Ling before the Imperial Study Hall. I'm also a guest deacon like yourself. My name is Gong Ming, smiled the youth. Lin Yun instantly knew why Gong Ming would call him Deacon Lin. So it turns out that they were both guest deacons. This instantly brought their relationship closer. Greetings, Deacon Gong, replied Lin Yun. No need for such courtesy. After all, we're both guest deacons. I'll just call you Brother Lin. You're really in a mess. Not only did you offend Mo Ling, but you've even provoked Yang Xiong, smiled Gong Ming. Yang Xiong's strength is terrifying, and he is ranked 11th among core disciples. How many core disciples are there in the academy? About 100. Unlike other sects, the academy emphasizes spiritual runes. The disciples may not have a high cultivation, but their attainments in spiritual runes are extremely powerful. Speaking of which, Yang Xiong was indeed impressive. There were tens of thousands of disciples in the academy, but there were only about 100 core disciples. So they must be elites among elites, and Yang Xiong was impressive since he could make it into the 11th spot. No wonder he was so arrogant. That fellow has been infatuated with Lu Yunyan for a long time. He's also been rejected by Lu Yunyan several times, but he still attacks anyone who tries to get close to her. Many people have been taught a terrible lesson, explained Gong Ming. No one cares about his actions? Wondered Lin Yun. Who can do anything about it? No one aside from the top 10 can do anything about him. This is why everyone in the academy is afraid of him, explained Gong Ming with a grave expression. So you have to be cautious. He's a ruthless person. Understood, smiled Lin Yun. Lin Yun wasn't afraid of Yang Xiong and he wouldn't offend anyone who didn't provoke him. But if they were unreasonable, then he couldn't be blamed for being impolite. Collecting his thoughts, Lin Yun smiled. Brother Gong, you're more familiar than me in the academy. Can we learn spiritual runes here? You can learn them at the Night Cloud Hall. They have a lecturer that guides disciples every day in spiritual runes, smiled Gong Ming. Speaking of which, I'm heading there right now. We can go together if you don't mind. I naturally don't. Lin Yun naturally wouldn't reject Gong Ming's offer. The academy was rather elegant, and the buildings were clearly decorated meticulously. With Gong Ming leading the way, they both reached the Night Cloud Hall quickly. The Night Cloud Hall had a spacious empty ground. There weren't any constructs around and many disciples were seated on mats. There was a stone platform at the center for lecturers. There are quite a lot of people around here. I wonder who the lecturer is today. Gong Ming looked around and he said, Let's find a place quickly. Right at this moment, a joyful voice called out to Lin Yun. It was Bai Yi, which was a pleasant surprise. Brother Gong, I'll head over there first, smiled Lin Yun. Gong Ming casually nodded his head, but he soon found something amiss and turned his head over. If he remembered correctly, that place belonged to Gu Tang, who was a ferocious figure even among inner disciples. But before he could give Lin Yun a warning, he noticed that Lin Yun had already sat down. In the end, Gong Ming could only smile bitterly as he hoped that Gu Tang wouldn't be here today. But clearly, Lin Yun was unlucky as many people turned to look at Lin Yun with a playful gaze. You're in the wrong seat, a voice sounded out. When Lin Yun turned his head over, he saw a purple-clothed youth looking at him coldly. Sorry about that. I'll go somewhere else then. Lin Yun was new here, so he naturally didn't know about the rules. You come and go as you wish. Interesting. No one dared to sit in my position, but since you dared to dirty my mat, then clean it with your tongue, said the youth coldly. Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at the youth. It looks like no one wanted to be friendly to him here in the academy. Did they really think that he was a pushover? Brother Gu, don't be mad. This is Lin Yun and he's a new guest deacon. He doesn't know the rules here. I'll bring him away immediately, said Gong Ming as he quickly came over. He pulled Lin Yun and whispered, Brother Lin, don't offend this person. Gu Tang has been promoted to a core disciple, so he currently has the highest attainments in spiritual runes among the inner disciples. He's already a pinnacle second-grade spiritualist. His elder brother is Gu Feng, a core disciple. And look what we have here. Does trash like you hold any position to speak? Gutang looked at Gong Ming. His words instantly made Gong Ming's face sink as Gong Ming's lips twitched. He was naturally unhappy that he was insulted publicly. But when he thought of Gutang's identity, he ultimately swallowed his anger. Get lost. I can't be bothered with you. Gutang had no intention of letting Gong Ming off and gave him a slap. His slap was ruthless and he had fully unleashed his cultivation in the pinnacle lesser Yin stage. If Gong Ming was hit by this attack carelessly, he would definitely be in a terrible state. But just when Gutang's hand was about to slap Gong Ming, Gutang's hand was grabbed in mid-air. No matter how Gutang struggled, he couldn't break free from the grab. You're really ruthless. Don't you have parents that taught you manners? Lin Yun said this with a faint smile, but his gaze was cold. When everyone saw this scene, they all looked at Lin Yun with disbelief. They couldn't believe that the new kid dared to offend Gutang. Gutang was in the pinnacle lesser Yin stage and a pinnacle second-grade spiritualist. He would soon become a core disciple. Right now, he was the strongest among the inner disciples. Gutang struggled, but when he realized that he couldn't break free from Lin Yun's grab, he smiled eerily. I never imagined that you would be the first to retaliate. Great. Now I don't have to explain anything to the elders. He was arrogant and confident that Lin Yun had given him an excuse to attack. Senior brother Gutang, don't take it too far. Anyone can sit on the mats and there's no fixed position. If you dare to touch big brother Lin, big sister Yunyan won't let you off, said Bai Yi as she puffed her cheeks. Lu Yunyan? And here I was wondering where a small guest deacon got such arrogance from. So it's Lu Yunyan. But Lu Yunyan doesn't frighten me, smiled Gutang sinisterly. Just when he was about to unleash his origin energy, a cold bark instantly stopped him. Stop! A terrifying aura also swept over that instantly enveloped the entire place, causing everyone's faces to turn pale. There was no doubt that the lecturer today was powerful. When everyone saw the newcomer, they all had joy on their faces. Senior Sister Mo. Mo Ling was a famous figure in the academy, and she was the only core disciple who grasped a divine ability. Therefore, many elders placed great importance in her. When Lin Yun saw this scene, he smiled bitterly because he knew that he couldn't deal with this fellow today. But when he looked at Gutang's expression, Gutang's face was also ugly. Clearly, he was grumbling that Mo Ling came at the wrong time. He was feeling vexed that he would have to explain things to Mo Ling, but Mo Ling didn't even look at him. Instead, Mo Ling looked at Lin Yun coldly. Deacon Lin's temper is rather impressive. Are you trying to teach an elite inner disciple of my academy a lesson? Can it be that you've disregarded me? Mo Ling didn't see what happened previously because she just arrived a few seconds ago. She only saw Lin Yun holding onto Gutang's wrist. So it made sense that she said those words. Lin Yun wanted to explain, but it looked like Mo Ling was on the verge of flaring up. He knew that she would think that he was trying to find an excuse if he tried to explain himself, which would cause her to attack him. So Lin Yun had to be cautious or else there would be a fight between him and Mo Ling, senior sister. You must be joking. Who dares to ignore your existence? I'm just playing with junior brother Gutang here, right? Lin Yun smiled as he loosened his grip on Gutang's wrist. Gutang's face was ugly. Who was Lin Yun to teach him a lesson? If Mo Ling hadn't come, he would have already taught Lin Yun a lesson by now. But since Lin Yun already said those words, there was no way he could act against Lin Yun before Mo Ling. He smiled helplessly. Senior Sister Mo, we were indeed playing around. Good then. All of you sit down, snorted Mo Ling coldly. Gutang's face was ugly, but just when he was about to sit down, he saw Lin Yun sitting down on his mat. Sorry about that. This place is mine now, smiled Lin Yun. Just you wait. Gutang turned around and looked for another mat. There was without a doubt that Lin Yun had won this battle, which left many inner disciples shocked. No one expected that a guest deacon would be so arrogant, completely disregarding Gutang. But everyone's attention was soon attracted by Mo Ling. After all, it was rare for Mo Ling to give a lecture herself. After everyone calmed down, Mo Ling spoke out. I'll be explaining the origin of spiritual runes. In primordial times, There was a saint who comprehended heavenly Tao and created the mysterious Tao runes. Tao runes were rumored to be powerful, and just one of them could change heaven and earth. But it's hard to practice Tao runes, and the talent you need is unimaginable. So it was hard for it to be passed down. So gradually Tao runes were lost. But a wise sage comprehended divine runes from Tao runes. Divine runes were weaker than Tao runes because they were more simplified. So divine runes were soon spread out. Then, a great war broke out that destroyed many divine runes' inheritance. So you can barely find any divine runes now. But fortunately, in the ancient Golden Age, our predecessors comprehended spiritual runes that were easier to grasp. During that time, spiritual runes were developed to the pinnacle. Even when the Golden Age was destroyed, the legacy of spiritual runes were still left behind. Tao runes, divine runes, and spiritual runes. Lin Yun was familiar with spiritual runes, and things began to clear up for him with Mo Ling's explanation. He was gaining a deeper comprehension into spiritual runes. Spiritual runes are still commonly used today to refine artifacts, refine pellets, fight enemies, and create puppets. Spiritual runes contain the Tao in the world, and it's not any weaker than martial cultivators. So much so that you can even kill someone above your cultivation, said Mo Ling. That powerful? Muttered Lin Yun to himself. He could barely believe that spiritual runes weren't any weaker than martial cultivation, but it was a little dramatic to say that you could kill someone above your cultivation. Although Lin Yun was muttering to himself, his words were heard by everyone present. With that, everyone turned to look at Lin Yun. Student Lin Yun, you seem to have some opinions about my words. Why don't you give it a try and see if it's powerful? Mo Ling also looked at Lin Yun. Lin Yun smiled bitterly at Mo Ling's words. He didn't mean it that way. It was just that he had his doubts. As for fighting Mo Ling, he still had some concerns. After all, Mo Ling was ranked in the top 3 among the core disciples, and she even gasped a divine ability. Lin Yun wasn't confident about defeating her. But that wasn't anything embarrassing. After all, they weren't in the same cultivation and age. Additionally, their foundation was also different. But it would be embarrassing if he was taught a lesson by Mo Ling publicly. I don't have any. Your words have allowed me to benefit greatly, smiled Lin Yun. Now that Mo Ling had no reason to act against Lin Yun, she rolled her eyes and continued. I'm proficient in using spiritual runes to attack, so I'll be talking about using spiritual runes to attack. Compared to refining artifacts, refining pellets, and creating spiritual arrays, using spiritual runes to attack was more tempting. Big brother Lin, you seem to be afraid of senior sister Mo? Bai chuckled as she rarely saw Lin Yun so sunken. What the hell are you talking about? Laughed Lin Yun as he knocked on Bai's head. Listen, Mo Ling was someone who grasped a divine ability, and Lin Yun wasn't a masochist. He knew when to be arrogant and when to keep his tail between his legs. There are many ways to attack with spiritual runes, and the easiest way is to attack directly, said Mo Ling as she flicked out her finger to create a spiritual rune. She unleashed a second-grade fire spiritual rune, which was blazing hot the moment it appeared. If you're proficient in them, you can even add your own thoughts to them. Like this, for example, said Mo Ling as her fingers began to change, creating several more fire spiritual runes that combined together. When the 9 spiritual runes overlapped, they turned into a fire dragon that was 10 feet in length. The dragon stood above everyone's head as it released a blazing heat. The power made many people tremble out of fear that the dragon would attack them. With that, the entire place plunged into a little chaos. The power of the spiritual runes also made Lin Yun's face change because this dragon could heavily injure a lesser stage cultivator. To think that it was something that Mo Ling had created so casually. Or this, said Mo Ling as a beam shot out from her eyes. At the same time, she also released her powerful aura. When she began to form seals with her hands, dozens of spiritual runes were being created behind her. For a split second, the sky turned dark and a wild gale blew strongly, making it hard for everyone to keep their eyes open. There were also flames that illuminated Mo Ling's face. She was using spiritual runes of 4 different attributes: wind, fire, thunder, and cloud. When Lin Yun saw the spiritual runes behind her clearly, he couldn't hide his shock. Mo Ling was not simple, and the aura she was giving off made everyone shocked. The strength she displayed showed everyone why she was standing on the stage. Many people's eyes lit up as they looked at Mo Ling with their gazes burning. Even Gu Teng clenched his fists together. "Admirable," muttered Lin Yun as he was convinced by Mo Ling's strength. He could also create second-grade spiritual runes, but he could only imprint them on pellets and not use them for battle. So what he saw today made him realize that he still had a long way to go. Senior Sister is powerful. Holy shit. Senior Sister Mo really is the best. The disciples began to cheer when the phenomenon began to disappear. Mo Ling revealed a smile as it wasn't easy getting everyone's focus. When she looked at Lin Yun, she saw Lin Yun sit upright, more focused than anyone else. She instantly felt that Lin Yun was acting. She still couldn't forget how arrogant Lin Yun was towards her 3 days ago, so she naturally didn't believe that Lin Yun was here to listen seriously. Retracting her gaze, Mo Ling spoke out, "These are just the basics. Other lecturers talk about them normally, so I won't repeat it again. Today, I'm here to show you guys the true power of spiritualists, spiritual diagrams." Her words instantly gave everyone a grave expression while excitement filled their eyes. They were clearly interested in spiritual diagrams. Spiritual diagrams? Lin Yun's focus also became unprecedented as he looked at Mo Ling retrieving a painting out of her interspatial pouch. When Mo Ling unfolded it before everyone, the painting was painted with a sea of flames that seemed as if it could incinerate everything. When Lin Yun saw the painting, his eyes lit up. He could tell that the spiritual runes had perfectly intertwined together without any flaws. The strongest spiritual rune in it was just a second-grade spiritual jade. But the aura it was giving off could even injure a greater stage expert. This was similar to the painting he had where the tiger paw crushed the mountain, except that it was a lot stronger. But there was also a possibility that this was because Mo Ling had created this. After all, Lin Yun wasn't even in the Violet Palace realm when he grasped the painting, and he was only a second-grade spiritualist. On the other hand, Mo Ling was a pinnacle third-grade spiritualist. Today, I'll be teaching you guys how to draw the famous infernal mountain and river painting of our academy, said Mo Ling. Someone doubted if spiritual runes could be used to kill previously. With spiritual runes, I once killed a Violet Palace realm elite when I was only in the profound martial realm. So learn well. If you guys can grasp the essence of this painting, you can also kill opponents stronger than you. The Heavenly Province Academy was famous for their spiritual runes in the Nether Prefecture. Their cultivation might be weaker than the other quasi-overlord forces, but Mo Ling's words gave everyone encouragement. Don't get distracted during my explanation. I'll pick a few of you to draw them on the stage. If I'm not satisfied with them, I'll be handing down punishments, said Mo Ling with a smile as she glanced at Lin Yun. This made Lin Yun smile bitterly because it seemed that Mo Ling was targeting him. Leaving Mo Ling's thoughts aside, Lin Yun was greatly interested in the infernal mountain and river painting. He was familiar with spiritual diagrams. The Azure transcript was filled with spiritual diagrams, and he also had formed one within his body. He knew its power was terrifying from his first-hand experience. Lin Yun believed what Mo Ling said about her defeating a Violet Palace realm cultivator when she was only in the profound martial realm. He could already do that with his painting, not to mention the infernal mountain and river painting. The infernal mountain and river painting is formed with fire spiritual runes, which involve 108 elementary spiritual runes, 68 first-grade spiritual runes, and 18 second-grade spiritual runes. This painting is complicated, and it can be ranked among the top 100 spiritual diagrams, explained Mo Ling. As she began her lecture, she also accepted questions along the way and answered them. Then again, this wasn't their first time learning spiritual diagrams, so their questions were rather professional. But even so, most of them had their eyebrows frowned. Clearly, the infernal mountain and river painting wasn't easy. Despite Mo Ling's explanation, it was impossible for them to succeed instantly. Meanwhile, Lin Yun fell into deep thought as it didn't seem as hard as he imagined it would be. Since he had experience creating a painting previously, it was rather easy for him to understand. The only trouble was that he wasn't familiar with the fire spiritual runes because he never came in contact with them before, so he could only focus on trying to remember them. Don't look down on the elementary spiritual runes. They're crucial for the infernal mountain and river painting to exhibit its full power. Every spiritual diagram has a life in it. The essence in it isn't violence or dominance, but freedom. Lin Yun acknowledged Mo Ling's explanation. The essence of this painting was like fire raining down from the sky to form a river. After a brief explanation, Mo Ling stored the painting and she took out a brush along with a blank painting. Now, I'll demonstrate how to create the infernal mountain and river painting. Then, Mo Ling started to draw the painting. When she held onto the brush, her temperament had undergone a drastic change. She began to release her origin energy along with an invisible pressure. Her strokes were powerful and she completed the 108 elementary spiritual runes without any stopping. Everything flowed smoothly. When she was done with the elementary spiritual runes, a blazing heat wave suddenly swept through the entire night cloud hall. Lin Yun also wore a grave expression as he memorized the brushstrokes. 10 breaths time later, 68 first-grade spiritual runes were added to the painting. The spiritual runes intertwined and the outline of a painting appeared before everyone. This caused an exclamation among the audience because the speed of creation was unbelievable. Just when everyone exclaimed, Lin Yun frowned his brows because he could sense that the painting was lacking something. It wasn't because Mo Ling was lacking, but the painting itself was lacking something. Since Lin Yun was a perfectionist, this discovery made him feel butterflies in his stomach. But he couldn't find out where the flaw was. 15 minutes later, a complete infernal mountain and river painting appeared before everyone. The painting was dazzling and it looked like an ancient beast. If one looked at the painting clearly, they could see the flames flowing down like a river. Mo Ling's attainments in spiritual runes have improved by quite a bit. This should be the limit of the infernal mountain and river painting. I bet that even the creator couldn't create a stronger version. She's truly worthy of being a monstrous genius that grasped a divine ability. The elders nodded their heads as they watched from the side. Mo Ling smiled at the painting before her with satisfaction on her face. But when she turned around, she returned to her indifferent self. Waving her hand to store the painting, Mo Ling swept her gaze out. Like I previously said, I'm going to pick a few of you to draw this. Who's willing to stand out? The one with the worst result will undergo a punishment. Naturally, the best one will also receive a reward. As for the reward, let's go with this infernal mountain and river painting in my hand. Her words instantly drew cheers from the surroundings. After all, it was a painting that Mo Ling drew herself. Just her name alone would make this painting worth a lot. I'm willing to give it a try. Gutang stood up and looked at Mo Ling. I hope that senior sister can give me a chance. I heard that you'll go through the core disciple test soon. I'll take this opportunity to test you then. Mo Ling nodded at Gutang with approval. I won't disappoint you. Gutang had excitement on his face because this was a rare opportunity for him to showcase his talents. If he could impress Mo Ling, he would be able to leave a deep impression on her. So much so that he might even be able to take it a step further. Mo Ling swept her gaze out calmly. Anyone else? Me too. Me 3. Senior sister. I'm willing to give it a try as well. Many people were willing to stand out to impress Mo Ling. The infernal mountain and river painting might be hard, but this wasn't their first time learning it. Naturally, they had some confidence in it. Looking at this scene, Lin Yun wore a smile because these people were rather confident in themselves. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't find the flaw of this painting, he also wouldn't mind going on the stage. It didn't take long for Mo Ling to choose 8 people. When the 8 were chosen, the surroundings finally calmed down. After all, the infernal mountain and river painting wasn't easy, and they would embarrass themselves if they performed poorly. Furthermore, no one felt that they could win with Gutang around. I see that you're rather confident. Why don't you come up and give it a try? Mo Ling looked at Lin Yun. Me? Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he smiled bitterly. Mo Ling was rather ruthless. She knew that this was his first time here, yet she still picked on him. Senior sister, let's not make things difficult for Deacon Lin. After all, it'll be embarrassing if he drew a tortoise, smiled Gutang. His words also caused a commotion in the surroundings. Senior sister Mo, are you sure you want to call on me? Asked Lin Yun calmly. Of course. Who else would I call on? I've long heard of your name, Flower Burial. Since you think that you're talented, why don't you let me have a look at your talent? Smiled Mo Ling with a sly light in her eyes. Wasn't Lin Yun too arrogant? She wanted to see if he could still smile later. At the same time, her words instantly caused everyone to wear a playful expression. They could all hear the hidden meaning in Mo Ling's words. Clearly, she had a grudge with Lin Yun and was currently getting revenge. At the same time, they were all shocked that a guest deacon, who had just arrived, actually offended Mo Ling. They all felt that Lin Yun would definitely suffer today. After all, Mo Ling did say that the one who did the worst would receive a punishment. Everyone looked at Lin Yun. Even Gong Ming shook his head lightly with a helpless smile. He knew that Lin Yun would have a tough time getting out of this mess today. All right, I'll let you have a look then, smiled Lin Yun as he stood up. It wasn't his personality to cower when someone challenged him. His words also caused everyone to become silent as they all felt that Lin Yun was arrogant to say such words to Mo Ling. Who the hell do you think you are to speak to senior sister in this manner? Barked Gutang. Who the hell is a bastard like you to interfere in my matters? Smiled Lin Yun coldly as he looked at Gutang. Not only did Mo Ling try to make things difficult for him, but even Gutang stood out. He might be fearful of Mo Ling, but he definitely did not fear Gutang. If Mo Ling hadn't interrupted previously, Lin Yun would have trampled on Gutang. Lin Yun's words instantly made everyone suck in a cold breath as they looked at Lin Yun with shock. You! Gutang pointed at Lin Yun furiously. He couldn't accept the fact that a mere deacon dared to insult him. What are you? You've never been insulted in the past? She hasn't even said anything, but a dog like you came running out to be whipped. What's the matter? Do you think that a toad like you can catch a swan? Stop dreaming. A bastard like you is nothing, mocked Lin Yun. Everyone knew that Gutang had thoughts about Mo Ling, but no one dared to say anything about it. But Lin Yun had pointed it out and even mocked Gutang about it. This instantly forced everyone to suppress their laughter. At the same time, their gazes changed as they looked at Lin Yun. Regardless of Lin Yun's strength, he had a ruthless mouth. Gutang had insulted him once, but he repeatedly insulted Gutang. Gutang was furious and he wanted to slaughter Lin Yun at this second. But just when he was about to attack, a bark sounded out. Stop! Mo Ling looked at Lin Yun coldly. What a ruthless mouth you got there, but I wonder if you have the ability to back it up. If you can't satisfy me, then don't blame me for being impolite. Senior sister is right. I'll let you embarrass yourself on the stage openly, said Gutang as he walked up the stage. The 8 disciples first went on the stage. With that, the atmosphere suddenly became intense. No one had imagined that a small test would be so serious. First, Mo Ling purposely tried to make things difficult for Lin Yun. Then, Gutang mocked Lin Yun publicly. An ordinary disciple would have sucked it up, but Lin Yun didn't. He refuted Mo Ling's words before humiliating Gutang. Neither Mo Ling nor Gutang were people who could be messed with, but Lin Yun had offended them anyway. This intrigued everyone as they looked at Lin Yun with expectation. If Lin Yun couldn't get through this crisis, then he would be in deep trouble. Are you not coming up? Mo Lin looked at Lin Yun coldly. Coming? Smiled Lin Yun as he went up. Go for it, big brother Lin. Bai bit on her lips nervously as she looked at Lin Yun's back figure. She knew that the situation wasn't optimistic for Lin Yun. As Lin Yun walked towards the stage slowly, he could hear the mocking of the crowd. He's really bold. This is interesting now. I heard that this is his first time listening. I wonder how he'll fix the situation later. Senior sister Mo probably won't do anything serious. At most, she'll only teach him a lesson, but he's doomed by offending Gutang. Let's just watch. Lin Yun went on the stage and stood with the other 8 disciples. Each of them had an empty canvas placed on their desk with a brush. Lin Yun held onto the brush and toyed with it briefly. The brush was more exquisite than the one he used in the past, so it was easier to control. "Is there a problem with the brush?" asked Mo Ling. "It's fine," smiled Lin Yun. "You're really confident. I'll see if you can still smile later." Taking a deep breath, Mo Ling spoke out, "Let's get started." She stood from a distance away, leaving only the 9 of them on the stage. Gu Tong and the rest unfolded the canvas and started pouring their origin energy into the brush to start inscribing spiritual runes. Everyone could tell that they were experienced and that they weren't strangers to the infernal mountain and river painting. Lin Yun spun the brush in his hand as he unfolded the canvas as well. However, he wasn't in a hurry as he closed his eyes. Time passed quickly and 15 minutes were already up. The 8 other disciples had already completed hundreds of elementary spiritual runes. When they were done, their paintings emitted a blazing heat. Gu Tong had already completed dozens of first-grade spiritual runes and his runes were flickering on his painting. When Mo Ling saw this from afar, she nodded her head in acknowledgement. He was the strongest among the 8. As for Lin Yun, he still remained standing with his eyes closed. "Senior brother Gu is really fast. The rest aren't bad either. But senior brother Gu is really fast. Senior brother Gu can already produce the infernal mountain and river painting with 70% spiritual rhyme in it. Lin Yun really courted death by daring to act so arrogantly. Look, Lin Yun isn't moving. Haha. He's probably afraid." Many people wore smiles on their faces as they looked at Lin Yun. Gu Teng also peeked at Lin Yun. When he saw that Lin Yun wasn't moving, disdain spread across his face. In an instant, Lin Yun was exposed as trash. Even if he did draw later, he would probably draw a tortoise on the painting. Gu Teng returned to his painting and became even more unrestrained in his painting. His goal wasn't only to humiliate Lin Yun, but to leave a deep impression on Mo Ling. Without a doubt, everyone's attention was slowly being attracted to him. Right at this moment, Lin Yun opened his eyes. He had finally figured out the solution for the problem he noticed previously. When he opened his eyes, a ferocious gale blew past him in the blink of an eye. No one had noticed it aside from Mo Ling. But even Mo Ling was only slightly surprised before she placed her attention elsewhere. "Let's get started," smiled Lin Yun as he focused. He started mixing age energy with his origin energy to inscribe the elementary spiritual runes. Although this was the first time he was drawing them, they were imprinted in his mind from Mo Ling's performance. In just a short moment, he completed the 108 elementary spiritual runes. When Lin Yun looked at the spiritual runes, he was satisfied with them. It looks like he didn't forget what he learned in the past. The next step was the first-grade spiritual runes. He had completely memorized Mo Ling's every action and how to draw them. His actions seemed familiar. Mo Ling looked at Lin Yun with perplexity. She felt that Lin Yun's actions were familiar, but she couldn't recall them. However, if anyone looked at Lin Yun's actions carefully, they would notice that Lin Yun's style was completely the same as Mo Ling. This might be the first time Lin Yun was inscribing this painting, but he had photographic memory. Furthermore, his understanding in spiritual runes also far exceeded ordinary people. He had already made a painting in the past, so he relied on his monstrous talent to copy Mo Ling's style. Right at this moment, a blazing radiance shone on the stage as Gu Tong completed his painting. He slowly placed his brush down and admired his painting. He was satisfied with it because this painting had 80% spiritual rhyme in it. It didn't take long for everyone else to finish their paintings. Of course, this excluded Lin Yun. He was currently inscribing the second-grade spiritual runes. Compared to first-grade spiritual runes, the second-grade spiritual runes were more complex. He had to be patient with them or the painting would be destroyed. Gu Tong looked at Lin Yun curiously, and he couldn't help laughing out loud. Lin Yun's painting was a mess and there was no beauty in it at all. He laughed. "Deacon Lin, I'm really impressed by how you draw like a dog using its paw. I really overestimated you to think that you could draw a tortoise." When the other disciples looked at Lin Yun's painting, they also couldn't help laughing. How was that a spiritual diagram? When the disciples on the stage laughed, this made the audience beneath the stage curious. What's Lin Yun doing? Why are they laughing? Do you even need to guess? He already said dog's paw. Just imagine how a dog draws using its paw. Oh, ah ha 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 ha. But I'm really curious to see what he drew. The atmosphere suddenly became joyous as everyone waited to see Lin Yun's painting. Time's up. Mo Ling came over. Show your paintings to everyone. Gu Tong and the rest nodded their heads as they formed seals with their hands and their paintings began to float in the sky. With that, 8 infernal mountain and river paintings appeared before everyone. 80% spiritual rhyme. Senior Brother Gu is really impressive. He's truly worthy of being the strongest in the inner sect. He can already complete such a feat when he's only a second-grade spiritualist. The audience exclaimed at Gu Tang's painting that was clearly better than everyone else's. Hearing everyone's praises, Gu Tang became smug. He turned to Lin Yun and spoke with disdain. Deacon Lin, you can cut it out now. You'll lose anyway. Why don't you show your painting for everyone to see? Mo Ling frowned her brows. She could tell that this was Lin Yun's first time coming in contact with the infernal mountain and river painting. The painting might be ugly, but the spiritual runes were all right. It wasn't easy for Lin Yun to achieve this, so he had already exceeded her expectations. Lin Yun was truly talented. No need. Gu Tang wins for this little test, said Mo Ling as she decided to help Lin Yun maintain some dignity. I don't think so. Lin Yun raised his brow. When his painting floated in the air, the last spiritual rune flashed. When that spiritual rune flashed, all the other spiritual runes that seemed to be in a mess also came to life. When that spiritual rune filled the entire painting, a dazzling golden radiance emitted out along with a terrifying aura. The infernal mountain and river painting completed by Lin Yun was swiftly rising in aura. 30%, 40%, 50%, 60% spiritual rhyme. The other paintings couldn't resist the aura coming from Lin Yun's painting and shattered. Lin Yun's painting floated on the stage like a king, and it was the only painting remaining on the stage. 100% spiritual rhyme. Everyone was shocked as they looked at the infernal mountain and river painting. The last spiritual rune was a wind-attributed spiritual rune. He added it into the painting based on his own understanding of spiritual runes. On the other side, Gu Tang was completely dumbfounded. The painting that was a mess had suddenly become so powerful. Sorry about that, Senior Sister Mo. I embarrassed myself in my first attempt, said Lin Yun with a smile. He didn't believe that Mo Ling could find a problem in his painting because his painting had surpassed the infernal mountain and river painting itself. Everyone kept their silence as they were shocked. Mo Ling looked at Lin Yun for a long time before she gnashed her teeth. Is this really your first time seeing the infernal mountain and river painting? Of course it's my first time. Otherwise, how can I let Senior Sister Mo take a look at my ability and make me feel ashamed? Lin Yun stored his painting and continued. I'm new here and I might be unfamiliar with the rules, but that doesn't mean I'm a pushover. Lin Yun's words left everyone shocked. If this was Lin Yun's first time seeing the infernal mountain and river painting, then it would be too shocking. Not only was the painting perfect, but he even added a wind spiritual rune. In the Academy's history, there weren't more than 5 individuals with such monstrous talent. Many geniuses could tell the flaw in the infernal mountain and river painting, but none of them could fill the flaw. Even Mo Ling wasn't able to do it. A spiritual diagram was created with hundreds of spiritual runes linking together. So even the slightest mistake could destroy the entire painting, not to mention adding a spiritual rune to it. This was the reason why everyone felt that this was unbelievable. How could Lin Yun accomplish this when he only just saw the infernal mountain and river painting for the first time? Even Gu Tang, who wanted to embarrass Lin Yun on the stage, wore an ugly face. Lin Yun's painting was a resounding slap to his face. How is this possible? This is definitely not your first time seeing the infernal mountain and river painting. Gu Tang barked at Lin Yun with his face turning red. That's enough. Mo Ling looked at Gu Tang coldly. She continued. This is indeed his first time seeing the infernal mountain and river painting, and I can be sure of that. Flower Burial, you've really impressed me. Everyone sucked in a cold breath when they heard that. That was too unbelievable, but they had no choice. but to believe it since Mo Ling verified it. Lin Yun was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that this woman, who tried to make things difficult for him, would be so honest. He smiled. Since that's the case, then what about my reward? Here you go. Mo Ling wanted to throw her painting over, but she was stopped by Lin Yun. I don't want that. Lin Yun tugged his arms together as he looked at Mo Ling with a smile. Do you think that this painting can compare with mine? You. Mo Ling's face turned black. Looking down on her painting before so many people made her furious, and her chest heaved up and down from the anger. Senior sister, I want it, said Gu Tang with expectation. Are you even qualified? Retorted Mo Ling. However, she said that without even looking at Gu Tang. Her refusal left Gu Tang in an awkward position because this was too embarrassing. He had been looked down on by Mo Ling in public. This was all because of Lin Yun. His eyes were filled with killing aura as he glanced at Lin Yun. Then there's no reward since you don't want it. I'll be taking this spiritual diagram first. Come to the Night Cloud Hall tomorrow on time. Or else. Mo Ling waved his hand and gave a threatening glare at Lin Yun. She then took Lin Yun's painting and left. This instantly made Lin Yun smile bitterly in his heart. Not only did he miss his reward, but he even lost his spiritual diagram. He had a perfect performance this time, but he wasn't sure if he could do such a perfect painting again. Originally, Mo Ling's departure should have put a close to this matter. But Mo Ling's words made everyone think. She's ordering Lin Yun to meet tomorrow? Deacon Lin is truly impressive. I've never seen senior sister Mo suffer such a huge loss. Yeah, we can't understand what Deacon Lin drew previously. However, when we think about it, how can you add a wind spiritual rune in it without disrupting the order? Instead, we were laughing at you. How shameful. Sorry for what I said earlier. Everyone else on the stage was filled with admiration for Lin Yun as they cupped their hands. Without a doubt, Lin Yun had displayed his shocking talent. So it was naturally a wise choice for the disciples to create a good relationship with him. Lin Yun didn't think too much about it as he was someone who would treat others how he was treated. Since they were smiling at him, then he would naturally smile back at them. Flower burial, how impressive. Just when everyone was smiling, a piercing voice sounded out. It came from Gu Tang, who had been forgotten by everyone. His face was dark as he gnashed his teeth. Anyone could imagine how furious Gu Tang must be right now. Everyone's faces changed when they saw this scene. Lin Yun's expression was calm because he wasn't interested in the thoughts of someone defeated by him. He simply turned around and left. Stop it, you dog. Gu Tang wore a sinister expression as he continued. If senior sister Mo hadn't interfered, I would have already crippled you. You want to leave after embarrassing me? You must be naive. Facing Gu Tang with his back, Lin Yun's face turned cold with a smirk. Things are getting interesting now. Did Gu Tang really think that he could do anything to him? Lin Yun turned around and smiled. Then I'll take a look and see who's the naive one. I'll stand right here and see how you cripple me. Lin Yun didn't expect trouble after he just resolved one problem. Then again, it wasn't surprising. It would be surprising if Gu Tang let it go given his arrogant character. Previously, Lin Yun had merely sat in his position by mistake. Yet Gu Tang wanted him to lick the seat. Now that he was embarrassed publicly and mocked by Mo Ling, it would be weird if he would let it go so easily. Things aren't going well. Lin Yun might be talented in spiritual runes, but he'll suffer if he fights Gu Tang. One's in the lesser Yin stage while the other in the pinnacle Yin stage. The gap between them is huge. Senior brother Gu is a pinnacle second-grade spiritualist. Lin Yun still shouldn't know how to use spiritual diagrams to attack. Gu Tang is a little too much. He's a sore loser. Many people began to feel worried for Lin Yun. Lin Yun's performance previously had won many people over, and now, Lin Yun was in danger while facing Gu Tang. Gu Tang sneered, "Country bumpkin, you're truly arrogant. Forget it. Let me show you the foundation of a quasi-overlord force." The foundation of a quasi-overlord force? Lin Yun sneered inwardly. Gu Tang might be slightly stronger than Mo Ling's cousin. so the Dragon Tiger Fist wouldn't be able to suppress Gu Tang. But that didn't matter. Before Lin Yun could even think more about it, Gu Tang had already charged over. Gu Tang soared into the sky as he threw a punch-out, Mountain Shatter Fist, pouring his origin energy into his fist. Gu Tang was like a divine weapon that could split a mountain into two. Lin Yun's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. The Mountain Shatter Fist was somewhat familiar, and it seemed somewhat similar to his fist and sword fusion. But there was also a difference because Gu Tang's fist technique seemed to be comprehended from an ancient divine artifact. Lin Yun's competitive spirit was aroused as he suppressed the thoughts to draw his sword. Along with a dragon and tiger's roar, Lin Yun faced Gu Tang head-on with his fist. The two clashed together in the sky as they barraged their opponent with punches. The rumbling collision made the entire ground tremble. This made everyone's faces change as they quickly retreated. The two were simply too quick. Right at this moment, a figure was sent flying away. When that figure landed on the ground, he had blood dripping down from his lips. It was Lin Yun. It seemed like Gu Tang's foundation was truly impressive. Not bad, smiled Lin Yun as he wiped the blood off his lips. His injuries weren't serious, but he had to admit that the Dragon Tiger Fist was lacking in comparison. You're courting death. Gu Tang's eyes flashed with ferocity. He didn't know where Lin Yun got his confidence from after being sent flying in 50 punches. With his aura rising to the peak, he charged over like a bolt of lightning. Kneel! His attack instantly caused a commotion and everyone's faces changed. Gu Tang's Mountain Shatter Fist had clearly reached complete mastery. He was truly worthy of being the strongest among the inner disciple. But right at this moment, a sword buzz rang out as a sword appeared in Lin Yun's hand that pointed at the center of Gu Tang's brows. It looked as if Gu Tang had delivered himself to Lin Yun. At the same time, Gu Tang's aura had dropped to rock bottom from this abnormal scene. Only Gu Tang knew that Lin Yun had found the flaw in his attack. He cursed inwardly as he quickly retreated. But before he even landed on the ground, he charged forward like a bolt of lightning. But a similar scene appeared once more. Whenever Gu Tang approached, the sword would point at the center of his eyebrows. Gu Tang had gathered all his strength, but he couldn't unleash it at all. This made Gu Tang's face red as he heartbeat wildly. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with reluctance, but he had no choice but to retreat. Looking at Lin Yun's playful gaze, Gu Tang spread his arms apart. While he was in mid-air, spiritual runes began to appear around him along with a terrifying aura like a ferocious beast. Spiritual diagram? Lin Yun's eyes blazed with fighting spirit as the flower burial sword trembled in excitement. He could finally see how the Heavenly Province Academy's disciples attacked with spiritual runes. Raising his eyebrow, Lin Yun wore a smile on his face. He just hoped that he wouldn't be disappointed. Gu Tang, who was hovering in the sky, started to emit a terrifying aura. It was impossible to fly in the sky without reaching the Heavenly Soul Realm, but hovering in the sky shortly was possible. But the reason why Gu Tang could do it probably had something to do with the spiritual runes around him. Standing in the sky, Gu Tang looked down at Lin Yun. You're somewhat capable since you can force me this far, but you still don't understand the power of a quasi-overlord force. Gu Tang was already enraged after he was forced back time and time again by Lin Yun. He no longer decided to charge forward as his hands began to change. Along with his hand signs, the spiritual runes around him were slowly appearing along with blazing flames. That's the infernal mountain and river painting, the other disciples exclaimed. The infernal mountain and river painting was an extremely powerful spiritual diagram among second grades. After all, Mo Ling could defeat a Violet Palace realm opponent with it while she was in the profound martial realm. This is the end. Gu Tang laughed as the spiritual runes intertwined and formed a painting. In the next second, a flaming river of 100 feet came pouring down at Lin Yun. The power coming from it could even injure someone in the greater Yin stage, so it would be difficult for Lin Yun to deal with it if he didn't have any sword intent. Furthermore, this was only a second-grade spiritual diagram. If it was a third-grade spiritual diagram, how powerful would it be? What about the mysterious divine ability then? The Heavenly Province Academy's foundation was truly deep, and they were worthy of being known as a quasi-overlord force. But the infernal mountain and river painting created by Gutang was still lacking. Just when the Sea of Flames were about to devour Lin Yun unleashed his Xiantian sword intent that rang in everyone's ears. This made everyone stand up from their seats with shock in their eyes. This was their first time witnessing the complete Xiantian sword intent. When Lin Yun brought out his Xiantian sword intent, he was so dazzling that no one could look at him straight. Within Lin Yun's violet palace, the iris flower bloomed and filled his body with origin energy. Luminous moon! Lin Yun roared and he slashed his sword down. The silvery ray quickly condensed into a bright moon and came crashing down. The radiance was too dazzling, and no one could imagine what horrifying talent in sword Dao was needed to create such a phenomenon. Under Lin Yun's sword, the Sea of Flames collapsed in an instant and Lin Yun came out unscathed. Xiantian sword intent. Gutang's eyes radiated with shock before he roared, "Condense!" The fire spiritual runes began to gather together and formed into the infernal mountain and river painting once more. This time, the painting seemed to be even stronger. Myriad frost. Lin Yun shook his wrist and stabbed the flower burial sword at Gutang. The flower burial sword began to emit a terrifying chill, and everything within the sword's path was frozen solid. Before the fire spiritual runes could gather together completely, they were frozen at the crucial moment. With another roar, Lin Yun swung his sword out and the frozen flames began to collapse. Standing in the sky, Gutang threw up a mouthful of blood with his face pale. When he looked at the disdain in Lin Yun's eyes, his eyes blazed with rage. "Screw you!" The origin energy fluctuation coming from Gutang was shocking as he charged at Lin Yun. In just the blink of an eye, Gutang had already arrived before Lin Yun. But just before he could unleash his attack, Lin Yun's flower burial sword was placed at the center of his eyebrows. As long as Lin Yun pushed his sword slightly further, the sword would dig into Gutang's head and Gutang would lose his life. This was the third time Lin Yun did this and all the disciples were shocked. Having all his origin energy pent up within his body, Gutang's pale face turned red. His eyes were bloodshot with deep reluctance in his eyes. "You think you can escape?" Lin Yun smirked as he whipped the flower burial sword on Gutang's face. The slap was resounding and everyone could hear it. Gutang threw up a mouthful of blood as he spun in the air several times before falling down on the ground. When Gutang struggled back on his feet, he looked at Lin Yun with disbelief. Right at this moment he was completely dejected. He no longer had his arrogance from before. "How can it be? I actually lost to a piece of trash who came from the Great Qin Empire. The foundation of a quasi-overlord force? What a joke!" Lin Yun sheathed his sword with mockery and disdain in his eyes. He had humiliated Gutang by sending him flying with a slap, but Gutang deserved it. Lin Yun couldn't be bothered with him initially after Mo Ling left, but Gutang came looking for a beating, so Lin Yun naturally didn't mind stepping on him. "Good luck," said Lin Yun as he turned around. Damn it! Damn it! Gutang's face was grim as he looked at Lin Yun's silhouette while he punched at the ground. The surrounding disciples were quiet because no one had expected this outcome. They never expected that Gutang would lose so terribly even after bringing out his spiritual diagram. Lin Yun's attainment in his sword technique was shocking. Outside the Night Cloud Hall, Gong Ming and Bai Yi both chased after Lin Yun. They both had different gazes. Lin Yun asked, "You two aren't afraid that you'll be implicated in this matter?" Gong Ming scratched his head and smiled. "Brother Lin's strength has shocked me greatly. I can't believe that you're from the Great Qin Empire. But you have to be careful about Gutang's elder brother." Bai Yi also nodded her head in acknowledgement. "Big Brother Lin, Gutang's elder brother is known for being overprotective and he's also famous for being brutal among core disciples. Let's discuss this matter with senior sister Lu. I know that he definitely has the backing to act so arrogant in the inner sect. But since I've decided to take action against him, I've naturally considered that factor. The two of you don't have to be worried for me," smiled Lin Yun. Everyone only had one life and Lin Yun didn't want to live his life filled with grievance. Since he was being bullied, then he naturally had to fight back. The worst outcome would probably be getting kicked out of the academy. But that didn't matter much to Lin Yun. The flower burial sword was a sword that buried both flowers and people alike. The moment he drew the sword for the very first time, he was already destined to be on this road. He would rather bury himself than to live his life with grievance. While Lin Yun chatted with Bai Yi and Gong Ming, a few people were talking about him in the Grace Cloud Hall. The shock brought along by Lin Yun's infernal mountain and river painting was greater than he could have imagined. There were two people studying the infernal mountain and river painting created by Lin Yun. One of them was Mo Ling and the other was naturally Elder Yu Mu. Next to them, Lu Yunyan also had doubt in her eyes. Is this really his first time seeing the infernal mountain and river painting? Yu Mu couldn't conceal the shock in her eyes when she looked at the painting. Lin Yun's monstrous talent was too terrifying and Lin Yun's talent was comparable to some legendary ancestors of their academy. But right now in the ancient southern domain, they probably couldn't find someone whose talent could compare with Lin Yun. Perhaps only in those overlord forces would there be monstrous talents like Lin Yun, but there definitely weren't many. Elder Yu, I can be sure that this is his first time seeing the infernal mountain and river painting. Do you know why? Mo Ling said with a grave expression. Why? Elder Yu was close to the heavenly soul realm, but this still felt too unbelievable to her. This was why she doubted that Lin Yun hadn't seen the infernal mountain and river painting before. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain how Lin Yun could accomplish such a feat in his first try. But Mo Ling said that she was sure this was Lin Yun's first time seeing the infernal mountain and river painting. Not only did this arouse the curiosity of Yu Mu, but also Lu Yunyan. They both wanted to know what made Mo Ling think that. Elder Yu, please look at this wind spiritual rune. Mo Ling pointed her finger at the soul wind spiritual rune in the painting. This is... Yu Mu also felt that this spiritual rune was peculiar, but she couldn't explain it. This is the Cloudgather rune among wind spiritual runes. But at the same time, it doesn't seem like it. That's right. This is indeed the Cloudgather rune. But this is one that I've modified. That means that there was no way he could come in contact with this spiritual rune in the past. So he picked it up on the spot, smiled Mo Ling. Before he drew the infernal mountain and river painting, he closed his eyes for 15 minutes. I believe he must have been recalling back to how I drew the Cloudgather rune. Before Mo Ling began her lecture, she created 5 spiritual runes of different attributes to shock everyone. It made the sky turn dark with a wild gale. Among the 5 spiritual runes was this Cloudgather rune, which meant that Lin Yun had imprinted it in his mind. This? Yu Mu and Lu Yunyan's faces changed with shock when they heard Mo Ling's explanation. It was a little too incredible. Lin Yun had only taken a look to copy a second-grade spiritual rune modified by Mo Ling. So I can be sure that this is his first time seeing the infernal mountain and river painting and that he copied it on the spot. Some of the second-grade spiritual runes even look crude, explained Mo Ling. She was also shocked. Furthermore, the shock she felt was even greater since she had witnessed it on the spot. Actually, that's not the most terrifying part about him, sighed Mo Ling as she looked at the infernal mountain and river painting. What do you mean? Lu Yunyan and Yu Mu's curiosity were both piqued. He copied every spiritual rune on the spot from me, and even the style is the same. But the infernal mountain and river painting created by him is unique. He's someone who doesn't like to follow the path given to him by others. He's someone who wants to walk his own unique path that solely belongs to him. Elder Yu, your attainments in spiritual runes might be stronger than him, but I'm afraid that even you don't dare to add a wind spiritual rune into the infernal mountain and river painting, said Mo Ling after a brief pause. What she said was disrespectful to Elder Yu, but Elder Yu wasn't bothered by it as she smiled bitterly. That's indeed the case. Most spiritualists are like me, walking the path left to us by our predecessors. After all, the path of spiritual runes isn't an easy one, so it's extremely difficult trying to walk our own path. Not to mention modifying the spiritual diagram left to us by our ancestors. Nodding her head, Mo Ling turned to Lu Yunyan. Junior sister Lu, what do you think about him since you've interacted with him the longest? Lu Yunyan was briefly stunned as she recalled what happened back in the Indigo Cloud Lake. She spoke out, He's a person of loyalty, but at the same time he's also a petty person. He'll definitely take revenge on anyone who steps on his tail, and he definitely won't go easy on them. Lu Yunyan paused briefly before she spoke with a grave expression. I know that he knows some spiritual runes, but even I'm surprised that he has such talent in spiritual runes. As for what senior sister said about him not wanting to confine himself in the path of others, I can confirm that since his aquaselenic sword has reached the manifestation stage. Both Mo Ling and Mu Yu were shocked when they heard that. To be able to train his sword technique to the manifestation stage meant that Lin Yun had obtained his own comprehension. It wasn't difficult to understand why Lin Yun wanted to modify the infernal mountain and river painting. That was just in his nature. Someone like him would either be unheard of or shake the world. The three chatted briefly before Mo Ling stored the painting carefully. On the other hand, Lu Yunyan wanted to say something, but she hesitated. In the end, she mustered up her courage. Senior Sister Mo, you promised to teach me the lesser divine ability once I became a third-grade spiritualist. I did say that, but I also said that you needed to grasp 10 third-grade spiritual runes, said Mo Ling, but there isn't any time left. I wish to give it a try, said Lu Yunyan as she bit on her lips. How do you want me to teach without grasping 10 third-grade spiritual runes? You don't even have the qualification to observe the divine ability, said Mo Ling indifferently. But I wish to give it a try. Go down. I'll naturally look for you once you grasp 10 third-grade spiritual runes, replied Mo Ling. She had no intentions of giving in. Although Lu Yunyan was filled with reluctance, she could only leave seeing the indifference on Mo Ling's face. On the other side, Yumu wanted to say something, but she ultimately kept her mouth shut. Mo Ling was already accommodating enough. In truth, you needed to grasp 23rd grade spiritual runes to try and cultivate a divine ability. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. After Lu Yunyan left, Yumu sighed. She's a little too stubborn. She ignored the dangers this time and obtained 3 indigo flame gold lotuses. She's probably trying to make up for her father's regret and disgrace back then. Mo Ling looked at Yumu, and she placed a finger on her lips. This made Yumu's face change because she recalled that Lu Yunyan could still listen to their conversation. Near the gate, Lu Yunyan's eyes became watery when she heard those words. After Lu Yunyan left, Mo Ling spoke out. Elder Yu, Lin Yun is only 18 if I remember correctly, right? Yumu smiled. I know what you want to say. Senior brother Tang also has the same thoughts. He tasked me to observe him secretly, but I never expected that lad to attract your attention so quickly. But what? Responded Mo Ling. Lin Yun injured your elder cousin, and he had also offended you that day, said Yumu carefully. Mo Ling raised her brow and smiled. You're being too sensitive. That fellow is arrogant, and it would be weird if I have a good opinion about him. But what junior sister Lu said is right. We don't have much time left, and he might be the key to our academy. As for my elder cousin, he was just a piece of trash back in the clan. The clan wanted to make use of my position in the academy to give him a position so that he doesn't waste the clan's resources. Yumu smiled bitterly because Mo Ling was really direct. All the elders knew why Mo Feng wanted to be a guest deacon. If it wasn't for Lin Yun, they wouldn't be too bothered by it due to Mo Ling. After all, Mo Ling was someone who grasped a lesser divine ability, and she might even take over the entire academy in the future. That's good then. I don't have any concerns now, smiled Yumu because she was glad that Mo Ling could be so understanding. I'll entrust you to train that lad. His talent is truly monstrous, but he's lacking in guidance. I'll naturally do my best since I've accepted the task. Very well. Also, if you can't hold him, you can try to tempt him with a divine ability if needed. This? Mo Ling was shocked because she never expected that from Yumu. We can't lose anymore. If he's really that talented, then we need to take the bet. I believe senior brother Tang will agree to it as well. Sighed Yumu with a grave expression. I understand. Mo Ling nodded her head. As for Lin Yun, he still had no idea what to expect. But something so important was decided without him knowing. Let me have the painting. I'll let senior brother Tang take a look at it and then I'll return it to you tomorrow, said Yumu as she took the painting from Mo Ling before she left. After bidding farewell to Bai Yi, Lin Yun and Gong Ming returned to Spiritwood Peak. The two were guest deacons, so they had also gotten closer after the episode back in the Nightcloud Hall. Back when Lin Yun sat on Gu Tang's reserved seat, everyone laughed at him, excluding Bai Yi and Gong Ming. Lin Yun benefited greatly from the fight with Gu Tang, especially Gu Tang's Mountain Shatter Fist. He learned that the foundation of a quasi-overlord force could suppress his Dragon Tiger Fist. This meant that if it was used by a core disciple, he would be completely suppressed. This meant that the Heavenly Province Academy had a deep foundation, and the resources core disciples could come in contact with were even more terrifying than he thought. So this meant that they were stronger than Gu Tang. The Heavenly Province Academy was one of the weaker ones among the other quasi-overlord forces. So how terrifying would the other quasi-overlord forces and the profound Yang Palace be? This showed Lin Yun that the world was vast. He still had 1 year until the Draconic Banquet, so he had to work even harder. Brother Gong, can I inquire about the experts in the Nether Prefectural City? Asked Lin Yun. There are many experts in the city, but probably only those monstrous geniuses on the Dragon Cloud ranking could catch your attention, smiled Gong Ming. The Dragon Cloud ranking? Asked Lin Yun. Brother Lin, you don't know about the Dragon Cloud ranking? It's the ranking system based on the Draconic Banquet that's held once every 4 years. There are only 100 people on it in the entire ancient southern domain, so anyone who can make it in are absolute geniuses, said Gong Ming with reverence in his eyes. In the Nether Prefectural City, the Bloodwing Pavilion's Lang Haoyu is ranked 87th. Shattered Sword Pavilion's Lu Chini is ranked 89th. Threezealot Manor's Lin Ziyuan is ranked 93rd. And Mo Ling of our academy is ranked 97th. There might be a difference in their ranking, but they're almost as strong as each other. Gong Ming had respect in his eyes as he continued. The 4 are the geniuses of the Nether Prefectural City. Ignoring Senior Sister Mo, the other 3 are in the Greater Yang stage. But Senior Sister Mo grasped a divine ability. Plus, she's also a pinnacle 3rd-grade spiritualist. Lin Yun recited those names and was shocked that their cultivation was in the Greater Yang stage. There was a huge gap between them because he was only in the Lesser Yin stage. Suddenly, Lin Yun recalled something and asked, "Why aren't there any disciples from the Profound Yang Palace?" It was a little weird that there weren't any disciples from the Profound Yang Palace among them. Gong Ming smiled and sighed. That's because no one can be compared to the Profound Yang Palace. The heir of the Profound Yang Palace, Shui Yi, is ranked 10th. How can they compare to each other? Furthermore, Shui Yi doesn't stay in the Nether Prefecture. So everyone will only talk about the 4 if anyone mentioned the experts of the Nether Prefecture. Lin Yun was stunned when he heard that because the gap was too great. The Profound Yang Palace might be going downhill, but it's still one of the 9 overlord forces. Their history is even older than the Nether Prefectural City. You can't imagine the distance between the quasi-overlord forces and actual overlord forces. Gong Ming patted Lin Yun's shoulder with a smile. He could understand Lin Yun's shock because the overlord forces were stronger than he had imagined. Rubbing his nose, Lin Yun smiled. That's surprising. Thanks for the information. Haha, you're considering too much now. The Dragon Cloud ranking is 4 years from now for you. Is that so? Lin Yun smiled, but he didn't say anything about it. Gong Ming wasn't bothered by it, and he didn't notice the fighting spirit in Lin Yun's eyes. He winked at Lin Yun. Brother Lin, you should think about how to deal with Senior Sister Mo tomorrow. She'll definitely make your life miserable in the academy if you don't show up tomorrow. I nearly forgot about that. Lin Yun remembered how unsightly Mo Ling's face was when she left. Returning to his residence, Lin Yun threw this matter to the back of his head and started practicing the Iris Sword Sutra. Cultivating a day here was equivalent to a month of his usual cultivation. He could now understand why the 3 of the 4 monstrous geniuses were in the Greater Yang stage. If he had enough time to cultivate here, he could even reach the Yin Yang stage. The next morning, when the first ray of dawn shined onto him, Lin Yun opened his eyes and the iris flower that enveloped him slowly returned back to his body. The depths of his eyes flashed coldly. The iris flower in his violet palace had grown to 74 petals. The improvement of his cultivation was faster than he had expected. It was only a night and he actually made another breakthrough. If it was possible, he really wanted to go into seclusion here for a month. But Mo Ling said that he had to be at the Nightcloud Hall. If he really got on her bad side, then even the elders couldn't help him. All right then. Let me see the grace of someone in the Dragoncloud ranking. A smile appeared on Lin Yun's face. He dared to enter the den of a tiger, so why would he be afraid of a woman? When he came out of his residence, he headed straight to the Nightcloud Hall without Gong Ming. Along the way, many inner disciples pointed their fingers at him in gossip. They were looking at him with reverence and curiosity. After all, he rose to fame following his defeat of Gu Teng yesterday. Lin Yun merely smiled. No matter where he went, strength was the foundation to everything. When he gradually approached the Nightcloud Hall, the number of disciples he saw along the way decreased. In the end, there wasn't even a single person left. This was abnormal because Lin Yun saw many people here yesterday. Could it be that he was late? Lin Yun held some doubt as he stepped into the grounds of the Nightcloud Hall. Once he did that, he was shocked. This place was completely empty and only Mo Ling was present, sitting on the stage with her eyes closed. She looked ethereal as sunlight shined on her body. While Lin Yun stood there stunned, Mo Ling suddenly opened her eyes. She pointed at the mat in front of her. Sit. Lin Yun had no idea what was going on, but he still soared into the sky and sat on the mat. He asked, "It looks like I'm here early?" "You're not. Starting from today, I'll be teaching you spiritual runes individually every morning," said Mo Ling with a cold face. "You? Teach me individually?" Lin Yun looked at Mo Ling with disbelief. "What's the matter? You think I'm not qualified?" Mo Ling said with an indifferent voice, and a chilling aura quickly enveloped Lin Yun. "It's my honor to be taught by the only female among the 4 elites in the Nether Prefectural City. Not to mention you're someone who grasped the lesser divine ability," replied Lin Yun. However, he still couldn't believe Mo Ling's words. He was wondering if Mo Ling was trying to teach him a lesson. "It looks like you've looked into me. Since that's the case, then you're to be here every morning for the next 15 days. Replied Mo Ling. 15 days? This wasn't funny. One day was fine and Lin Yun would suck it up if he was beaten up. At most, he would just get his revenge in the future. After all, his time was too precious to be wasted. "I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that I can't enjoy this fortune. I have something else to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave first." Lin Yun spread his arms apart and he soared into the sky. In the next moment, he was already at the entrance of the plaza. But when he raised his head, his face changed. There was a silver feather pointed at the center of his forehead. The feather was engraved with complicated spiritual runes, and the pressure it gave him prevented him from taking another step forward. It felt as if the feather would pierce through his forehead if he took another step forward. He was wondering if he could avoid it with the 7 profound steps. In the end, he was only 50% confident that he could dodge it. This meant that there was another 50% that he would die. In just a moment, Lin Yun's forehead was covered with sweat. The silver feather suddenly buzzed and it flew forward. This made Lin Yun's face change as he quickly retreated. It didn't take long for Lin Yun to be forced back to the stage. "Turn around," said Mo Ling as she took a sip of her tea. Lin Yun smiled bitterly and he turned around, but the silver feather was still on his forehead. "Sit," commanded Mo Ling. Mo Ling waved her hand after Lin Yun sat down. The feather opened up into a silver fan in her hand, which looked magical. "What is this?" Lin Yun asked as he felt relieved. "Just a high-rank cosmic artifact. But in the eyes of spiritualists, we prefer to call them spiritual artifacts as in artifacts that only spiritualists can use. Many cultivators also like to call them secret artifacts. But there are no secrets in the eyes of spiritualists," said Mo Ling. Controlling a high-rank cosmic artifact so easily. Was this the power of a Dragoncloud rankings monster? Lin Yun wore a grave expression as he behaved himself. He knew that Mo Ling could kill him with a thought if she wanted. But since she didn't, there must be something else to this matter. Lin Yun couldn't tell what Mo Ling was thinking, so he asked, "Can I take a look at it?" "This?" "Sure." Mo Ling was rather generous to hand over her silver fan. When Lin Yun held it, he realized that it was heavier than it looked. This artifact had 36 silver blades, each engraved with similar runes. It might look simple, but it was also very elegant. When Lin Yun tried inserting a strand of his origin energy into it, he could vaguely sense the terrifying energy within. If the full power of this fan was unleashed, it could probably injure a yin-yang stage expert. This artifact was probably comparable to transcendent cosmic artifacts, and it wasn't just simply a high-rank cosmic artifact. But it was weird that Mo Ling could control it as she wished. His Scarlet Flame War Flag was the best among mid-rank cosmic artifacts, but Lin Yun could barely control it. Weird. Lin Yun was baffled by this. Are you baffled by how I can control it so easily when I'm only in the greater Yin stage? Cosmic artifacts are separated into cosmic weapons and secret artifacts. Cosmic weapons are the weapons you martial cultivators use, while secret artifacts are spiritual artifacts used by spiritualists. Mo Ling played with the fan in her hand and continued. Martial cultivators can naturally control cosmic weapons easily. However, it's not easy for martial cultivators to control spiritual artifacts. Both of them might be cosmic artifacts, but they're also different at the same time. Secret artifacts are spiritual artifacts. Lin Yun suddenly recalled the hidden sword gourd in his interspatial pouch. He wasn't able to control it, so could this be the reason why? You think that your attainments in spiritual runes are decent, but third-grade spiritualists are considered the entry level. Everyone beneath the third grade isn't able to control the charm of the spiritual runes. You're talented and your foundation isn't bad. If you're willing to learn from me for the next 15 days, you might be able to become a third-grade spiritualist. Mo Ling looked at Lin Yun. You came to our academy for spiritual runes and I'm willing to teach you now. What's the matter? Are you scared? Mo Ling said this as she raised her eyebrow with a smile. Her eyes were filled with disdain as she was challenging Lin Yun. No man could possibly take the provocation lying down. Lin Yun's heart throbbed before he smiled. You win. I have no reason to refuse. Very well. I'll start teaching you for the next 15 days, but you're not allowed to give up unless you can defeat me, said Mo Ling with a cold expression. Her tone was unquestionable. Lin Yun rubbed his nose as he had a feeling that he had boarded a pirate ship. However, he would just deal with whatever came his way. Plus, he had already given his word, so he wasn't going to worry about it anymore. He asked, where should we start? Let's start with spiritual runes. The second-grade spiritual runes you have grasped are still too little. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, and thunder. You have to grasp at least 100 of each. You have to be prepared because grasping them doesn't just mean copying them, said Mo Ling with a solemn voice as she looked at Lin Yun. Lin Yun wasn't bothered by what she said. After all, he had a photographic memory, so he could copy anything with a glance. However, he smiled bitterly in his heart when they started the process. First, Mo Ling passed him 100 second-grade spiritual runes and he had to practice them 100 times in the morning. This meant that he had to draw 10,000 spiritual runes. Not only did he have to draw them, but he also had to keep his mind working. After all, inscribing spiritual runes required him to stay focused. Each spiritual rune would exhaust his mental energy, and inscribing 10,000 of them was a heavy load. Lin Yun barely managed to draw 100 before he felt that his mind was going to blow up. His eyes were bloodshot and his vision was blurred. He began to make more mistakes and wasted a lot of canvases during the process. The plaza of the Nightcloud Hall was a mess. Lin Yun raised his head and noticed that morning was about to end. He rubbed his eyebrows and rested briefly before he looked at Mo Ling. Can someone really draw 10,000 spiritual runes at once? Of course, said Mo Ling calmly. It looks like your talent in spiritual runes isn't as monstrous as I imagined. You barely managed to draw 1,500. Speaking of which, 1/3 of them are crude. Strictly speaking, you've only completed 800. Lin Yun looked at his masterpiece and couldn't refute Mo Ling's words. He knew that many of the runes weren't satisfactory. You can return for now. If there aren't any improvements tomorrow, then I'll have to reconsider, said Mo Ling. Reconsider what? Asked Lin Yun. Reconsider if I've chosen the wrong person. After all, Not everyone can receive my personal guidance, said Mo Ling indifferently. Lin Yun had a trace of rage rising up in his heart. After all, he didn't beg to be taught by Mo Ling, but she made it sound as if he begged her for it. Perhaps he was too tired, or perhaps it was because of his pride, but he couldn't take this lying down. He quietly turned around and left. The splitting headache caused him to stagger until he returned to Spiritwood Peak. Not long after he left, Elder Yu quietly appeared. She looked at the surrounding spiritual runes and sighed. He really is a monster to complete 1,500 spiritual runes after one entire morning. Mo Ling nodded her head and picked up the papers on the ground. This is not his limit. This is just the beginning. Mo Ling, aren't you rushing a little too much? Elder Yu frowned her brows. After all, completing 10,000 spiritual runes in one morning was terrifying. Even an ordinary third-grade spiritualist might not be able to do it. How can I make him a third-grade spiritualist otherwise? It's not easy to become a third-grade spiritualist, not to mention that his foundation is a little too bad. So I can only use this stupid method to force him, said Mo Ling calmly. Yu Mu pondered about it briefly, but she said nothing because what Mo Ling said made sense. Returning to the Spiritwood Peak, Lin Yun practically fainted. A long time later, Lin Yun struggled to the cultivation room and circulated the Iris Sword Sutra to begin his cultivation. In the next second, an iris flower bloomed with him in the center as spiritual energy poured towards him from the surroundings. Lin Yun finally calmed down as his body began to feel great. It looks like he had forced himself to the limit by drawing over 1,000 spiritual runes. However, his cultivation was a lot faster than usual, which was a pleasant surprise. Aside from the surrounding spiritual energy pouring into him, Lin Yun could also sense that his mental energy was recovering. After circulating the Iris Sword Sutra 10 times, Lin Yun's mental energy had returned to the pinnacle. He opened his eyes and was filled with energy. Interesting. It looks like inscribing spiritual runes will increase my mental energy. Mental energy was too vague for Lin Yun and it couldn't be seen, unlike origin energy. He only had a rough feeling for it, but now he could sense that his mental energy had gotten stronger. When the first glimpse of dawn peeked into the window, he wore a smile as he recalled the gaze that Mo Ling looked at him with. I should be able to inscribe 2,000 runes today. I wonder how that woman will feel when she sees that. His focus might be on his sword, but he was also a prideful person. After all, it would be too embarrassing to get kicked out. Over the next few days, Lin Yun gradually got used to Mo Ling's teaching method and his days in the academy were surprisingly calm. In just 3 days, he improved to the point where he could inscribe 3,000 spiritual runes after an entire morning. At the same time, Lin Yun could sense the improvement of his mental energy every day. However, each breakthrough would give him a splitting headache. After all, this cultivating method not only brought physical exhaustion, but also mental torture. The pain even made him want to smash his own head. He was tempted to give up several times, but he gnashed his teeth and endured it whenever he saw the disdain in Mo Ling's eyes. In the end, he was benefiting greatly from this cultivating method. Mo Ling's teaching had also expanded his impression of spiritual runes. In the past, he only knew how to inscribe spiritual runes on pellets or arrays. In fact, he didn't know that there was so much to learn about spiritual runes. Refining artifacts, setting up arrays, refining pellets, fighting enemies, and creating puppets. These things proved that spiritual runes infiltrated every corner of the cultivating world. Vaguely, Lin Yun could sense that he might be able to decipher the secrets of the rose painting if he became a third-grade spiritualist. The anticipation of this also brought him motivation. As he grasped more second-grade spiritual runes, he gradually developed his own understanding for spiritual runes. He felt that the reason why spiritualists drew spiritual diagrams was for the same reason cultivators comprehended martial techniques. Comprehending the profundity in a technique would grant complete mastery. If he could do the same with a spiritual diagram, he would bring out its greatest power. He even thought that he could bring them to the manifestation stage just like his martial techniques by imprinting his style in them. When he told Mo Ling about it, her eyes lit up as she asked, So is this the reason why you added a wind spiritual rune in your previous painting? Not exactly. I only felt that the painting was lacking at that time, so I wanted to complete it, smiled Lin Yun. He looked at Mo Ling and continued, the true manifestation stage should mean integrating your own comprehension into it. For example, making the river of flames into a sword, or even integrating martial techniques into the painting and letting it become my sword. Mo Ling was stunned when she heard that because this was the first time she heard such a bold thought. A long time later, she replied, "You're really stubborn with the path of the sword." Lin Yun smiled. She was right. No matter how strong he was with spiritual runes, he was ultimately a swordsman. Mo Ling retracted her gaze and continued, "Actually, you'll undergo a transformation after becoming a third-grade spiritualist. Most people wouldn't dare to think about their cultivation after that. Then, once you become a fourth-grade spiritualist, you are comparable to a heavenly soul realm expert. And beyond the fourth grade is the profound veneration. Someone at that level is a true expert who can destroy the world. A fourth-grade spiritualist is comparable to a heavenly soul realm expert." Lin Yun was shocked as he waited for more words from Mo Ling. But Mo Ling no longer spoke, as she could tell that Lin Yun couldn't be fully devoted to the path as a spiritualist. He had his motive for learning from her right now. "Lin Yun, you've already learned spiritual runes from me for 10 days, said Mo Ling as she looked at Lin Yun. "Yeah. Time passed in the blink of an eye," said Lin Yun as lots of second-grade spiritual runes began to appear around him. "You've grasped nearly 800 second-grade spiritual runes. Today, I'll teach you how to attack with spiritual diagrams." Mo Ling was shocked when she saw the spiritual runes, but she didn't have any changes on her face. "We're finally starting?" smiled Lin Yun. The past 10 days were torture, but he was finally getting to the good stuff. Then again, he already had a vague feeling of how to face enemies with spiritual diagrams. He was more interested that Mo Ling could teach him more spiritual diagrams. "First, I'll be teaching you a seal. This seal is extremely ancient and it has been passed down through ancient times." Mo Ling sat before Lin Yun as her hands interlocked together to form a seal. As her fingers changed, her aura also began to rise. The heavenly secret seal. Lin Yun's eyes lit up when he saw that. This was the heavenly secret seal recorded in the Azure transcript. It was just as he had guessed. The usage of spiritual diagrams were more or less the same as how he used them in the past. Lin Yun also started forming a similar seal along with Mo Ling. This surprised Mo Ling, allowing her to quicken her pace. At the same time, her aura also kept rising. When they both completed the heavenly secret seal, a spiritual diagram was formed. The mountain crusher painting that Lin Yun learned back in the Great Qin Empire appeared behind him, while Mo Ling manifested the infernal mountain and river painting. The infernal mountain and river painting was the same, but it was a lot stronger than the version used by Gu Teng. Lin Yun could hear the earth-shattering rumble from the torrential flames. The two spiritual diagrams clashed together and Lin Yun was sent flying. The tiger paw was crushed by the torrential flames. However, the flames didn't stop there as they continued to sweep towards Lin Yun. Although its power had weakened after destroying the tiger paw, it was still terrifying. Lin Yun smiled when he saw this scene. Fire spiritual runes began to appear as he created over 100 of them in the blink of an eye. But that wasn't all, as the spiritual runes began to connect together into the infernal mountain and river painting. But something bizarre occurred. When Lin Yun formed the heavenly secret seal, the spiritual runes that were in a mess instantly formed a massive spiritual diagram. The flame river raged and the painting's power was also brought to the pinnacle. This was the limit to what Lin Yun could do in the lesser Yin stage. It was evident that he was putting in great effort as beads of sweat covered his forehead. Then, the infernal mountain and river painting turned into a ferocious beast and charged out. Mo Ling's painting lasted briefly before it shattered. Then, Lin Yun's painting charged as if it was going to devour Mo Ling. However, Mo Ling retrieved her fan and threw it out. In the next second, the fan unleashed boundless power that crushed Lin Yun's infernal mountain and river painting. In the end, the impact still forced her to retreat. The two were blown off of the stage and, logically speaking, they had tied. You're more hard-working than I imagined. Mo Ling looked at Lin Yun deeply. From how quickly Lin Yun brought out the infernal mountain and river painting, the only conclusion she could make was that Lin Yun had been practicing it in his free time. With this painting, even someone in the greater Yin stage couldn't do anything to him. But when did you learn the heavenly secret seal? I had a fortunate encounter and I grasped it before I joined the academy. Mo Ling had guessed correctly. If Lin Yun didn't have a fortunate encounter, his monstrous talent would make no sense. But Mo Ling didn't press him and replied, "Then you can rest for tomorrow. I'll come to teach you again the day after tomorrow." Rest for a day? Lin Yun was surprised. He was rather looking forward to Mo Ling teaching him more spiritual diagrams. Your improvement is faster than I had imagined. You can skip the foundation now. But you should be able to guess the benefits that come from inscribing spiritual runes the past few days, said Mo Ling. She was speaking the truth. If he didn't practice so hard, he wouldn't be able to create spiritual runes so easily. But Lin Yun suddenly thought of something and asked, "You're saying that my improvement is fast? But that wasn't what you said in the past." In the past? Mo Ling's tone was filled with disdain, which made him gnash his teeth and persevere. Mo Ling turned around and replied, "I lied. Who the hell can inscribe 10,000 spiritual runes in one morning?" When she turned around, Lin Yun could sense the smirk on the corner of her lips. She was probably laughing at him. But before he could think about it, a token flew over. "This is my white jade token. It can allow you to enter some core disciples' cultivating grounds. Consider that as your reward tomorrow." Lin Yun held onto it and it was cold to touch. The token was also engraved with Mo Ling's name. By the time Lin Yun raised his head, Mo Ling was already gone. Cultivating grounds that were only open to core disciples? It was very interesting. Lin Yun could inquire more information about it from Gong Ming. The Heavenly Province Academy's Herewind Pavilion was where disciples could accept tasks. The first and second levels were for outer disciples, the third and fourth levels were for inner disciples, and the last level was for core disciples. A youth donned in black had just walked into the entrance of the fifth level. He was in the pinnacle greater Yin stage and the aura emitted from him was powerful. But the moment he appeared, the atmosphere in the fifth level became weird as many playful gazes fell onto him. This made the youth frown his eyebrows because he didn't know what the problem was. He looked around and saw a purple-clothed youth. The purple-clothed youth emitted an unfathomable aura, probably indicating that he had reached the Yang stage. Seeing the purple-clothed youth, the black-clothed youth smiled and approached him. "I never expected to run into Senior Brother Mei. I wonder what kind of mission you are going to accept this time. Can you bring me along?" The black-clothed youth's words were filled with respect and without any of his arrogance from before. The purple-clothed youth was a core disciple only second to Mo Ling and Mei Zian. He had reached the lesser Yang stage long ago. The Violet Palace realm had 3 stages, the Yin Yang and Yin Yang stages. Each stage was a new transformation. If someone in the greater Yin stage had a 50% chance against the pinnacle Yin stage, then someone in the pinnacle Yin stage barely had a 20% chance of defeating an initial Yang stage. Since there was a huge gulf between the 2 stages, the black-clothed youth hoped that Mei Zian could bring him along in the mission to get some benefits. "Gu Feng, your breadth of mind is rather big. Your younger brother was bullied in the Night Cloud Hall and was slapped so hard that he flew. But here you are, still in the mood to undertake a mission with Senior Brother Mei." Someone smiled at Gu Feng after saying this. Something like this happened? Gu Feng's face changed. After all, he had just come out of seclusion. He didn't know about this since Gu Tang didn't mention it. "What do you think?" replied one of the disciples. "All right, let's stop teasing Gu Feng. Gu Feng, the one who beat up your younger brother, is a new guest deacon who came from the Great Qin Empire. He calls himself Flower Burial." After a short while, Gu Feng finally understood the entire matter and his face sank down. A trash from the Great Qin Empire dared to bully Gu Feng's younger brother? No wonder everyone was looking at him strangely when he walked in. Gu Tang's humiliation was equivalent to a slap to Gu Feng's face. "Thank you. I'll take my leave now." Gu Feng didn't want to stay here anymore, and his face was cold. "Hey Gu Feng, That brat has gotten pretty close to Mo Ling recently. Do you need my help? Mei Zian suddenly spoke out. I'll be embarrassed if I need senior brother Mei's help to deal with a brat from the Great Qin Empire. Gu Feng refused Mei Zian's offer and left. Gu Feng is really stubborn. But what can he do about it? If he does nothing, then he'll lose his prestige among the core disciples. That's right. But I heard that guest deacon was talented. Do you think Gu Feng can do anything to him? You're overthinking it. That brat is just in the lesser Yin stage. What foundation can he possibly have from the Great Qin Empire? Gu Tang is a pinnacle greater Yin stage expert, and he even killed a pinnacle Yin stage wandering cultivator in the past. That guest deacon has poked the hornet's nest this time. He's just a guest deacon. He should be taught a lesson for his arrogance. All the core disciples here were confident in Gu Feng, so they weren't too bothered about this matter. As for Lin Yun, who was at the Spiritwood Peak with Gong Ming, he still had no idea about this matter. He had long forgotten about his incident with Gu Tang. Senior Sister Mo really gave you this token? Gong Ming toyed with the token and his eyes were filled with shock. Can this possibly be faked? Smiled Lin Yun. Gong Ming returned the token and smiled bitterly. I was already shocked that Senior Sister Mo would teach you spiritual runes personally, but she even gave you this token. She's only lending it to me for a day. I'm here to ask if you know of any place that's worth going to, replied Lin Yun. The Sword Firmament Pavilion had 4 treasured grounds, so the Heavenly Province Academy must have their own treasured places as well. He was really looking forward to them. There are many treasured grounds in the academy, like the top of the Spiritwood Peak for instance. It's only open to the core disciples. What's at the top of Spiritwood Peak? Asked Lin Yun. His cultivation already improved so rapidly halfway up the mountain, so he couldn't imagine how quickly it would improve at the top. There's a spiritual lake at the top. It will produce profound Yin spiritual essence once every 3 months that's extremely useful to Yin stage cultivators. Aside from that, the profound Yin flower will also be born on that day, and all the disciples will fight for it. A spiritual lake? Lin Yun was tempted by it. He had come in contact with a spiritual lake in the past and his harvest was great. The Academy's spiritual lake would be at a higher level. After all, the 2 things that the lake produced were greatly beneficial to Yin stage cultivators. The spiritual essence is easier to get since there's an entire lake of it. As for the flower, everyone will have to fight for it. They're mostly obtained by core disciples. Core disciples will participate in it as well? Yeah, all the core disciples aside from the top 10. The reason why the top 10 won't fight for it is because they have already gotten it in the past. So they don't need it anymore. Listening to Gong Ming's explanation, Lin Yun spoke out. Then I can try going there with this token. Gong Ming waved his hand with a smile. You can only use this token for a day, so it'll be a loss to use it when there's no spiritual essence. The spiritual lake will be open 10 days from now, so you can't go at that time without the token. I see. Actually, why don't you tell me what you want and I'll filter through everything for you. You can only use this token for a day, so you naturally have to get the most out of it. Gong Ming had treated this matter seriously. After all, not everyone could touch Mo Ling's token, so this was a rare opportunity for Lin Yun. Are there any places suitable for practicing cultivation techniques in the academy? Asked Lin Yun. His cultivating speed had gradually slowed down over the past 10 days, and the iris flower in his violet palace only had 78 petals. He was only 3 petals away from the pinnacle of the 9th stage, so he wanted to find a place where he could bring it to the pinnacle. Cultivation technique? Gongming smiled. If you trust me, you can give it a try at the infernal realm. Even core disciples are only allowed to go there once every 6 months. It's beneficial to tempering cultivation techniques. Then I'll have Trouble Brother Gong to lead me there. If there's enough time, I can also let you use this token as well, replied Lin Yun. He didn't mind letting Gong Ming use it if there was still time. When Gong Ming heard that, he became emotional and asked, "Are you serious?" Of course. Lin Yun was surprised that Gong Ming was being so emotional. But Lin Yun had no idea that Gong Ming wouldn't be able to enjoy those places with his aptitude. So he was naturally happy that Lin Yun gave him a chance. Half an hour later, they both appeared on an ancient platform. This place was filled with fire spiritual energy, and even the ground was red. The infernal realm wasn't a place that everyone could enter. "Brother Lin, the entrance is over there on that platform," explained Gong Ming as he pointed his finger. Lin Yun looked at the direction Gong Ming pointed at. The far end of the platform had flames along with an ancient aura coming from it. Simultaneously, Lin Yun could sense the iris flower in his violet palace getting excited. Lin Yun instantly knew that he came to the right place. "Let's go!" Lin Yun suppressed his excitement and he charged towards the infernal realm with Gong Ming. Their actions soon attracted everyone's attention. After all, no one would head to the platform for no reason. No disciples, aside from core disciples, could enter the infernal realm. "What are they doing? The one dressed in azure clothes seems to be Flower Burial, Lin Yun? That's him. He defeated Gu Teng publicly 10 days ago and humiliated Gu Teng greatly. Even now, Gu Teng doesn't dare to show himself. Gu Teng is really a piece of trash, claiming to show Lin Yun the foundation of a quasi-overlord force only to be beaten down. Gu Teng is the humiliation of the academy. But what are the two of them trying to do? Are they trying to enter the infernal realm? Are you joking?" Everyone had doubt on their faces as they looked at Lin Yun and Gong Ming. At the center of the platform was a strand of flame that seemed to be a passage to another mysterious world. Occasionally, one could hear crackling sounds coming from the flame that seemed to be a ferocious beast's roar. "This is the infernal realm?" Lin Yun looked at the peculiar flame as he sensed the terrifying fluctuation coming from it. Legend has it that this realm was created by an ancient powerhouse by refining a strand of divine flames. This flame is now in the Nether Prefectural City. Not only the Academy, but other quasi-overlord forces, including the profound Yang Palace, possess the rights to use it. The infernal realm is also separated into 4 layers, explained Gong Ming. His words left Lin Yun shocked. Lin Yun never imagined that the infernal realm had such a huge origin. "Brother Lin, it's best for you not to get into conflict with other forces in there. If anything happens to you, you'll suffer the backlash of the realm and the consequences are dire. Generally speaking, all the forces maintain the rule of not fighting within the realm because the cost was simply too great," said Gong Ming with a grave expression. "I got it. Brother Gong, you can wait for me here." Lin Yun nodded his head and charged into the bizarre flame. There was a distorted door in the flame and Lin Yun wasn't able to enter no matter how he tried. This instantly caused a burst of laughter from the surroundings. After all, it was impossible for other people to enter the infernal realm aside from core disciples. Lin Yun fell into deep thought before he took out the token given to him by Mo Ling. In the next second, a suction force came from the door and Lin Yun was sucked into it. How is this possible? He really went in? How can a guest deacon possibly enter the infernal realm? All the disciples in the surroundings were shocked by this scene. After all, a guest deacon who joined the academy for barely half a month actually went into the infernal realm. It was puzzling to disciples like them who joined the academy for at least 1 to 2 years, but could only cultivate outside. How did Lin Yun manage to do it? Everyone had reluctance in their eyes, but they could only suck it up. When Lin Yun's vision cleared up, he raised his head to see a world covered in flames. The sky was covered in flames that looked like magma. This left Lin Yun dumbfounded as he watched the flames that were occasionally pouring down. The entire space was filled with violent spiritual energy, and Lin Yun could see many people around him. After they appeared, they made use of the flames hovering in the sky and charged into the sky. Lin Yun was shocked by this realm, but the others were already used to it. When Lin Yun looked around, he could sense the powerful aura coming from every single cultivator. He determined that they were either from the quasi-overlord forces or core disciples of the profound Yang Palace. There are a total of 4 layers in the infernal realm. The higher I go, the denser the fire spiritual energy. I heard that there's a mysterious space at the 4th level. The first layer shouldn't be enough to satisfy the requirements of these core disciples though. Lin Yun flew towards the 2nd layer without any hesitation. Like the others, he wasn't satisfied with the 1st layer. After all, he didn't have much time to use Mo Ling's token. So Lin Yun soared into the sky without any hesitation using the 7 profound steps. The golden crow seal glowed behind Lin Yun and he charged into the sky. He casually avoided the fireballs dropping from the sky and arrived at a hole. He could sense that there was a membrane blocking him. Lin Yun roared inwardly and threw out a punch. The membrane only lasted briefly before it shattered. With that, Lin Yun went in and arrived at the second layer. When he swept his gaze out, he could see that there were many people here. I'm going to head for the third layer. Lin Yun still wasn't satisfied with the second layer. 15 minutes later, Lin Yun soared into the sky and arrived at the third layer. The third layer required his cultivation to be in the greater Yin stage. Although Lin Yun was only in the lesser Yin stage, he was comparable to a greater Yin stage with the pinnacle Dracophant battle physique. This also meant that he could defeat ordinary cultivators who had just reached the greater Yin stage. The third layer was covered in torrential flames with countless fireballs streaking across the horizon. The iris flower in his violet palace also calmed down when he came to the third layer. This made Lin Yun nod his head because this meant that the spiritual energy here was sufficient. Lin Yun found a quiet place and sat down. The ground was hot, which tested his physique. After all, if his physique couldn't bear the heat, then he wouldn't be able to stay here for long. Lin Yun could see many people that were seated were glowing. He noticed that the size of each glow was different. The glow of some was around 3 meters, while others had a glow of over 30 meters. There were even a few enveloped with over 30 meters of blazing glow that were being struck by lightning. Even from far away, Lin Yun could sense the terrifying fluctuation. The lightning is terrifying and it seems to contain a horrifying amount of energy. Anyone who dared to cultivate under that phenomenon was gutsy and was probably considered a monstrous genius in the Nether Prefectural City. Lin Yun admired their actions. However, he soon closed his eyes and circulated the Iris Sword Sutra. He could sense the iris flower absorbing the spiritual energy from the surroundings. At the same time, the ground began to tremble as blazing spiritual energy swept over. In the next moment, Lin Yun was enveloped in flames and he could sense a blazing pain in his body. As he circulated the Iris Sword Sutra, the flames on him became more dense as they were still gathering at a rapid speed. Lin Yun instantly realized that cultivating here was fast. As he absorbed the fire spiritual energy, the flames would also attack him and cause him to absorb even more of them. The ancient fire spiritual energy here was endless, providing him with an endless supply. However, if he wasn't careful, he would be incinerated. This place was a double-edged sword and he had to gauge himself well. This meant that those monstrous geniuses who had over 30 meters of flames were truly terrifying. Lin Yun didn't dare to be too reckless as he circulated the silver origin energy to protect himself. The Iris Sword Sutra had a cold attribute, so he was rather calm when facing the blazing flames. Additionally, he also possessed the pinnacle Dracophant battle physique, which also provided a lot of protection. As the ancient fire spiritual energy poured into his body, Lin Yun could sense the iris flower growing at a rapid speed. He was also making rapid improvements in his cultivation. His cultivation had stopped recently in the Spiritwood Peak, so this was a surprise to him. After all, he had only reached the Yin stage for barely a month. It was rare that someone could make such rapid improvement, even in the entire ancient southern domain. The infernal realm truly deserves its reputation. Lin Yun was happy when he sensed his changes. The suggestion that Gong Ming gave him was truly great. However, it seemed that he was being a little too careful because Lin Yun realized that his physical endurance was a lot stronger than he had imagined. It made sense since he had the pinnacle Dracophant battle physique. He could afford to be a little more reckless. With that, Lin Yun no longer held himself back, and he circulated the Iris Sword Sutra, allowing the fire spiritual energy to pour into his violet palace. At the same time, blazing heat swept over from the surroundings, instantly burying him. At the same time, the flames on him were increasing at a rapid speed, soon reaching 96 meters. At the same time, a crimson bolt of lightning descended down. The bolt of lightning was brilliant, which caused the entire ground to tremble. Many disciples were startled awake and had shock on their faces when they saw how massive the flame was. But the flame didn't stop there and continued to grow until it was 180 feet tall. When the crimson bolt of lightning flew down, the lightning pierced through the flames and struck Lin Yun. But under the Iris Sword Sutra's control, the pure lightning energy was absorbed into his violet palace. With the lightning energy, the ancient fire spiritual energy gradually calmed down. At the same time, the flames that enveloped him also ceased growing. Sensing the changes, Lin Yun finally calmed down. At least he wasn't incinerated into ashes. The flames not only brought heat, but also tremendous pressure. Lin Yun merely allowed the flames to blaze on his body while he quietly circulated the Iris Sword Sutra. As endless fire spiritual energy poured into the iris flower, the Iris Sword Sutra grew at a rapid speed. At the same time, the 180-meter flame continued to attract everyone's attention. When they all sensed that the person responsible for it was only at the lesser Yin stage, they were all shocked. How is it possible? After all, not even a pinnacle Yin stage could last for long under those terrifying flames. Lin Yun's action was no different from courting death in their eyes. Is this the limit? Looking at his rapid progress gradually slowing down, Lin Yun began to feel uneasy again. This was already his limit. After all, the pain was like needles stabbing into his body from every corner. If an ordinary person was in his position, they would be very cautious right now. But what is the limit? What Lin Yun has been doing for the past 10 days was breaking his limit again and again. As Lin Yun quickened the Iris Sword Sutra's absorption speed, the flames around him grew to 300 meters. At this moment, the flames covering Lin Yun could be seen from every corner of the third layer. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched dozens of crimson bolts landing down. Is he insane? He must be mad. He's really not afraid of death? Oh my God. Everyone began to distance themselves from Lin Yun. Even those who were closest to Lin Yun were now dozens of meters away. On another side of the third layer were flames at the size of 240 meters. The size of this flame was only slightly weaker than Lin Yun and was produced by a gray-clothed youth. The youth suddenly opened his eyes and his eyes glowed like a treasured sword. Interesting. Since when was there such a monstrous genius in the Nether Prefectural City? The gray-clothed youth smiled as he looked at Lin Yun's direction. Unlike those who could only sense Lin Yun's cultivation, he could sense the sword intent coming from Lin Yun. Like him, Lin Yun also grasped the Xianxia sword intent. The flames around the gray-clothed youth dissipated and he slowly stood up with a thoughtful expression. His cultivation was too high, so if he did what Lin Yun did, the pressure on him would be a lot stronger. But he knew that even if he had the same cultivation as Lin Yun, he wouldn't have the same courage. Only a swordsman dared to do something like this. Right at this moment, a figure soon arrived before the gray-clothed man. If Lin Yun was here, he would definitely recognize the newcomer. The newcomer was the Shattered Sword Pavilion's Niefeng, who was one of his opponents during the contest for the Indigo Flame Gold Lotuses. Senior brother, that's the Lin Yun that I told you about, Flower Burial Lin Yun. Niefeng looked at the gray-clothed youth with respect from the bottom of his heart. I see. The gray-clothed youth wasn't surprised, but his smile became even denser from interest. You already guessed it? Niefeng was surprised. The gray-clothed youth smiled and he took several steps forward. I only had a feeling that he was the one you told me about. It looks like the news wasn't false. He joined the Heavenly Province Academy. But isn't his improvement a little too unusual? He became a core disciple in just half a month, said Niefeng. Won't we know later when we ask him? Smiled the gray-clothed youth. Senior brother, you're going to meet him? Niefeng was shocked. Of course. I'm interested in this person, so I definitely won't let such a good opportunity go, smiled the gray-clothed youth as he muttered to himself. I shouldn't be able to last for long. However, even if he's talented, he won't last too long either. But the gray-clothed youth was disappointed because the flames around Lin Yun only started to weaken after 2 hours. Within the flames, Lin Yun sensed the iris flower in his violet palace and was satisfied. The iris flower now had 78 petals and the sword energy in it was shocking. Now, he had the confidence to face a greater stage expert. This was shocking because every small stage represented a gulf. But Lin Yun was still disappointed because he wasn't able to let the iris flower grow into 81 petals. At 81 petals, he would be able to summon the ancient ice phoenix, violet ice sparrow. But right now, his physique was already at its limit. If he carried on any longer, he would only end up dying. Lin Yun might be bold, but he wasn't reckless. So he gradually let the flames around him disperse. When he opened his eyes, his pupils glowed as the aura on him became a lot stronger. When he got up on his feet, two figures came and arrived before him. This made Lin Yun instantly feel pressure and his heart tensed up. The iris flower in his violet palace started to bloom once more and began to circulate. He instantly knew that he had run into a powerful opponent. Lin Yun's gaze was instantly attracted by the gray-clothed youth. This person had an ordinary look, but the sharpness in his eyes was shocking. At the same time, his cultivation was deep and unfathomable. The Yang stage. Lin Yun instantly thought of that, and he could also sense that this youth also grasped the Xiantian sword intent like he had. Otherwise, his Xiantian sword intent wouldn't become so uneasy. Looking at the youth standing beside the gray-clothed youth, Lin Yun found this person to be a little familiar, but he wasn't able to recognize this person. "We meet again, flower burial," said Niefeng as he cupped his hands together. He was shocked because he didn't expect Lin Yun to make such rapid improvements over 1 month. He was nothing compared to Lin Yun, and he now knew why his senior brother would look at Lin Yun differently. Even monstrous genius was an understatement for Lin Yun. It was more appropriate to describe Lin Yun as a dragon that returned to the sea. In the past, he had just been trapped in a small lake called the Great Qin Empire. Niefeng? Lin Yun finally recognized Niefeng, one of his opponents during the contest for the indigo flame gold lotuses. Then again, it wasn't surprising that he didn't recognize Niefeng instantly. After all, he defeated Niefeng with a single attack, so Niefeng didn't leave a deep impression on him. Is Niefeng here to get back what he lost? Lin Yun's expression became cautious as he looked at the gray-clothed youth. He knew that he couldn't defeat this gray-clothed youth, but he wouldn't go down so easily without a fight. "That's quite the enmity against me," smiled the gray-clothed youth. "You wouldn't be so defensive if you knew my name. My surname is Lu and my given name is Chini." Lin Yun was shocked as he looked at Lu Chini. Lu Chini was ranked amongst the 100 in the Dragoncloud ranking. He was also one of the 4 elites of the Nether Prefectural City. At the same time, Lin Yun also understood what Lu Chini meant. Someone of his position wouldn't act against someone like him, or else it would just be bullying. Lin Yun's expression eased as he smiled. "I was rude. How are you rude? With your talent, there's no need for you to hold any respect towards me." Lu Chini smiled and he asked, "Lin Yun, how did you enter the infernal realm?" Lin Yun didn't hide it from Lu Chini and told the latter about the token given to him by Mo Ling. Lu Chini instantly understood, but his face had a slight bit of disappointment as he smiled. "The Heavenly Province Academy really put quite the stake on you. It looks like it's hard for me to poach you and bring you to the Shattered Sword Pavilion. After all, my Shattered Sword Pavilion doesn't have a beauty like Mo Ling." Lu Chini's words instantly made Lin Yun baffled. "Poach me and bring me to the Shattered Sword Pavilion?" Niefeng smiled and explained, "Lin Yun, my senior brother has been paying attention to you ever since I told him what happened, but he hasn't had a chance to meet you since you've been in the academy." Lin Yun now understood why they came to find him. Lu Chini really didn't have any enmity with him. On the contrary, Lu Chini had some admiration for Lin Yun and even wanted him to join the Shattered Sword Pavilion. In Lu Chini's thoughts, there was no place, other than the Shattered Sword Pavilion, that was suitable for Lin Yun. So, staying in the Heavenly Province Academy was a waste of Lin Yun's time. But he smiled bitterly when he saw Mo Ling's token. He probably misunderstood that Lin Yun fell for Mo Ling otherwise. There was no reason for Lin Yun to stay in the Heavenly Province Academy. Lin Yun merely smiled. He didn't bother to clarify Lu Chini's misunderstanding. "What a pity. You have no idea what it means to grasp Xiantian sword intent before reaching the Violet Palace realm. Lu Qinyi looked at Lin Yun and sighed. Even in the ancient southern domain, there's only one person who managed to achieve what you did. Who is it? Lin Yun was curious as to who did what he did. After all, even Lord 13 was shocked when he saw Lin Yun's Xiantian sword intent back then. The northern snow manor's Nangong Wanyu, said Lu Qinyi with a grave expression. Lin Yun could tell that he was rather afraid of this person. He probably suffered in the hands of this person in the past. Nangong Wanyu sounds like a woman's name, Lin Yun muttered to himself. You better not say that in front of him. He's even more beautiful than a woman, but that's also a taboo topic for him, smiled Lu Qinyi. But unlike your sword firmament pavilion, the northern snow manor is one of the overlord forces. So it's not surprising that he was so talented. But you came from the great Qin Empire, so your achievement is even more terrifying. Seeing Lin Yun falling into deep thought, Lu Qinyi continued, Lin Yun, I believe you'll join the upcoming Draconic banquet. After all, how could a swordsman like you be willing to wait for 4 years? Lin Yun was briefly stunned by those words because Lu Qinyi was right. Join my shattered sword pavilion. Staying in the academy is just a waste of your talent. If you join the shattered sword pavilion, you will surely have a spot in the next Draconic banquet, Lu Qinyi said with his gaze blazing with flames. Clearly, he hadn't given up recruiting Lin Yun. Lin Yun smiled bitterly because Lu Qinyi really thought highly of him. However, Lu Qinyi was right in guessing that Lin Yun would join the upcoming Draconic banquet. After all, he wasn't even afraid of death, so why would he restrain himself? He wanted to let himself free and let his name spread throughout the ancient southern domain. He would surely participate in the upcoming Draconic banquet. After all, he had given his promise to the Sword Firmament Pavilion, but that didn't mean that he had to join the Shattered Sword Pavilion. If he could comprehend just a little bit of the rose painting, his harvest would far exceed a stay at the Shattered Sword Pavilion. Lu Qinyi was strong and the Shattered Sword Pavilion was a quasi-overlord force, but that didn't attract Lin Yun a bit. He would definitely fight in the Draconic banquet, but he wasn't just after having a spot. He even wanted to fight for the Dragon Cloud ranking, so why would he only be after a spot? I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that I have to reject, replied Lin Yun. Lu Qinyi had regret in his eyes as he smiled bitterly. He smiled. Since that's the case, then I won't force you. Nodding his head, Lin Yun suddenly thought of something and asked, Big Brother Lu, can you tell me what kind of place is the fourth layer? His words surprised Lu Qinyi as he asked, What cultivation technique do you cultivate? That 300-meter tall flame is actually not enough for you to reach perfection. Perfection? It was far from perfection. It wasn't even enough for the pinnacle 9th stage. However, in other people's eyes, Lin Yun must have gotten a satisfactory harvest from such a terrifying phenomenon. But judging from Lin Yun's expression, Lu Qinyi could tell that he wasn't satisfied. I'm just casually asking about it, smiled Lin Yun. There was no way he would reveal the Iris Sword Sutra. Lu Qinyi also reacted in time. He knew that he had asked a reckless question, so he smiled. The fourth layer is a peculiar existence. Anyone who goes in there will be trapped in a cage that you have to break within 2 hours. Otherwise, the cage will continue to shrink until your body explodes. The damage can be as small as falling from your current cultivation. However, the worst-case scenario will be death. Niefeng also spoke out, Brother Lin, the fourth layer is considered forbidden, since many people have died in it. Lin Yun's heart trembled because he didn't expect the fourth layer to be so terrifying. I heard that the fourth layer has a test left behind by the powerhouse who refined the divine flame. If you're able to break through the cage, you can obtain an infernal flower, while the pieces of the cage will fall into the third layer and benefit everyone, explained Lu Qinyi. How do I break the cage? Asked Lin Yun. It's not easy. You need to improve your strength by 50% within 2 hours, smiled Lu Qinyi. What's the matter? Brother Lin, do you want to give it a try? It didn't sound easy, but it didn't sound impossible either. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to do it within 2 hours unless it was a breakthrough in their cultivation. No one dared to take the bet, and those who were incinerated into ashes were a deterrent. But Lin Yun was absolutely confident. If the Iris Sword Sutra could reach the pinnacle 9th stage, his strength would definitely improve by 50%. After all, he could even summon a violet ice sparrow after reaching the pinnacle 9th stage. The only thing he had to be worried about was what if he failed. But he couldn't base his life on what-ifs. Lin Yun's eyes lit up as he made his decision. I wish to give it a try. His words instantly caused Lu Qinyi and Nie Feng's faces to change. When Lin Yun turned around, Lu Qinyi finally made a decision and spoke out. Lin Yun, the Nethercloud Ghost has announced that whoever kills you will obtain his unique cultivation technique. All the core disciples in the Bloodwing Pavilion are after you now. The Heavenly Province Academy might be able to protect you, but my Shattered Sword Pavilion can kill him for you if you're willing to join us. Lin Yun wasn't surprised by Nethercloud Ghost's bounty, but Lu Qinyi's insistence surprised him. If the Shattered Sword Pavilion killed Nethercloud Ghost, they would definitely be standing against the Bloodwing Pavilion, which was a huge price to pay. I'm sorry, but I don't intend to change my mind, said Lin Yun as he continued forward. Lu Qinyi was stunned. Lu Qinyi never expected that Lin Yun would still refuse him even after he made such a generous offer. Lu Qinyi raised his voice in reluctance. Lin Yun, you'll regret it. Lu Qinyi's words had two meanings. One was that Lin Yun would regret losing the opportunity to join the Shattered Sword Pavilion. The other one was that Lin Yun would regret stepping into the 4th layer. But, regret? Lin Yun never felt such a thing before. No, I will never regret any decision I make. The sword in my hand won't allow me to. Lin Yun continued forward with a grave expression and heavy footsteps. Lu Qinyi was shocked as he looked at Lin Yun because Lin Yun's sword intent seems to be even more refined. Only a swordsman could see the glow that was currently coming from Lin Yun. Senior brother, aren't you placing a little too much importance on him? Only Heavenly Soul Realm elders can be confident about killing Nethercloud Ghost. With senior brother's position, there's no need for you to be so polite to him, said Nie Feng after he mustered up his courage to speak. Lu Qinyi smiled bitterly. Nie Feng, you don't understand what it means for a dragon to enter the sea. He's a dragon. Now that he came to the place where he belonged, he'll definitely shine like a gem. Sooner or later, his name will spread throughout the ancient southern domain. But I never imagined that his will would be so firm at such a young age. Senior brother, isn't your evaluation of him a little too high? Smiled Nie Feng awkwardly. Even if he fails in the 4th layer, he'll definitely rise. Of course, that's based on the prerequisite that he doesn't die. You and I can't imagine how terrifying someone like him is. But, Lu Qinyi smiled, he'll regret it. The Heavenly Province Academy isn't suitable for him, so he shouldn't enter the 4th layer now. Lu Qinyi was one of the 4 elites in the Nether Prefectural City, a monstrous genius on the Dragoncloud ranking. He was the idol of many people, so it would be embarrassing if Lin Yun didn't regret his offer when he lowered his tone. He and Lin Yun had bet on their honor and only time would reveal the winner. Right at this moment, an azure figure soared into the sky. This figure was Lin Yun and he would press forward, without regrets, just like his sword. At Gu Tang's residence, the door suddenly burst open. Gu Tang, who was drinking wine, quickly looked at the door. When he saw who it was, his face changed drastically. The wine bottle that he was holding fell to the ground, shattering into small pieces. "Be big brother, what brings you here?" asked Gu Tang with a trembling voice. The person who burst through the door was naturally Gu Feng, who was mocked by all the core disciples back in the Herewind Pavilion. Gu Feng was wearing black and had a grim face. On his right was a youth donned in blue, who was also wearing the core disciple uniform. He was also in the Greater Yin stage, but his aura was a lot weaker than Gu Feng's. He followed Gu Feng around like a lackey. "Senior brother Gu, your younger brother looks like he got beat up," smiled the blue-clothed youth. Right now, Gu Tang didn't have the grace that belonged to one of the strongest inner disciples. He looked more like a piece of trash instead. "You piece of trash. I was embarrassed because of you. So why can't I be here? I've become the laughingstock of the core disciples." Gu Feng's eyes flashed coldly as he was filled with rage. He was filled with humiliation from what happened back in the Herewind Pavilion. At that time, he wanted to slaughter Lin Yun immediately, but he calmed himself down and came to visit his younger brother first. "Big brother, I've embarrassed you," said Gutang as he fell to his knees. The blue-clothed youth helped Gutang up and said, "Why are you kneeling down? Senior brother Gu is here today, so don't do something so embarrassing now." Gutang immediately rejoiced as he looked at Gu Feng. "Big brother, are you going to help me?" Gu Feng glared at his younger brother, which made Gutang terrified. Right at this moment, the blue-clothed youth smiled with disdain. "Why does senior brother Gu have to act personally? Don't worry about it. I'll get him to kneel before you and humiliate him the same way you were humiliated back then." Gutang immediately rejoiced and cupped his hands together. "Thank you, senior brother Kong." He knew that Lin Yun was doomed. He could finally vent out the humiliation he suffered. Right at this moment, a gray-clothed figure descended from the sky. He was also donned in the core disciple uniform. He looked at Gu Feng and said, "Senior brother Gu, I just found out that he's in the infernal realm." Infernal realm? Everyone was shocked. How did Lin Yun enter the infernal realm? Good. If he's in the infernal realm, then I can cripple him and easily cover it up, smiled Gu Feng sinisterly. The infernal realm was a double-edged sword. In Gu Feng's view, that place was suitable for him to act. As for Lin Yun, he naturally had no idea what was coming. He soared into the sky towards the fourth layer under everyone's attention. It's him again. He's insane. The 300 meters didn't kill him, so he's going to the fourth layer. I'm afraid that he won't even be able to break the barrier to get to the fourth layer. Many people smiled because the barrier wasn't easy to break. If Lin Yun was careless, he might even be knocked down by it. While everyone waited for Lin Yun to embarrass himself, a sword ray lit up the horizon. Before anyone could imprint Lin Yun's shining face, the third layer was broken and Lin Yun charged forward without any hesitation. He really went in. Everyone was shocked. After all, the fourth layer was considered forbidden. Many people had failed over the past few decades, and it had been a long time since anyone dared to give it a try. Lin Yun was only in the lesser Yin stage, yet he had actually reached the fourth layer. His prospects made everyone excited. When Lin Yun appeared on the fourth layer, he was instantly trapped in a cage. He didn't even have time to look around. The cage was made of flames, and Lin Yun could sense the cage shrinking, albeit very slowly. Sensing the urgency of the situation, Lin Yun sat down and circulated the Iris Sword Sutra. "I don't have much time." When Lin Yun circulated the Iris Sword Sutra, the cage began to tremble as fine flames shot at him like fine needles. The pain was several times worse than the third layer. At the same time, the fire spiritual energy pouring into his body was also a lot stronger. "Looks like I came to the right place." Lin Yun was satisfied with this place. After all, danger also represented opportunity. He then focused on refining the ancient fire spiritual energy, controlling the silver iris flower to devour all the surrounding spiritual energy. As time slowly passed, the iris flower released a chilling fluctuation. It was a strange feeling when the ancient and mysterious chill leaked out. At the same time, the Iris Sword Sutra seemed to be undergoing a bizarre transformation. The Iris Sword Sutra came from the Iris Sword Saint and had a total of 16 stages, so it far exceeded ordinary cultivation techniques. But Lin Yun didn't feel that it was that different aside from the fact that it made his origin energy more powerful. Could it be that the Iris Sword Sutra was finally going to reveal its true prowess today? Just thinking about it made Lin Yun's heart beat wildly because he knew that he made the right decision to come to the fourth layer. 2 hours wasn't long, but it also wasn't short. As the Iris Sword Sutra slowly became stronger, the cage around slowly shrank. Soon, the cage was like shackles on Lin Yun's body. The cage would continue to shrink, and once it reached its limit, it would cause Lin Yun's body to explode. Lin Yun's heart was lifted. The iris flower was just one petal away from reaching the pinnacle. If he couldn't make it in time, he couldn't imagine the dire consequences. However, just when the cage was about to enter his body, Lin Yun's violet palace suddenly glowed and a sword array was formed. At the same time, an ancient voice sounded out by Lin Yun's ears. "Iris Sword Array. Absolute unrivaled. Primal origin. Praise the Phoenix." All the disciples outside the infernal realm suddenly felt a chill down their spine. When they opened their eyes, they saw for people that caused their faces to change. There were actually 3 core disciples that were being led by the infamous Gufeng. When they recalled Lin Yun's appearance here, they instantly figured out what was going on. So Gufeng was here for Lin Yun. Get lost! The blue-clothed youth frowned his brows and he kicked several inner disciples who were in his way away, scaring everyone into opening a path for them. It didn't take long for the 4 to reach the infernal realm's entrance. Many inner disciples who were previously jealous of Lin Yun instantly wore a playful expression. What are you guys trying to do? Gong Ming, who was standing guard, had a horrified expression when he saw Gufeng. But before he could even finish, he was sent flying with a slap from Kong Xian. A mere deacon dares to speak to us? Are you courting death? Barked the blue-clothed youth. Gong Ming had a trace of blood leaking down from his lips, but he didn't dare to utter a word. Gufeng couldn't be bothered with Gong Ming as he looked at the infernal realm's entrance. Big brother, this fellow is with Lin Yun, said Gutang coldly. His words made Gong Ming's face change. I can't be bothered with this piece of trash. Let's look for Lin Yun first and let him know the consequences of messing with me, said Gufeng with disdain. You guys aren't allowed to pass here. Gong Ming suddenly stood before them. He knew it would be trouble if he allowed them in. He could imagine them disrupting Lin Yun's cultivation. Lin Yun trusted him and let him stand guard here, so he couldn't allow Gufeng in. You're courageous, but what a pity, sneered Gufeng. Before Gufeng made a move, Kong Xian laughed and reached out to Gong Ming. Someone like you is just a piece of trash in our eyes. Gong Ming's bones suddenly started to break from Kong Xian's grab. Kong Xian laughed at this and gave him an arrogant command. Kneel! Gong Ming threw up a mouthful of blood as he gnashed his teeth. The difference between them was too great, causing his knees to touch the ground. Kong Xian's speed was shocking and truly showcased the strength of a core disciple. The difference between a lesser and greater stage was huge. Right at this moment, the platform suddenly trembled and a blurred image appeared before the entrance. They could all see a cage shattering. This made the faces of Gufeng and Kong Xian change as someone broke the infernal cage. The infernal cage actually broke? Gufeng muttered to himself. Kong Xian had loathsome eyes as he looked at Gong Ming. If it wasn't for this piece of trash blocking our way, we might be able to snatch some of the fragments. They're a great source of nourishment. Kong Xian reached out and to give Gong Ming another slap, but right at this moment, a figure slowly came out of the flame. Stop! It was Lin Yun. When Gong Ming saw Lin Yun, he yelled, Brother Lin, run. They're here for you. There were no changes on Lin Yun's face, but when he looked at Gong Ming's swollen cheeks, his eyes flashed coldly. Flower burial? You're right on time. Kong Xian's eyes lit up and he looked at Lin Yun. Since you're here, then you might as well kneel. Kong Xian soared into the sky and slapped Lin Yun with excitement as his aura boiled in his body. However, there were no changes to Lin Yun's face as he threw out a punch. Facing Kong Xian's palm, he didn't even move his feet, which shocked Kong Xian. He could sense his palm sinking into an ocean, not causing a single ripple. Is this the arm you used previously? Asked Lin Yun. So what? Are you possibly going to get revenge? Kong Xian gnashed his teeth as he pondered how to injure Lin Yun heavily. Then I'll take this arm, said Lin Yun coldly. The iris flower in his dantian bloomed and Lin Yun grabbed onto Kong Xian's wrist before giving it a pull. This made Kong Xian yell out in pain as his entire arm was pulled out of its socket. But Lin Yun didn't stop there. He slammed his palm on Kong Xian's chest, breaking Kong Xian's ribs and injuring his internal organs. The impact of the palm sent Kong Xian flying. This scene shocked everyone as they looked at Lin Yun dumbfoundedly. They didn't expect Lin Yun to handle Kong Xian so easily. Furthermore, they couldn't even catch Kong Xian's shadows. Kong Xian had simply disappeared before them. This instantly made the entire plaza fall into silence. Even the other core disciple standing beside Gutang had fear in his eyes as he took a few steps back. Only Gufeng wore a sinister smile as if Kong Xian's life and death had nothing to do with him. Gufeng looked at Lin Yun and said, You do have some strength. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. You must have gotten quite a bit of the fragments earlier, right? Hand them over and I'll let you off. Fragments? I don't have any of them. But I do have an infernal flower. But do you even have the qualification to take it from me? Lin Yun sneered as he took out the infernal flower. The sky instantly turned dark as the only source of light came from the flower. When everyone saw the flower, their faces changed. It was too unbelievable that Lin Yun had the infernal flower. Didn't this mean that Lin Yun was the one who broke the cage? Just thinking about it made everyone exclaim with shock. Infernal flower. Everyone instantly recognized the radiating flower. That's impossible. Gutong was shocked by Lin Yun. Indeed, in many people's view, it was impossible for Lin Yun to obtain the infernal flower. No one had succeeded over the past decade. Anyone who dared to take up the challenge was either incinerated into ashes or reduced to a cripple. But not only did Lin Yun come out alive, but he even obtained the infernal flower. So how could Gutong not be shocked? After Lin Yun stored the infernal flower back into his interspatial pouch, greed flashed across Gufeng's eyes. Hand it over if you don't want to die. There's no way you can protect it with your strength. It looks like you're stronger than those pieces of trash for you to be so arrogant after seeing the flower, smiled Lin Yun. Brother Lin, don't underestimate this person. He had once killed a pinnacle stage wandering cultivator, said Gong Ming. Did I allow you to stand? Gufeng's face changed as he threw his palm over. His palm landed on Gong Ming's chest, which sent Gong Ming flying and throwing up blood. Before Gufeng could retract his hand back, Lin Yun flicked his finger indifferently using graceful moment. Absolute hit. The silver ray pierced through Gutang's knee. Gutang yelled out in pain and he dropped down on his knee with his face twitching and blood oozing out of his knee. Stop! Gufeng barked as he could no longer maintain his composure. But Lin Yun didn't stop there as he shot out another silver ray to pierce through Gutang's other knee. This made Gutang's face turn pale as he now kneeled with both knees. You're courting death. Gufeng's killing aura surged and he clenched his fists. His scarlet origin energy burst out from his body and Lin Yun could tell that he wasn't far from the pinnacle stage. He wasn't just a little stronger than Kong Xian, but he was on a completely different level than Kong Xian. Looks like it was true that Gufeng had once killed a pinnacle stage wandering cultivator. At the same time, everyone looked at Lin Yun in pity. Lin Yun was truly monstrous to obtain the infernal flower, but it was a pity that he ran into Gufeng. If Lin Yun could wait 3 months, the outcome of their fight would be unknown. Suddenly, rumbling lightning rang out as a figure charged at Lin Yun. That figure wasn't Gufeng, but the other core disciple who came with Gufeng. It was the disciple who was donned in gray clothes. He launched a sneak attack at Lin Yun, charging towards the latter like a bolt of lightning. This scene made everyone sweat as their hearts clenched. That youth's strength might be the same as Kong Xian, but no one had expected that he would stoop as low as launching a sneak attack. If Lin Yun was hit by him, the consequences would be dire. But everyone saw a cold smirk on Lin Yun's lips as he said, I've offended many people in my life. If your sneak attack could get me so easily, I would have died a long time ago. Then, Lin Yun slanted his body and pushed out his palm to fend off the sneak attack. When the two palms collided, the gray-clothed youth threw up a mouthful of blood. His body jolted and his mind rumbled. His face was replaced with fear as he wanted to escape. Since you're here, then stay behind. Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly. This person was really naive to think that he could leave after launching a sneak attack against him. Lin Yun casually grabbed onto the gray-clothed youth's wrist and yanked down. The gray-clothed youth's body then smashed into the ground. Under the enormous impact, all of the bones in the youth's body began to crack. However, Lin Yun couldn't be bothered with him anymore and gave him a casual kick. The youth was already half crippled, so it didn't matter if he woke up. This scene made everyone suck in a cold breath with shock on their faces. No one had expected that Lin Yun would be so ruthless towards someone who dared to launch a sneak attack against him. This method even made Gufeng's lips twitch. 2 months ago, when Lin Yun ran into a greater stage wandering cultivator, He was nearly killed when he was in the quasi-violet palace realm. But now, no ordinary greater Yin stage could pose a challenge to him. Perhaps only someone like Gu Feng could give him some pressure. Let's get started. Don't let these pieces of trash embarrass themselves, said Lin Yun as he narrowed his eyes. This made Gu Tong, who was bleeding from both his knees, tremble in fear because Lin Yun was too terrifying. The four of them came ferociously, and Kong Xian even claimed that he would embarrass Lin Yun. When Kong Xian slapped Gong Ming, Gu Tong rejoiced inwardly because he felt that everything would get taken care of. But now, Kong Xian had a crippled arm, and the gray-clothed youth's state was even worse than Kong Xian's. As for Gu Tong, he was kneeling on the ground, and he could only hope that his elder brother could defeat Lin Yun. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine the consequences. Your strength is admirable, but I suggest you hand over the infernal flower if that's all you have, said Gu Feng indifferently. You can come and try. Lin Yun looked at Gu Feng with a provoking and playful smile. Don't regret it then. Gu Feng sneered, and he soared into the sky. He emitted a crimson radiance as he charged at Lin Yun with his torrential killing aura. His aura was comparable to someone in the pinnacle Yin stage, which was shocking. Lin Yun smiled as he charged towards Gu Feng as well. The two then began to fight on the stage. After 10 moves later, Gu Feng had already probed Lin Yun's strength. Lin Yun's strength was only at the level he had shown previously. Since that was the case, he would show Lin Yun the strength of a pinnacle greater Yin stage. After making his decision, Lin Yun no longer held back, and his crimson origin energy burst out from his body, instantly overwhelming Lin Yun's sword aura. Wearing a sinister smile on his face, Gu Feng threw a punch at Lin Yun's chest and yelled, "Die!" His crimson fist slowly crushed Lin Yun's sword aura. But Lin Yun didn't panic as a ray of light shot out. The iris flower in his violet palace bloomed. In the next second, wind began to blow wildly as an iris flower appeared in the sky at the center of the vortex. Under the iris flower, Lin Yun's clothes fluttered as his crumbling sword aura started to stabilize and became even more powerful. In the name of my sword, bloom! When the iris flower in his dantian made a complete circulation, Lin Yun's hair fluttered as he pushed out a palm towards Gu Feng with a smile on his face. His smile was demonic, and at that moment, he was the center of attention, emitting an unrivaled radiance. Sit down. When the fist and palm collided, the ground trembled violently, and Gu Feng threw up a mouthful of blood before he was sent flying like a broken kite. When he smashed into the ground, the impact raised a cloud of dust that caused all the surrounding disciples to flee. When they looked at the youth on the stage who was emitting an unrivaled radiance, their hearts were trembling with fear. Gu Feng, who had once killed a pinnacle Yin stage wandering cultivator, was actually sent flying by Lin Yun. It was an unbelievable scene. They couldn't believe that a lesser Yin stage guest deacon actually sent a pinnacle greater Yin stage core disciple flying. Something so shocking had never happened in the history of the Academy before, and there weren't many in the Nether Prefectural City who could accomplish this. After all, the gulf between these cultivation stages was greater than what people could imagine. Up on the stage, Lin Yun landed on the ground as he looked at Gu Feng indifferently. Currently, Gu Feng was struggling to get back on his feet, and Lin Yun had no intention of letting him off. When the surrounding disciples sensed the abnormal atmosphere, they quickly retreated. A brief moment later, Lin Yun and Gu Feng were the only ones left. Gu Feng slowly got back on his feet with a pale face. Wiping the trace of blood from the corner of his lips, he smiled coldly. The strength displayed by Lin Yun had far exceeded his cultivation. No wonder you can disregard the forbidden 4th level. No one had entered it for a decade, but you managed to obtain the infernal flower. However, the fun has just begun. Gu Feng's gaze suddenly became sharp, and he emitted a crimson radiance. As his long hair fluttered in the wind, he also started to emit an eerie aura from his body. His eyes were bloodshot and gave a sinister feeling. His aura grew even more violent, and everyone could sense his full strength. It seemed as if Gu Feng used a forbidden technique. That's scarlet blood transformation. Gu Feng actually brought out this forbidden technique. Just how strong is Lin Yun to force him to resort to this? His fighting prowess will be enhanced for the next half an hour, but the consequences are also dire. He can't afford to lose. After all, he'll be finished if he loses. All the inner disciples were shocked at this scene. Wind, thunder, tribulation. 1,000 miles scarlet earth. Gu Feng roared and a wild gale began to blow around him. At the same time, spiritual runes began to intertwine before forming a scarlet sword that boiled with flames. Gu Feng had actually created a spiritual diagram. The crimson sword in the painting trembled with a ghastly howl. It created a terrifying fluctuation since it was close to the power of a third-grade spiritual diagram under Gu Feng's forbidden technique. "I have to defeat you today," he cried. Gu Feng's eyes flashed with killing aura as he locked onto Lin Yun. At the same time, the crimson sword began to approach Lin Yun. This scene frightened many people because no one dared to take an attack head-on from Gu Feng, who was ranked within the top 10 among core disciples. Gu Tong, who was kneeling on the ground, was also excited by this scene. He gnashed his teeth with his fists clenched as the excitement distorted his face. "A spiritual diagram? I also know how to use them," smiled Lin Yun. Even Mo Ling couldn't trap him with a second-grade spiritual diagram. He really didn't know where Gu Feng got his confidence from. Just when the crimson sword was about to land a hit, Lin Yun started to form a seal as fire spiritual runes began to appear around him. However, he didn't stop there as a wind spiritual rune was also formed and added into the spiritual diagram, making the painting look chaotic. Everyone had curious expressions because they didn't know if Lin Yun was courting death. After all, Lin Yun would die if he couldn't complete the painting. Even Gu Feng was briefly stunned by these amateur actions before he smirked. He couldn't be blamed since Lin Yun was courting death. Heavenly secret seal, infernal mountain and river painting. But then, a bizarre scene took place. When the heavenly secret seal was formed, the chaotic painting suddenly transformed into a majestic painting. As a wild gale and river roared, the infernal mountain and river painting's aura began to rise to the point that it was comparable to pinnacle stage cultivators. In the past, it took Lin Yun operating at his best to create a perfect infernal mountain and river painting. But now he could do it as he wished. The infernal mountain and river painting roared in the sky like an ancient ferocious beast. A ferocious collision took place in the sky and the crimson sword only lasted for a moment before it crumbled. Along with a miserable yell, Gu Feng was sent flying once more. However, his aura got even more powerful and it practically reached the pinnacle stage. The scarlet blood transformation was a forbidden technique that continued to boost his power. Mo Ling, that slut seems to have taught you quite a bit of stuff. But you're still going to die today. Gu Feng threw out a punch to destroy the infernal mountain and river painting before charging at Lin Yun. Each step he took caused the ground to tremble. When he was about to get close to Lin Yun, his aura had reached an unbelievable height. How annoying! Lin Yun had annoyance written all over his face as he slowly closed his eyes. At the same time, his sword intent began to sweep out like a vast ocean that soared into the sky. Then, a silver iris flower bloomed beneath his feet. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, even his pupils had become silvery with strands of ancient sword aura emitting from his body. In the next moment, his sword aura of 81 swords had formed into a sword array around Lin Yun. Iris sword array, absolute unrival. Killing intent surged in Lin Yun's heart and swords began to fly out from the array. When each sword smashed into Gu Feng, it would force Gu Feng to take a step back. All 81 swords flew out like a torrential wave. In just a brief moment, Gu Feng's aura had fallen back down as he smashed into the ground. This time, he could no longer fight back. What the hell is this? Everyone was shocked by the scene before them. They had never seen such a bizarre method of attacking. Furthermore, Lin Yun actually created a sword array all by himself. When the iris flower slowly dissipated, the radiance on Lin Yun gradually dimmed down. Then, he used the 7 profound steps to arrive in front of Gu Feng. This terrified Gu Feng greatly as he staggered backwards. Lin Yun's attack from before had destroyed all the hope in his heart. He no longer had the courage to face Lin Yun's sword array. "I'll give you 2 choices. Either you kneel here for 3 days by yourself or I'll make you do it," said Lin Yun. This instantly caused an uproar in the surroundings as this punishment was too ruthless. Getting a core disciple to kneel here publicly was a greater humiliation than death. Lin Yun, don't take it too far. Gu Feng gnashed his teeth as his body trembled. Take it too far? Didn't you come to embarrass me and make me kneel? Lin Yun smiled coldly at Gu Feng. Lin Yun couldn't imagine the consequences if he would have been attacked by them when he was on the third layer. It was a good thing they didn't arrive any earlier. Since Gu Feng came to humiliate him, Gu Feng had to be prepared to be humiliated. Before Gu Feng could react, Lin Yun smacked a palm down on Gu Feng's head. Gu Feng would probably never have expected that retribution would come so quickly. Gu Feng dropped to his knees with reluctance written on his face. Don't let me see you around in the future. Otherwise, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Oh, if you dare to stand up, I'll destroy you, said Lin Yun as he headed back to the platform. Gu Feng's face was grim as he struggled internally, but he didn't dare to get back up. This scene had caused many people to sigh out of sympathy. When Lin Yun returned to the platform, Gu Tang's face was already pale from fright, and he buried his head down. He didn't dare to look at Lin Yun. Lin Yun looked around and announced, Gong Ming is a friend of mine. If anyone dares to touch him in the academy, then you'll end up like Gu Feng. Lin Yun. Gong Ming was dumbfounded. He never imagined that Lin Yun would speak such words. After today, Lin Yun's fame would definitely spread throughout the academy. But even so, Lin Yun didn't forget about him. Right at this moment, warmth flowed into Gong Ming's heart. He knew that the price he had paid was worth it. Brother Gong, let's go. There's no need to stay here anymore, smiled Lin Yun. Let's go. Gong Ming smiled with eyes full of emotion. His blood had never boiled like this before. After Lin Yun and Gong Ming left, Gu Feng and Gu Tang continued to kneel on the ground. Even after Lin Yun had gone far away, they didn't dare to get back up. They never imagined that this would be their outcome when they came so aggressively to make Lin Yun beg for mercy. Not only them, but the other inner disciples were in shock too. Worst of all, many core disciples had witnessed Gu Feng kneel, which was even more shocking. They had been attracted here by the infernal flower's radiance, but they didn't expect to see such a good show. It probably wouldn't take long for Lin Yun's name to spread throughout the Heavenly Province Academy. At that time, everyone would know about flower burial. Beneath the spiritwood peak, Lin Yun handed the token Mo Ling gave him to Gong Ming. Brother Gong, I'm afraid you can't go to the secret realm with your injuries. Take this token and exchange it for some pellets. Gong Ming's hands were trembling as he took the token. He asked, Is this really all right? Don't worry about it. You could have left, but you stayed. Take the token and get some resources for yourself. Mo Ling loaned it to me for a day, and she said that I can do anything I want with it, smiled Lin Yun. He had a good impression of Gong Ming. Gong Ming was the first friend he had since coming to the Spiritwood Peak. They were both guest deacons too. Furthermore, Gong Ming was injured because of him, so he didn't think that there was any problem in using the token Mo Ling gave him. Gong Ming accepted the token and smiled. Then I won't refuse this offer. Core disciples can exchange some decent third-grade pellets. I'll return the token tomorrow. But Brother Lin, the infernal flower will probably attract a lot of people's attention. So be careful. Lin Yun wasn't worried. He could sense the gazes on him when he fought Gu Feng. They probably came because of the infernal flower, but after seeing Gu Feng's outcome, they probably had to reevaluate themselves. I know, responded Lin Yun. Then I'll see you tomorrow, said Gong Ming. Okay. After separating with Gong Ming, Lin Yun returned to his courtyard. He wasn't surprised that he could defeat Gu Feng. After all, it would be a humiliation to the Iris Sword Saint if he couldn't defeat a core disciple after his cultivation technique reached the pinnacle 9th stage. Lin Yun fell into deep thought as he recalled the ancient voice that he heard back in the 4th layer. It sounded as though the Iris Sword Saint had crossed the passage of time and left those words to him. Iris Sword Array, absolute unrivaled, primal origin, praise the phoenix. Lin Yun could sense a bizarre feeling rising in his heart when he muttered them. At the same time, The iris flower also emitted a silver glow as ancient sword intent began to spread out. Simultaneously, Lin Yun was also basking in a silvery radiance as his hair fluttered in the wind. When the iris flower within the violet palace bloomed, the petals began to transform into silver swords. It didn't take long for all the 81 petals to disappear and be replaced with an ancient sword array. That was naturally the iris sword array, absolute unrivaled. Lin Yun could sense his aura rising ferociously when the sword array appeared. He could even reach the pinnacle of the Yin stage, so not even Mo Ling couldn't underestimate him now. If I bring out this sword array, even a pinnacle Yin stage will be heavily injured if they're within 300 meters of me. If they're unlucky, the sword array can even tear them apart. Lin Yun speculated about the sword array's power as he examined it. If he wanted, 300 meters around him could be turned into a forbidden zone. Aside from that, he could also control the 81 swords as he wishes. This was the iris sword array, absolute unrivaled. This meant that those with the same cultivation didn't stand a chance. The array was unrivaled. But what did 81 circulations, praise the phoenix, mean? It was recorded in the sword array that he could summon an ancient violet ice sparrow when the iris sword sutra reaches the pinnacle 9th stage. However, he had already formed the array, so where was the sparrow? Lin Yun's eyes suddenly lit up. Did primal origin mean to go back to the basics? Like how he discovered dazzling moment? Did it mean that the iris sword array could also circulate backwards? The moment such thoughts appeared in Lin Yun's mind, he immediately wanted to give it a try. However, he knew that he would injure himself if he was careless. For example, with dazzling moment, if he used it before he was strong enough, all his origin energy would be exhausted. In the end, Lin Yun still decided to give it a try. There might be danger if he gave it a try, but he would never figure out the secrets if he didn't even dare to try. After making up his mind, Lin Yun immediately started forming seals with his hands. With this attempt, all the hovering swords froze as if time had stopped. They were like a wall in front of Lin Yun as he threw up a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Lin Yun never expected to run into a wall right at the start. But it wasn't his style to give up so easily. His eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He started to form the seals again, and his origin energy rippled within his body. Every single moment he was enduring great pain. But just when he was about to cry in despair, a brilliant sword ray rang out. The 81 swords also moved by an inch. Although it was only an inch, a violent sword intent began to leak out. At the same time, Lin Yun's sword intent began to accumulate at an unbelievable speed. When the sword array made a full reverse circulation, the accumulated sword intent began to change and gathered into a towering silvery beam that shot into the horizon. Then, Lin Yun's courtyard began to tremble violently as the third-grade spiritual array showed signs of being broken by the silver pillar. At the same time, the sword array that was initially 300 meters grew to 600 meters. The 81 swords also increased to 162 swords. With that, Lin Yun was surrounded by silver swords. But the terrifying aura only lasted briefly before it disappeared. Lin Yun was kneeling on the ground as beads of sweat covered his forehead. The array left him weak, but a smile filled his face. He knew that he had succeeded. Although he only completed 1 circulation, he was confident that he could complete 9 circulations in the future. Closing his eyes, Lin Yun sat down and looked at the iris flower in his violet palace. The iris flower was dim and shriveled. The exhaustion was shocking, but Lin Yun was confident of even intimidating a lesser yang stage with the array. Lin Yun opened his eyes a long time later. He had more or less recovered from his exhaustion. Now that the Iris Sword Sutra reached the 9th stage, his recovery was a lot faster than before. When Lin Yun opened his right hand, the infernal flower appeared on his palm. It looked like a flower made of flames and was a lot different from other treasures he had seen. But Lin Yun soon discovered something unusual about the infernal flower. It might seem like a flame, but it was actually a bizarre liquid that contained pure fire energy. After probing it slightly, Lin Yun's expression became grave. If the flower blew up right now, he would immediately be reduced to ashes. He knew that there was no way he could refine it right now. He could only try it again when he reached the pinnacle Yin stage. Aside from the explosive power, there was also something bizarre about this flower that he couldn't see through. I'll look at it again when I'm strong enough. It's definitely not simple. Lin Yun put the infernal flower away and then took out a painting. When he opened it up, there was a person who held a sword with his left hand and a rose in his right. There was also an enormous white tiger closing its eyes as it smelled the flower. Where do the flowers bloom? When the rose bloomed, the azure-clothed man began to perform a sword technique for Lin Yun. But aside from the technique he already knew, everything else was blurry in his eyes. Lin Yun had been trying to look at the painting for the past 10 days. Along with the rise of his attainments in spiritual runes, Lin Yun could see some of the details more clearly. Although the fog had dissipated quite a bit, Lin Yun still couldn't see through it completely. I'm afraid that I have to become a third-grade spiritualist. As for the demons Elder Hong talked about, that's probably something that I'll see when I'm strong enough. Lin Yun stored the painting with a grave expression. There was a sword technique in the painting, and he knew that the inheritance was a lot better than anything the Shattered Sword Pavilion could give him. Granted, he had to comprehend it in order to benefit. This was why he said that he wouldn't regret refusing Lu Chenyi's offer. At the very least, he didn't regret his choice to go to the 4th layer. So he believed that he wouldn't regret the painting either. The next morning, when the first glimpse of dawn shot through the window, Lin Yun opened his eyes. He was brimming with energy despite the exhaustion of trying to reverse the Iris Sword array last night. It feels weird to rest for a day, smiled Lin Yun as he got up. His mental energy was pushed to the limit in the days he learned under Mo Ling, so he wasn't used to resting. This was why he was looking forward to meeting Mo Ling today. After he washed up and exited his quarters, he bumped into Gong Ming, who was already waiting for him. Gong Ming handed the token over and greeted him. "Brother Lin, you're up pretty early." Lin Yun smiled as he received the token. But just when he was about to reply, his face changed. A figure suddenly descended. The thing that shocked Lin Yun was that this person's cultivation had reached the lesser yang stage. His aura was heavy, but he had retracted his aura well. If he released his aura without any restraint, it would be difficult even for others to speak. But Lin Yun's expression soon returned to normal. He even met Lu Chenyi, so why would he feel pressured by this person? Compared to Lu Chenyi, this person was a lot more lacking. Back then, when Lu Chenyi stood before him, Lin Yun sensed that he would definitely lose if they fought. All he could do in that situation was try his best and inflict as many injuries on Lu Chenyi as before he died. However, now that the Iris Sword Sutra reached the 9th stage, it was a different story. Gong Ming's face changed as he quickly cupped his hands together. "Greetings, Senior Brother Mei." Lin Yun fell into deep thought. He had heard this name somewhere, but he couldn't recall where. When Gong Ming saw that Lin Yun wasn't responding, he quickly whispered, "Lin Yun, this is Senior Brother Mei. He's on the same ranking as Mo Ling as number 1. Same ranking? It didn't look like it because Mo Ling felt even more dangerous to Lin Yun than this person did. Mei Zian seemed to be honored by Gong Ming's words as he smiled. "Brother Gong, you're being too courteous. I don't dare to accept that title." But Mei Zian clearly didn't come for Gong Ming because he turned to Lin Yun. Wearing an amicable smile on his face, he spoke out, "Flower Burial of the Great Qin Empire." Back then, the Sword Firmament Pavilion's name was even known throughout the entire ancient southern domain. "This is our first meeting, and now that I've met you, I can tell that Gu Feng's loss wasn't by coincidence." "You're flattering me too much," replied Lin Yun casually. Mei Zian didn't hold back. He talked to Lin Yun as if they were friends, and he even gave Lin Yun a jade bottle. When Lin Yun opened it up, the chilling fragrance instantly made his origin energy restless. "Profound Yin pellet," Gong Ming exclaimed out of emotion. "Brother Lin, this is the profound Yin pellet refined with the profound Yin flowers petals and profound Yin spiritual essence. Aside from the profound Yin flower of the highest quality, the effect of the pellets aren't any inferior to an ordinary profound Yin flower." Shortly after, Gong Ming continued with disbelief on his face. "I wanted to exchange for these pellets yesterday, but there were none in stock. The pellets are already arranged for certain disciples before they're even produced. Ordinary core disciples can't get them. Smiled Mei Zian. The fact that he could obtain this meant that he had a high status in the academy. Senior brother Mei, what is the meaning of this? Asked Lin Yun. This is just a casual gift for our first meeting, smiled Mei Zian. But when he saw that Lin Yun and Gong Ming were about to leave, he quickly asked, Brother Lin, I heard that you obtained an infernal flower yesterday. A smile appeared on Lin Yun's face. He instantly knew what Mei Zian wanted. He took a sniff in the bottle and smiled. These pellets are great. I wonder if senior brother Mei still has any? I'm willing to purchase them at a high price. Mei Zian fell into deep thought. He didn't know if Lin Yun was pretending on purpose, but he smiled. I just so happen to have 4 bottles of them left. Since you like them, then I'll give them to you for free. After all, they're practically useless for me at my cultivation. Mei Zian then passed over another 4 bottles, which Lin Yun accepted. Gong Ming was dumbfounded that Mei Zian actually gave so many pellets to Lin Yun. Furthermore, Lin Yun accepted them openly. Gong Ming was shocked by Lin Yun's guts. He stared straight at the profound Yin pellets. After all, they were pellets that were of great demand. Brother Lin, it's impossible to refine the infernal flower in the Yin stage, even if you're able to refine it. But before he could finish, Lin Yun smiled. Brother Mei, I'm in a rush to meet Senior Sister Mo now. Why don't we talk about the infernal flower again sometime? Or why don't you come with me to meet Senior Sister Mo? Mei Zian's face changed when he heard that. He didn't know if Lin Yun was pretending, but Lin Yun actually refused him after taking his stuff. Was Lin Yun trying to fool him? He had given a total of 5 bottles, but Lin Yun actually wanted to chase him away now. A brief moment later, he smiled. Since that's the case, then we'll talk about it again later. But he was still staring at Lin Yun without any intention of leaving. Clearly, he wanted Lin Yun to give back the 5 bottles. This made Gong Ming's heart start throbbing, and he didn't dare to utter a word. Lin Yun smiled. You want to take back what you gave out? That's not a custom that we have in the Great Qin Empire. Is this the custom of the Academy? If that's the case, then I'll give them back to you. I'll ask around and see if this is the rule of the Academy. Mei Zian was stunned when he heard that. He never imagined that Lin Yun actually dared to threaten him. If everyone heard that he gave something out and wanted it back, his reputation would be entirely ruined. This meant that he had to say goodbye to the 5 bottles now. Then again, Mei Zian was really naive. How could Lin Yun give back something he had just taken? Not to mention that Mei Zian said that they were gifts for Lin Yun for their first meeting. Looking at Lin Yun's ridiculing smile, Mei Zian instantly knew that Lin Yun had been fooling him from the start. He wanted Lin Yun to return the profound Yin pellets, but he couldn't pull his face down to do it. He had never suffered such a great loss before in the academy. Brother Lin, you must be joking. How can I possibly take back something I've already given out? I'll be taking my leave now. Mei Zian calmed himself down after a long time and squeezed out a smile. But his smile was even uglier than a crying face. The moment he turned around, his face turned dark. Gong Ming only felt relieved after Mei Zian left. However, his forehead was still covered in beads of sweat. His scheme is pretty deep. He's clearly here to cheat me of my infernal flower, but he wanted to put it so righteously. How can I possibly give out the infernal flower since I've obtained it? Sneered Lin Yun. Gong Ming smiled bitterly when he heard that. Even if Mei Zian's scheme was deep, how could his scheme be deeper than Lin Yun's scheme? Lin Yun had turned around and cheated Mei Zian out of 5 bottles of profound Yin pellets. A long time later he spoke out. Lin Yun, you should give it back to him. He won't let you take them away for free with his temper. Return them? Nah. Lin Yun smiled. But senior brother Mei really knows me well. I was beginning to be troubled by my breakthrough, but he came to give me profound Yin pellets. So there's no reason for me to refuse him. Lin Yun then took out a bottle and he threw it at Gong Ming. When Gong Ming caught the bottle, his face instantly changed. His lips trembled as he replied, Brother Lin, I really don't dare to accept this. Don't dare? Then give them back to me. I'm not as pretentious as Mei Zian, smiled Lin Yun. Then I'll accept it. Gong Ming ultimately gnashed his teeth and accepted it after a long moment of contemplation. After all, the temptation of the pellets was too great. Patting Gong Ming's shoulders, Lin Yun smiled. Don't worry about it. You don't get to meet a fool like Mei Zian every day. Gong Ming smiled bitterly and he didn't dare to utter a word. Lin Yun was probably the only one who dared to say such words in the entire academy. Senior sister, your token. Lin Yun returned the token to Mo Ling when he came to the Nightcloud Hall. Mo Ling toyed with her token as she looked at Lin Yun. When she kept the token, she looked at Lin Yun and asked, I heard you did something impressive yesterday. Which thing? Asked Lin Yun. The infernal flower, said Mo Ling. Lin Yun's heart trembled, but he maintained his composure as he looked at Mo Ling. He then realized that Mo Ling was already at the Greater Yin stage and would soon make her breakthrough into the Pinnacle Yin stage. Then again, it wasn't surprising since Mo Ling was already in the Greater Yin stage. But the Pinnacle Yin stage meant that she could refine the infernal flower. Did the infernal flower catch her attention? If that was the case, then things would become troublesome. Lin Yun couldn't see through Mo Lin. She was a lot stronger than Mei Zian, and it would be troublesome if she wanted the infernal flower. Thinking about it, Lin Yun smiled. Senior sister is really well informed. Lin Yun opened his palm and a flower appeared. Looking at the flower, Mo Ling praised. It's indeed the infernal flower. There was a profound Yang Palace's disciple who refined it and his cultivation reached an unbelievable height in one day. Seeing that Mo Ling was calm without greed in her eyes, Lin Yun smiled bitterly. He knew that he had really misunderstood her. If she really wanted the infernal flower, the elders would have taken it from him without her needing to ask for it. Storing the infernal flower, Lin Yun pondered briefly before he told Mo Ling what happened with Mei Zian. Profound Yang pellets? Mo Ling couldn't help laughing out loud. She was absolutely stunning and laughed. Your temper is still the same as always. You just dealt with Gu Feng and Gu Teng yesterday, now you've tricked Mei Zian today. You're really arrogant. And here I thought you would restrain yourself a little. Mo Ling looked at Lin Yun with a playful smile. How can you say that? Senior brother Mei clearly gave them to me for free, smiled Lin Yun. You clearly tricked him. There's no need to be afraid of him though. He won't dare to do anything to you in the academy. When Mo Ling mentioned Mei Zian, her eyes were filled with disdain and loathe. The two must have some grudges. This person likes to stand against me, trying to compete with me for the chief disciple title. But he doesn't dare to fight me openly. Half a year ago, he restrained himself after I taught him a lesson. But he still couldn't contain himself. Honestly speaking, he was the one who incited Gu Feng to deal with you, said Mo Ling. Lin Yun frowned, since he didn't know about that. However, he didn't want to be involved in Mei Zian and Mo Ling's affair for the time being. He changed the topic. Senior sister, you don't seem to be interested in the infernal flower. Nodding her head, Mo Ling replied, a fourth-grade spiritualist is comparable to a heavenly soul realm. I'll surely become a fourth-grade spiritualist within 3 years. So martial cultivation isn't that important to me. She sounded really confident when she made her declaration. Then Mo Ling started her lesson with Lin Yun. Senior sister, can you teach me more spiritual diagrams? Lin Yun was excited as he had tested the infernal mountain and river painting on Gu Feng. He was looking forward to more spiritual diagrams. I'm afraid I can't. Looking at the disappointment on Lin Yun's face, Mo Ling continued, but I can teach you a third-grade spiritual diagram. At your cultivation, second-grade spiritual diagrams are pretty much pointless, but not third-grade spiritual diagrams. If you can bring out 100% of it, you might even be able to kill greater Yang stage cultivators. Lin Yun hesitated briefly and replied, but I'm not a third-grade spiritualist, nor do I know any third-grade spiritual runes. But you'll eventually become one, right? Smiled Mo Ling. Lin Yun was at a complete loss and he didn't know how to refute those words. I'll be teaching you the Ablaze Phoenix painting, which can be ranked in the top 10 of third-grade spiritual diagrams. A terrifying aura spread out from Mo Ling as 9 paintings hovered behind her. The 9 paintings were lined up as they opened up at the same time. In the next second, dazzling flames and radiating golden brilliance burst out. Lin Yun squinted his eyes because it was too bright. He could even feel stinging pain on his face. When the 9 paintings unfolded fully, a phoenix painting appeared before Lin Yun. The phoenix suddenly flapped its wings and the 9 paintings were torn apart. A terrifying aura swept out and Lin Yun's face changed as he retreated. When he landed on the ground, he raised his head to see the paintings were still hovering behind Mo Ling. This time, Lin Yun was deeply shocked by the ablaze phoenix painting. It had been a long time since he had such a feeling. He still remembered the first time he saw the rose painting. At that time, he even threw the painting away when he saw the tiger pouncing at him. However, since then, he never had such a deep shock from a spiritual diagram. But he had finally felt that way again because of the ablaze phoenix painting. That was embarrassing, smiled Lin Yun bitterly as he rubbed his nose. The ablaze phoenix painting is a fire 3rd grade spiritual diagram. It has 3,000 elementary spiritual runes, 1,000 1st grade spiritual runes, 500 2nd grade spiritual runes, and 7 3rd grade spiritual runes. In terms of lethality, it can be ranked among the top 10. Aside from me, no one else in the academy has grasped it, said Mo Ling. Lin Yun didn't dare to daydream during her explanation and made sure he imprinted everything in his mind. He had a feeling that he could comprehend more of the rose painting if he could grasp the spiritual diagram. The 7 3rd grade spiritual runes are all on the phoenix tail, the 7 feathers. You can ignore them for now since I'll teach them to you after you become a 3rd grade spiritualist. Mo Ling withdrew the paintings, chose a specific one, and then threw it out. Let's start with the first one. Lin Yun held onto the painting that felt heavy in his hands. It wasn't something that a 2nd grade spiritual diagram could compare to. When he unfolded the painting, he would occasionally frown while he looked at it. He could practically memorize 2nd grade spiritual diagrams, but he was actually having a hard time with this 3rd grade spiritual diagram. He would miss out on many details if he wasn't careful enough. In just a brief moment, his eyes were dry and dazed. Mo Ling asked, "How much have you remembered?" "Barely 30%, responded Lin Yun. Not bad. I could barely memorize 20% of the spiritual runes when I looked at it for the first time. Mo Ling had admiration on her face. Lin Yun's talent was even stronger than hers. It's not the same. Lin Yun shook his head. Spiritual diagrams aren't martial techniques. If I can't remember martial techniques, I can still use them. The only issue is that they will be a bit weak. However, if I miss out on even one elementary spiritual rune, everything will be ruined. Even if I remember 90%, it's no different from remembering 30%. Mo Ling frowned and replied, "This is the ablaze phoenix painting that's ranked top 10 among all 3rd grade spiritual diagrams. For those who are weak, they can barely see its outline after looking at it for 3 days. So what? Didn't you say that I will eventually become a 3rd grade spiritualist?" Smiled Lin Yun. The ablaze phoenix painting had aroused a sense of pride in him. He had never encountered such a challenge before, so he was filled with excitement. Mo Ling saw her past self in Lin Yun. Back then, she was still young and filled with pride. At this moment, her heart rippled for once. She gathered her thoughts and smiled. "I hope that you get close. A 3rd grade spiritualist is just the beginning. You'll know what I mean when you get there." Over the next few days, Lin Yun stayed in the Night Cloud Hall, not returning to the Spiritwood Peak. If he was exhausted, he would casually lay down on the floor and take a brief rest. When he was done resting, he would continue observing the ablaze phoenix painting. 5 days had passed without him knowing, and the floor was filled with papers that he had thrown away. Lin Yun's eyes were bloodshot at this point. If it wasn't for the pinnacle Dracophant battle physique, he probably wouldn't have lasted this long. The past 5 days felt like half a year. But Lin Yun's effort didn't go down the drain. He had finally grasped the ablaze phoenix painting. Of course, this was excluding the phoenix tail. This meant that the painting would be complete if he grasped the 7 spiritual runes. 5 days later, Lin Yun opened up the 9 paintings and he smiled. "Senior sister Mo, take a look." "Not bad." Mo Ling was shocked, but she tried her best to maintain her composure. Can you teach me third-grade spiritual runes now? Smiled Lin Yun. I can, but our time has come, said Mo Lingham. Lin Yun was stunned by those words. Then he recalled that half a month had passed. Back then, he was reluctant to accept her teaching. But now, he was fully immersed in it. He never expected that Mo Ling would dig such a huge pit hole for him. He already came this far in the Ablaze Phoenix painting, so it was impossible for him to give up. But he would have to beg Mo Ling if he opened his mouth. Lin Yun smiled bitterly. That's a really deep pit hole. Out with it. What does the Academy need my help with to teach me the Ablaze Phoenix painting? Mo Ling smiled. You're the arrogant flower burial. So how can I possibly convince you without using some tricks? I apologize for using such tricks when the Academy needs your help. Lin Yun had spent 5 days on the Ablaze Phoenix painting and he was only left with the phoenix tail. Thinking about it made him admire Mo Ling for her accomplishments. Even if he left the Academy now, he wouldn't suffer a loss. And even though Mo Ling had trapped him, she was still filled with sincerity. You're exaggerating. If it's something I can do, then there's no reason for me to refuse, said Lin Yun. He was curious what the Academy needed from him that Mo Ling would even go as far as teaching him personally to trap him. There's no rush. No rush. Lin Yun was surprised. Mo Ling spent such a great deal of effort to set up this pitfall, but she wasn't in a rush? But when Lin Yun thought about it, it was more logical for him to be anxious. People can make wrong decisions when they're irrational. What I'm going to tell you pertains to the life and death of the Academy. I hope that you won't regret it because the responsibility is a lot bigger than you can imagine right now. Wow, it's that serious? Asked Lin Yun. Yes. Mo Ling nodded her head and she didn't seem to be joking. Lin Yun calmed down upon hearing that. He instantly knew that this matter wasn't simple. He then probed with a smile. You're not afraid that I won't agree to it after calming down? In 6 days, the profound lake will be opened and there will be a few profound flowers born. The profound flower might not be comparable to the infernal flower, but it's extremely suitable for you. The profound lake? Lin Yun rubbed his chin. The lake was opened every 3 months, and at that time, spiritual essence would spill out. It was a great event in the Academy, especially the competition for the flower. Mo Ling looked at Lin Yun. I'll tell you about it after the flower competition. Lin Yun was curious what it was that concerned the Academy's life and death, but he didn't pursue the matter any longer. Mo Ling smiled. Speaking of which, you haven't been to the library hall, right? I want to, but guest deacons aren't allowed to enter. The foundation of a quasi-overlord force naturally far exceeded the Sword Firmament Pavilion. He wanted to enter the library hall for a long time now, but there was nothing he could do about it. Yunyan will take you there tomorrow. You can pick a martial technique you like. Are you serious? Lin Yun's eyes lit up. With that, his unhappiness for the pitfall that Mo Ling dug for him became faint. Of course, she replied. Then I'll have to thank you in advance, answered Lin Yun happily. The next morning, Lin Yun saw Lu Yunyan at the Spiritwood Peak. It had been some time since Lin Yun last saw her, and she looks more haggard than before. However, her cultivation had clearly improved, pushing her into the greater stage. Looks like senior sister has a pretty good impression of you to allow you into the library hall, smiled Lu Yunyan. The two of them were already familiar with each other, so she joked with Lin Yun. Lin Yun was very tempted by the library hall. After all, this was the foundation of a quasi-overlord force they were talking about. Even core disciples couldn't enter easily without completing special missions. The library hall even had heavenly soul realm cultivation techniques that were extremely attractive to all disciples. Lin Yun and Lu Yunyan headed straight to the Academy's core, and they stopped beneath a majestic mountain. At the middle of the mountain was a majestic palace that they both soared up to. When they arrived at the palace, they didn't dare to move despite the fact that there was no one around. They could clearly sense a gaze on them that probably belonged to an expert that was guarding the library hall. If someone dared to look for trouble, they would be sent flying the moment they landed here. Lu Yunyan only felt relieved when she sensed that the gaze was gone. She smiled. For a while now, I heard that there is a heavenly soul realm expert guarding this place. It looks like it's true. This is your first time here? Lin Yun was surprised. Yeah. The Academy has other places where we can use contribution points to exchange for techniques. But you can't enter the library hall without a special contribution. Speaking of which, I have you to thank since I can enter the library hall. Lu Yunyan looked at Lin Yun deeply with a complicated view. You guys are rather quick. The sky has just lit up. Laughter sounded out from behind them belonging to Yumu. Master, said Lu Yunyan. Elder Yu. Lin Yun and Lu Yunyan bowed. Yumu had a high position in the academy and was only second to the heavenly soul realm Tang Yu. Hee. Even if you guys are early, there's nothing you can do if I don't open the door. Yumu smiled and she instantly appeared before them. Lin Yun couldn't even see how she moved. This movement technique? Lin Yun was shocked. Her movement technique was a lot stronger than the 7 profound steps. Yumu looked at the two with a smile, especially Lin Yun. She nodded her head and said, "Let's go in." The door suddenly lit up as spiritual runes began to appear. Lin Yun took a few glances at it and couldn't believe it. Interesting. I have a feeling that even a heavenly soul realm expert won't be able to break through the door so easily. This was the terrifying foundation of a quasi-overlord force. After all, the Sword Firmament Pavilion's martial hall wasn't so strict. But when he entered, the scene inside left Lin Yun shocked. The interior of the hall was empty aside from an ancient array. There weren't any bookshelves, which was different from what he had imagined. When he looked at Lu Yunyan, he saw that she was also baffled. The library hall is unlike other places. We use a special method to keep our martial techniques hidden. After all, these are the best of the best, not to mention that we even have lesser abilities. Smiled Yumu. Then again, it won't be easy to obtain them. If you're careless, you might even return empty-handed. Return empty-handed? Lin Yun was baffled. Yumu nodded his head. Every technique has a restriction and you have to undergo a test to qualify for it. If you can't get through the test, then you can't take the technique away. This place is the essence of the Academy's foundation and only talented disciples are qualified to bring anything out from here. After all, every cultivation technique and martial technique represents the sweat and blood of an ancestor. Some ancestors even gave their lives for it. Yumu's face was solemn, but she was also filled with pride. The Academy was proud that they could become one of the 5 quasi-overlord forces. So where are the cultivation techniques and marital techniques? Lin Yun asked. There. Yumu pointed at an ancient array, which caused Lin Yun and Lu Yunyan to look at each other before entering. After entering the array, you just have to recite what you need in your heart. You can pick anything you want. For example, recite sword technique in your heart if you want a sword technique. Then again, don't regret your decision. Yumu looked at the two and asked, "Any questions?" "None." Lin Yun and Lu Yunyan wanted to give it a try, so they naturally wouldn't ask any questions. Especially Lin Yun because he wanted a replacement for the Dragon Tiger fist a long time ago. This was a great opportunity for him. Let's begin then. Yumu formed seals with one hand and activated the array. When the array was activated, a radiance enveloped Lin Yun and Lu Yunyan as they disappeared. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, he saw that he was surrounded by darkness and Lu Yunyan was nowhere to be seen. Lin Yun recited fist technique in his heart. In the next second, he saw stars light up the darkness as the radiance from the stars converged into a river that devoured him. Lin Yun could clearly see that each star was a jade slip. The sheer amount of fist techniques was shocking to him. A long time later, Lin Yun adjusted and saw a jade slip streaking past him like a comet. He reached out and grabbed it. In the next second, boundless information began to pour into his mind. The chasing star fist and intermediate earth rank fist technique. This fist technique's emphasis was on speed, which was rare. Lin Yun was surprised by this technique because it would definitely cause a tremor if it was placed in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. But here it was something he could easily obtain. This showed the difference in the two sects' foundations. But Lin Yun didn't like this fist technique because it was different from his ferocious style. Loosening his grip on it, the jade slip turned into a comet and flew away. Lin Yun suddenly fell into deep thoughts. Most of the stars were brilliant, but there were also some black stars that looked dead. So did the black light also represent jade slips? This place was deadly silent, and if he didn't been paying attention, he wouldn't have noticed the black lights. But the moment he paid attention to them, it was impossible for him to shift his gaze away. He was already captivated by them. I want to take a look. Lin Yun raised his head and looked at the black lights with a smile. He reached out to one of the black lights. When his hand shot out, countless jade slips flew away. Occasionally, the jade slips would even attack him. The jade slips' aura wasn't very strong. Lin Yun could tell that the more radiant they were, the stronger they were. His attention to the black lights couldn't be broken. Right at this moment, a comet that was a whole lot larger than the others flew past him. Lin Yun fell into deep thought as he looked at it. The iris flower bloomed in his violet palace, and he reached for the comet. The jade slip began to struggle, and Lin Yun's origin energy started dissipating. Lin Yun smiled, and he charged forward. You can't run. He clenched his fists together, and the comet began to shrink in size. When he fully clenched his fist, the comet disappeared and became a jade slip. Countless information began to pour into his mind. This technique was called Demon Vanquishing Fist, a high-rank Earth-grade fist technique. It was a Buddhist technique created by a venerable monk to vanquish evil. It's actually a Buddhist fist technique. Lin Yun now knew why he would be attracted by this jade slip. The Dragon Tiger Fist was also a Buddhist technique. He might not know any Buddhist verses, but he still managed to bring the Dragon Tiger Fist to the limit. So this fist technique was naturally perfect for Lin Yun. Since the Dragon Tiger Fist was so powerful in his hand, the Demon Vanquishing Fist would be a lot stronger. If the black lights weren't suitable for him, then he could give this fist technique a try. However, he didn't know if he could find it again once he let go. Lin Yun hesitated briefly and released his grip. The jade slip in his hand radiated and flew away. Judging from the looks of it, it wouldn't be possible for him to find it again. How quick! Smiled Lin Yun bitterly. Since he had already given up on it, he had to let it leave. As Lin Yun continued forward, there were many other fist techniques stronger than the Demon Vanquishing Fist, but Lin Yun continued heading to the black lights. This process took an entire hour. The black lights were much further than he had imagined. Without him noticing, the stars around Lin Yun had gradually decreased. It looked like the galaxy was gradually leaving him. Weird, Lin Yun muttered as the surroundings started to get eerie. He raised his head and saw a black light that practically merged with the darkness. He didn't know how he had noticed them from afar. When he looked at it, there were 18 black lights. This number was pathetic compared to the stars that were around him previously. When Lin Yun took a look at them, his face became grave. If the stars he met earlier felt violent and arrogant, then the black lights felt like insurmountable mountains. Lin Yun instantly knew that these black lights were the best, as the 18 black lights emitted a terrifying aura. Let's go with you then, smiled Lin Yun as he poured his sword energy into his body and reached out for one black light. The two energies clashed together, and the rebound energy left Lin Yun shocked. The black vortex began to spin faster, crushing the silver radiance from Lin Yun's palm. Lin Yun raised his palm and sent out several more attacks, but the black vortex suppressed his attacks entirely. Lin Yun raised his brow with fighting spirits blazing in his eyes. He barked, "Interesting. Let me see how strong you are then. In the name of my sword, bloom." Along with a sword buzz, the iris flower in his violet palace began to spin. A boundless sword aura emitted from Lin Yun, and the outline of an iris flower also appeared above his head. When Lin Yun emitted the dazzling silver radiance, his aura reached the pinnacle in stage. Under this aura, Lin Yun flicked his finger and shot out a silvery sword ray at the black vortex. But the black vortex was still circulating slowly, constantly recovering from Lin Yun's attack. "I don't believe I can't deal with you." Sword energy rippled in Lin Yun's body as the silvery ray moved like a bolt of lightning. With that, Lin Yun began to confront the black light. They were both competing in patience. If Lin Yun couldn't break through the vortex, then he could only retreat and leave the library hall. This would waste his entry, but Lin Yun believed that he could break through the vortex. 1 hour later, Lin Yun's forehead was covered in sweat as the black vortex finally exploded. A purple jade slip appeared in this space and emitted a dazzling radiance. Lin Yun had joy on his face as he stepped forward to grab the jade slip. "I did it!" The Violet Thunder Demonic Dragon Fist, a transcendent Earth-grade fist technique. He could manifest lightning and his fists would become bolts of lightning at greater mastery. At that time, he would be like a destructive demonic dragon. A transcendent Earth-grade fist technique. Lin Yun was briefly shocked before he rejoiced. This was the fist technique that he needed. Just thinking about how he could throw out bolts of lightning with his punches made him excited. This was a lot stronger than the Dragon Tiger fist. The jade slip in his hand began to tremble, but Lin Yun wasn't shocked by it. He knew that the jade slip's restriction would be activated if he continued to hold onto it. He could obtain the jade slip by breaking the restriction, but he would be sent out if he failed. He had spent so much effort on this fist technique, so how could he possibly give up? The jade slip finally disappeared and a demonic dragon enveloped in violent bolts of lightning charged at him. Lin Yun smiled because he had been waiting for this moment ever since he suppressed the jade slip. However, he didn't want to exhaust himself too much. Great timing! Since he had decided to draw his sword, he knew he had to end this battle with an attack. The Flower Burial Sword appeared in his hand and he used the Overlord Sword Thunderbolt Crusher. The sword instantly manifested into bolts of lightning that charged towards the demonic dragon empowered by his Xianxia sword intent. It didn't take long for the demonic dragon to be torn into pieces. Lin Yun sheathed his sword and looked around. His gaze was on the purple jade slip that quietly hovered in the air. "I won't let you run now that I have my eyes on you," smiled Lin Yun. But just when he was about to reach out for the jade slip before him, the space began to tremble and he was soon devoured by a crimson shadow. Before he could even react, the crimson radiance destroyed the purple jade slip before him. At the same time, a piece of information appeared in Lin Yun's mind. The 7 slaughtering fist. Slaughter everything and anything you see. In the library hall, Yu Mu and Mo Ling sat with their legs crossed with a tea set in front of them. Yu Mu placed the cup down and smiled. "I'm looking forward to seeing what they will get. They should be able to notice those black jade slips if everything goes well," replied Mo Ling. "You seem pretty confident about them. But noticing is noticing. It's another matter if they can break the restriction," smiled Yu Mu. "I believe a monstrous genius who managed to obtain an infernal flower will give you a surprise," replied Mo Ling. "Surprise?" Yu Mu moved her brow and smiled. "I hope so. I'm more worried about my foolish disciple." Yu Mu and Mo Ling's eyes turned dim when they mentioned Lu Yunyan. They knew how frantic Lu Yunyan had been lately. She wasn't just hard-working, but like a fully stretched bow that could snap any moment. "I've decided to let her look at the lesser divine ability after today," said Mo Ling. "You've made up your mind?" Yu Mo asked in a concerned tone. "It's too cruel that her father's burden is all on her. If she doesn't get through this, she'll always have a demon in her heart. But the lesser divine ability isn't something that anyone can successfully learn," countered Yu Mu. "I want to give her some hope. If it's not possible, then she should also give up on it quickly," explained Mo Ling. Yu Mu fell into a deep silence. Lu Yunyan's father was her best friend. But a conceded decision Lu Yunyan's father made 15 years ago implicated the academy. This was why all the pressure was now on Lu Yunyan. Suddenly, a spiritual rune fluctuation began to ripple out in the hall. Just when the two were baffled, the library hall began to shake. This made Yu Mu frown her brows as she tapped her finger out. A water screen appeared before her, and in it was an azure-clothed youth enveloped in crimson radiance. Looking at the person on the screen, Yu Mu was shocked before she replied bitterly. "This lad has really given me a shock. Elder Yu, what's the matter?" Mo Ling asked. "He seems to have come in contact with a forbidden technique," said Yu Mu with a grave expression. Mo Ling's face changed when she heard that. The library hall had many forbidden techniques that were sealed. All of them had a great origin, but they also had many flaws. She expressed her doubt. "He shouldn't be able to break through the restriction, right?" "He can't. But it's out of his control if this jade slip jumped out by itself. This 7 slaughtering fist has chosen him. I wonder if he can break the restriction on it. Smiled Yumu. Mo Ling frowned when she heard that. The 7 slaughtering fist was something an ancestor had obtained from an ancient ruin a few hundred years ago. It was a Buddhist technique, but it also embodied the essence of slaughtering. No one had succeeded in practicing it. On the contrary, many people ran amok instead. As time slowly passed, this technique was gradually sealed as a forbidden technique. But now it has shown itself again because of Lin Yun. Yumu stroked her chin with anticipation. There must be something on this lad that attracted the 7 slaughtering fist. Haha! I really wish to see him bring it out. Mo Ling fell into deep thoughts, because she knew that it wouldn't be easy. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, his face changed by the scene around him. What was going on? He clearly broke the Violet Thunder demonic dragon's restriction, but his mind suddenly exploded before he had time to grab it. Looking at the crimson jade slip, Lin Yun gradually recalled what it was. Lin Yun remembered that it was this crimson jade slip that destroyed the Vile Thunder demonic dragon fist's jade slip. Lin Yun looked at the jade slip before him. He didn't dare to move carelessly because he knew that this jade slip was a lot more terrifying. But just when Lin Yun hesitated, the jade slip began to tremble and Lin Yun could hear the sound of slaughtering coming from the surroundings. The Overlord Sword Sutra began to circulate without Lin Yun's control, and an overbearing sword intent began to leak out. Suddenly, the crimson radiance disappeared and the jade slip fell into Lin Yun's hand. When he came in contact with the jade slip, ancient information appeared in his mind once more. The 7 slaughtering fist, slaughtering all living beings in the world. The introduction was simple, but it was filled with dominance. The introduction was a lot simpler than other first techniques, but Lin Yun knew that this was stronger than the Violet Thunder demonic dragon fist. Otherwise, that jade slip wouldn't have shattered. It flew over by itself? Lin Yun finally figured out what was going on. The 7 slaughtering fist chose him, which was probably due to the Overlord sword. After all, this jade slip showed itself when Lin Yun used the Thunderbolt Crusher. Since you've chosen me, there's no reason I should let you go, smiled Lin Yun as he grabbed onto this jade slip tightly. The jade slip trembled and emitted a crimson radiance. When the jade slip disappeared, a figure appeared in his mind. Defeat me first if you want the 7 slaughtering fist. That figure spoke in a hoarse voice before charging at Lin Yun. Boundless killing aura swept out like rumbling lightning that reached a shocking height. This made Lin Yun's face change as he brought out his Xiantian sword intent and swung his sword out. When the fist and sword clashed together, Lin Yun's sword aura was actually destroyed after several clashes. In the end, he was sent flying. Lin Yun cursed inwardly when he landed on the ground. The previous exhaustion was too great and it was difficult for him to use the Thunderbolt Crusher again. But before Lin Yun could think, the blurred figure charged towards him once more like a ferocious beast. This fellow? Lin Yun's eyes flashed with rage because this person was too much. Lin Yun began to defend himself against the barrage of punches while he retreated. He was barely holding on. That's enough. Lin Yun flew into rage. The iris flower lit up as its flowers began to fly out and manifest into silver swords. It was the iris sword array, absolute unrivaled. Chill began to gather in Lin Yun's eyes as the swords began to turn into a silvery current that gathered together. When the 81 swords fell onto the blurred figure, the torrential killing intent was crushed. Did I succeed? Lin Yun muttered with an exhausted voice. If he still couldn't break the restriction, then he could only return empty-handed. When the killing aura was crushed, the blurred figure ultimately exploded. The only thing left in the sky was a floating jade slip. Looking at the jade slip, Lin Yun smiled and grabbed at it. When he held onto the jade slip, the surrounding space began to distort. When he opened his eyes, he was back in the library hall. When he raised his head, Umo was looking at him with a smile as Mo Ling stood beside her. Aside from them, there were also other elders that looked at him with shock. You actually brought out the 7 slaughtering fist, the forbidden technique that has been sealed for over a century. You've really given me a shock, smiled Yumu. Looking at the array and all the elders looking at him, Lin Yun smiled bitterly. Don't tell me that I have to give it back? Nah. We were just curious as to who obtained the 7 slaughtering fist. You can go ahead and cultivate it. But this Buddhist fist technique is extremely weird, so you have to be careful. Smiled Umo as she stroked her chin. Not all Buddhist fist techniques are about great compassion, said Lin Yun as he released a dragon and tiger roar. This was a Buddhist aura that was mixed with violence, making this fist technique even more terrifying. When everyone saw the phenomenon, they were stunned. Lin Yun cupped his hands together with a smile. Elder Yu, thank you. I'll be taking my leave now if there's nothing else. Watching Lin Yun turn around, Yu Mu's eyes lit up. She now knew why the 7 slaughtering fist chose Lin Yun. Lin Yun, don't forget about the flower competition 6 days from now, said Mo Ling just when Lin Yun was about to step out of the hall. Don't worry. How can I possibly miss it? Lin Yun's laughter echoed out in the hall. Lin Yun didn't leave immediately after coming out. Since he came with Lu Yunyan, then he naturally had to wait for her. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts as he held onto the crimson jade slip. He never expected that the 7 slaughtering fist was also a Buddhist fist technique. It looks like he was rather faded with Buddhism. After all, the dragon tiger fist was also a Buddhist fist technique. Elder Yu said that there was something weird about this fist technique for a Buddhism fist technique to be filled with such a killing aura. But Lin Yun didn't agree with her. In ancient times, when everyone was fighting, how could Buddhists continue to live if they relied on compassion alone? Even if you were to vanquish evil, you still need to kill or else you would be killed. After waiting for a long time, Lu Yunyan was still nowhere to be seen. Lin Yun began to feel worried. She wouldn't have been trapped by a restriction, right? After all, it would be a great loss if she returned empty-handed. Right at this moment, a black figure suddenly descended onto the plaza. That person's gaze was on Lin Yun. He was briefly stunned before his eyes were filled with killing aura. Lin Yun looked at the black-clothed youth. For some reason, the black-clothed youth seemed familiar, but he couldn't recognize this person. Are you waiting for someone? The black-clothed youth looked at Lin Yun and he smiled sinisterly. I bet you never expected to bump into me. Xianxia. His name instantly appeared in Lin Yun's mind when he heard the black-clothed youth's voice. This was the person who threatened to mess with him if he dared to see Lu Yunyan. However, Lin Yun didn't pay any attention to him. You must be waiting for Lu Yunyan, said Xianxia coldly. Rage flashed across Lin Yun's eyes and he replied, It has nothing to do with you. TSK. Someone told me that you have a huge temper and that you never place any of the core disciples in your eyes. I've experienced it firsthand now, smiled Xianxia. But if you think I'm like that piece of trash Gufeng, then you'll die a terrible death. He released a shocking aura that felt like a majestic mountain to Lin Yun. His cultivation was in the pinnacle Yin stage. This shocked Lin Yun because Xianxia was only halfway into the pinnacle Yin stage the first time they met. This meant that Xianxia made a breakthrough in just half a month. He was now 1 step away from the Yang stage. No wonder Gong Ming told him that Xianxia was ranked 11th. He was fully worthy of that ranking with his talent and cultivation. But I said that you're nothing in my eyes and that you would suffer the consequences if you dared to get close to Lu Yunyan. Xianxia took a step forward and appeared before Lin Yun while his palm descended. The difference in their cultivation made Lin Yun's bones start to crackle. But this wasn't enough to make Lin Yun bow his head. The iris flower bloomed in Lin Yun's violet palace and his sword energy began to gather in his palm. He then clenched his fist and threw a punch out. His fist was like a sword that pierced through the mountain. When the 2 attacks clashed, the terrifying rebound force made Lin Yun fly backwards. Just when Lin Yun was about to smash onto the door, he managed to stop himself. Xianxia had it easier as his body merely swayed in the air briefly. When he landed on the ground, he was shocked by the faint aching on his arm. Lin Yun's origin energy had broken through his defense. If he was an ordinary person, his entire arm would have been crippled by now. Lin Yun's punch was sharp like a sword, which was shocking. Although he barely used 50% of his strength, the two had a huge gulf in their cultivation. Interesting. It looks like I can't underestimate you, sneered Xianxia. But you're still too weak. Then you can come and give it a try, smiled Lin Yun. You're courting death. Yang Xiong was enraged by Lin Yun's provocation. But right at this moment, the bronze door was opened and Lu Yunyan came out from it. Her appearance made Yang Xiong's face change as he quickly retracted his aura. Yang Xiong, that's enough, roared Lu Yunyan. Since I said that anyone who gets close to you will be an enemy of mine, I naturally have to honor my words. Furthermore, I already warned this brat. Yang Xiong didn't seem bothered by it and he smiled. Consider yourself lucky today. The Profound in Flowers competition will be 6 days from now. You better not come or I'll turn you into a joke. Despite his words, he was clearly provoking Lin Yun to come. When he was done speaking, he turned around and left. Sorry about that. Are you all right? Lu Yunyan asked. It's nothing, smiled Lin Yun. About the Profound in Flower. Lu Yunyan hesitated. But before she could finish, Lin Yun smiled. I naturally have to go. How can I possibly miss out on such a treasure? Furthermore, I'm not afraid of Yang Xiong. There might be a huge gulf in their cultivation, but Lin Yun wasn't afraid of Yang Xiong. If they were to fight for real, Lin Yun was 60% confident about winning. Lin Yun was about to bring out the iris sword array earlier if Yang Xiong still dared to come at him. It would definitely make Yang Xiong take a great loss. I expected that. Otherwise, you wouldn't be you, smiled Lu Yunyan. She knew Lu Yun well. What do you plan to do now? First reach the greater Yin stage. After all, I can't disappoint someone who gave me 5 bottles of Profound Yin pellets. Speaking of the Profound Yin pellets, Lin Yun's eyes turned cold. He was certain that Mei Zian must have ratted him out to Yang Xiong. Otherwise, Yang Xiong wouldn't come here so quickly. Since that was the case, then Lin Yun would just play with Mei Zian. 5 bottles of Profound Yin pellets? Lu Yunyan was shocked. That's surprising. It's not easy for senior sister Mo to obtain so many pellets at once. She naturally misunderstood that the Profound Yin pellets came from Mo Ling. But Lin Yun merely smiled without any explanation made. I'll be going into seclusion over the next few days. I'm afraid I won't be able to show up for the Profound Yin Flowers competition. You have to be careful. Don't fight Yang Xiong head-on. He's too extreme and it's not worth it. You're my friend and I don't want to see you injured, said Lu Yunyan seriously. If Yang Xiong heard what you said, he'll probably come after me tomorrow, smiled Lin Yun. What's the matter? Didn't you say that you're not afraid? Teased Lu Yunyan as she looked at Lin Yun. She then smiled and waved her hand. All right, I'll be taking my leave first. Lu Yunyan. Lin Yun called out to her. Don't carry everything by yourself. Let me know if you need my help. I'm here anytime. Lu Yunyan's body jolted, but she didn't dare to turn around. Instead, she smiled and yelled, It's nothing. You're just being too overly concerned. I hope so. I can help you if you need my help, just like how I obtained the indigo flame gold lotuses back then. I never break my promises, said Lin Yun. I believe you, but I wish to rely on myself this time, said Lu Yunyan as she bit on her lips. Her eyes were watery from Lin Yun's words. Lin Yun was then left all alone as he smiled bitterly. He could tell that something was bothering Lu Yunyan. He could sense it from their first meeting and when she didn't tell him why she wanted to become a core disciple so badly. Judging from how urgent she was with her cultivation, he could guess that there wasn't much time left. Lin Yun shook his head and left. After he left, the bronze door opened once more and Mo Ling came out. No wonder this fellow feels nothing for me even over the past 15 days we spent together. So your heart already belongs to someone, muttered Mo Ling. She had clearly misunderstood Lin Yun and Lu Yunyan from their conversation. Looking at Lin Yun's silhouette, Mo Ling fell into deep thoughts. If Lin Yun wanted to help Lu Yunyan, then he would have to get through Yang Xiong first. After all, there would be many people in the Profound Yin Flowers competition. She raised her head to look at the sky. Although the sky was blue, in Mo Ling's eyes, many thunderclouds were gathering. Senior brother Mei, it's just as you guessed. Yang Xiong attacked Lin Yun, but it's a pity that Yang Xiong left when Lu Yunyan came out. A gray-clothed youth reported to Mei Zian with a fawning smile. Lin Yun had correctly guessed who was manipulating things from behind the scenes. Mei Zian was the reason for Yang Xiong's sudden appearance. It doesn't matter. He'll definitely show up for the profound in flowers competition. At that time, he'll suffer. Mei Zian's eyes looked eerie. He found it a pity that the summit of the Spiritwood Peak was forbidden to disciples who were in the top 10. Otherwise, he would have dealt with Lin Yun personally. Yang Xiong is really stupid. Someone like him is the most suitable type of pawn, smiled Mei Zian with pride flashing in his eyes. Clearly, he was happy with what he had done. Yang Xiong could step into the Yin stage at any time, so his plan would definitely leave Lin Yun and Yang Xiong heavily injured. Even if there was an accident, his plan was still perfect because Yang Xiong wasn't the only one fighting for the profound Yin flower. This wasn't a frequent event, so all the academy elites would be present. At that time, someone else would handle Lin Yun since he was an outsider. Furthermore, Lin Yun even broke the cage and he had gained a little fame in the academy. Who wouldn't want to use a famous person as a stepping stone? You want to test me? Let's see how you do, smiled Mei Zian coldly. In the Spiritwood Peak, Lin Yun returned to the Spirit Convergence Array in his courtyard. His face was calm as he sat down on the mat. He would use this array every day, but he was still shocked to see it. If the Sword Firmament Pavilion had something like this, he would already be in the Yang stage. At that time, he could even suppress Mei Zian, not to mention Yang Xiong. But now, a mere Yang Xiong actually dared to try and bully him because of the advantage he had in his cultivation. Lin Yun naturally wasn't happy about it. The Iris Sword Array was his trump card, so it couldn't be used so casually. Otherwise, his opponents would be prepared for it in the future. Lin Yun wasn't in a rush to activate the Spiritual Convergence Array, and instead took out 4 jade bottles. They were naturally the profound Yin pellets. Lin Yun smiled. It's time. Lin Yun took out a pellet and threw it into his mouth. The pellet melted the moment it entered his mouth, turning into boundless medicinal energy that flowed within his body. At the same time, the Spiritual Convergence Array and Iris Swordstura were both activated. Lin Yun could sense that the two were combining together as they grew even more powerful. The silver sword energy began to glow even brighter as it leaked out of his body. Then, Lin Yun was enveloped in a silver and azure radiance while his clothes fluttered the wind. As his origin energy coursed through his body, he could sense his meridians gradually widening. It left him with a painful feeling. Lin Yun gnashed his teeth from the pain, but he persevered because his cultivation was soaring. He could tell that the profound Yin pellet wasn't simple, which made him rejoice. He then sucked the rest of the profound Yin pellets into his mouth and endured the pain. The pellets melted when they entered his mouth. The two energies roared within his body, and Lin Yun glowed even brighter. His cultivation was advancing at a rapid speed, all thanks to Mei Zian. After all, no one would be so insane like Lin Yun. Everyone would refine the pellets carefully. But Lin Yun was refining multiple pellets at once. If Lin Yun could maintain this speed, he could definitely make a breakthrough in less than 5 days. Lin Yun had joined the academy for half a month. Back then, he wasn't even in the Violet Palace realm. But now, he was already making his breakthrough into the Greater Yin stage. Lin Yun was currently like a madman as he went through unimaginable pain to advance at a rapid speed. No one could understand his pride. If he didn't come from the Great Qin Empire, he would have been much stronger from the resources available. He truly was like a dragon that returned to the ocean. So how could he be bullied by anybody? Yang Xiong merely relied on his advantage in his cultivation to bully him. Lin Yun would be the new laughingstock if he bowed. At the same time, he felt at ease as his cultivation advanced at a rapid speed. He was confident that he would make a breakthrough within 5 days. Since that was the case, then he naturally had to temper himself well. Otherwise, he would only have the cultivation in the Greater Yin stage and not the strength, just like Gu Feng. Gu Feng's foundation wasn't firm, so he was defeated by Lin Yun. Lin Yun didn't want a similar incident to occur to him. Cultivating was a dry process, but he had no choice since he had already made a promise. He had no path of retreat now. As time slowly passed, 3 days had passed, and Lin Yun was focused on refining the pellets. He could clearly sense that he would soon make a breakthrough. Bearing the excitement in his heart, his silver origin energy began to emit a bright radiance. An iris flower also bloomed beneath him as his violet palace continued to absorb origin energy. Sensing the surging origin energy in his body, Lin Yun calmed himself down. He could clearly sense that he was about to make his breakthrough. Almost time. After refining another pellet, Lin Yun's body began to tremble and a terrifying aura emitted out from his body. His violet palace began to expand, increasing onefold. When he opened his eyes, 2 dazzling beams shot out from his eyes. When he opened his palm, he could sense the boundless origin energy boiling on his palm. When he clenched his fist, all the radiance and flames were recalled into his body. However, Lin Yun could sense that his power got even more terrifying. Then Lin Yun threw out a punch. Within a 300-meter radius, the ground began to tremble as a visible shockwave spread out. Within the shockwaves, he could even see a faint silvery glow. A smile then appeared on Lin Yun's lips. I finally made a breakthrough. If he ran into Xianxia again, at least his origin energy wouldn't lose out to the former. If he brought out the dazzling moment, he could probably give Xianxia a great surprise. In the end, he still had to thank Mei Zian. If Mei Zian didn't give him the profound pellets, Lin Yun knew that he couldn't make his breakthrough so quickly. He began to wonder what expression Mei Zian would have on his face after finding out that he made a breakthrough into the greater stage. Lin Yun quickly calmed down from his excitement of breaking through. He naturally knew that this wasn't enough for him to shine in the profound flowers competition. As a quasi-overlord force, the Heavenly Province Academy's foundation was much stronger than the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Many core disciples could suppress the elders of the Sword Firmament Pavilion with their strength. Although those in the top 10 wouldn't appear in the competition, it wasn't an excuse for Lin Yun to treat it lightly. After all, he knew that Xianxia wasn't his only opponent because Lin Yun was an outsider. A brief moment later, Lin Yun arrived at the practice room. The core disciple's residence was well equipped. The cultivating room had a spiritual convergence array, while the practice room had a spacious field with puppets that he could train with. Something like this was unimaginable in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. Lin Yun quickly took out the 7 slaughtering fists jade slip and placed it on his forehead. In the next second, boundless information began pouring into his mind. The first thing that appeared was a seal, and the second was a monk clenching his right fist while his left hand made a special Buddhist seal. The seal was called the Buddhism 7 Slaughtering Seal, which represented 7 different killing auras. The seal had a long history that originated from a Buddhism powerhouse during ancient times. Practicing the 7 slaughtering fist required learning the 7 slaughtering seal first. But Lin Yun was confused by the 7 killing auras. He had never seen it before, but he started to grasp the concept when he continued reading. The 7 killing auras represented 7 different mentalities. For instance, 6 of the mentalities were as followed. The indifferent killing aura, where you see your enemy as an ant; the gentle killing aura, where you remained calm while killing your enemy; the shaking killing aura that was world-shaking; the hatred killing aura of extreme hatred to kill; the unbearable killing aura of killing when you could no longer bear it; and the benevolent killing aura that stops killing with killing. The more Lin Yun pondered, he realized that all the killing aura in the world could be connected to these 7 intents. Upon forming the 7 slaughtering seal, his killing aura would be boosted by 7-fold. Lin Yun was shocked when he saw it. No wonder the 7 slaughtering fist was sealed by the academy. If an ordinary person were to practice this technique, they would run amok from the 7 killing auras. Only a powerful monk could prevent himself from being affected by the killing aura. Suddenly, the monk from the vision had opened his eyes. When the monk was forming a seal with his left hand, his killing aura began to surge. When the seal was formed, his killing aura was like a boundless ocean, while his eyes were terrifyingly calm. His right fist gave off a suffocating pressure, which suddenly gave Lin Yun the feeling that it was difficult to breathe. It felt as though that fist could destroy everything. Lin Yun quickly removed the jade slip from his forehead and fell into deep thought. The killing aura was too terrifying and would devour him if he wasn't careful. After all, there was a reason why this was a forbidden technique. No wonder, Elder, you has no intention of stopping me from taking this jade slip. She probably guessed that I wouldn't dare to cultivate this technique, smiled Lin Yun. After all, he was an outsider. So how could Mu possibly allow him to take such a powerful fist technique with him? But was he really not able to practice this technique? Lin Yun had reluctance in his eyes as he walked around the place. But suddenly his eyes lit up. He recalled how he replaced the Buddhist mite in the Dragon Tiger Fist's demon vanquishing seal with his sword intent. He thought that he might be able to replicate that with the 7 slaughtering seal. Since the monk could suppress the torrential killing aura with a compassionate heart, this also meant that he could try using his Xiantian sword intent. At the end of the day, there was no harm trying. There was a reason why no one could learn this technique in the academy. After all, they might not have thought of using sword intent as a replacement. Then again, not many people could grasp the Xiantian sword intent. There weren't many in the Nether Prefectural City that grasped the Xiantian sword intent. Not to mention that the Shattered Sword Pavilion and Profound Yang Palace also couldn't obtain this 7 slaughtering fist. So if there was someone who could learn this 7 slaughtering fist, it would be him. Lin Yun wasn't in a rush to start learning the 7 slaughtering fist. He fell into deep thought as he pondered how he could suppress the killing aura with his Xiantian sword intent. A long time later, Lin Yun slowly opened his eyes with a smirk on his lips. He might not understand anything about Buddhism, but he had the heart of a swordsman that would press on no matter what happened. Without it, he wouldn't be any different from others. After making his mind, Lin Yun began to comprehend the 7 slaughtering seal. Lin Yun had a shocking comprehension, and the 7 slaughtering seal recorded in the jade slip was also rather complete, so his cultivation was smooth. As he gradually went deeper, a boundless killing aura began to gather in his mind. At the same time, a powerful surge of uncontrollable killing aura began to spread out in his heart. This level of the killing aura wasn't something that Lin Yun could resist at his current stage. Lin Yun was calm and he wasn't overwhelmed by it. The iris flower opened up beneath him as he began to release his Xiantian sword intent. The 2 different auras combined together in the next second. One was a torrential killing aura and the other was the crystal clear Xiantian sword intent. The 2 intents clashing together, and Lin Yun knew that he would be injured if this carried on. His goal was to dissolve the killing aura, not suppress it. He controlled his Xiantian sword intent and started to fuse it with the killing aura. The combination continued as time slowly passed. Gradually, Lin Yun could sense that his killing aura connected with the seal. He formed in his hand and his killing aura became smooth like water. This also meant that he succeeded halfway. As his left hand began to form another seal, the killing aura in his heart also started to change. He would fail if there was even a slight mistake. The killing aura changed as the seal changed in Lin Yun's hand. In the end, Lin Yun realized that his killing aura was completely controlled by his left hand, creating a crystal clear seal from the Xiantian sword intent. Right at this moment, his killing aura was purely killing aura. It had nothing to do with his heart, since his heart as a swordsman wasn't affected. When he slowly opened his eyes, he had successfully formed the 7 slaughtering seal. The entire practice room was enveloped by a boundless killing aura, but Lin Yun wasn't affected by it. With a slight movement of his left hand, the boundless killing aura disappeared. It felt like a ripple on the lake, and Lin Yun came out from his current state. Lin Yun's eyes were bright as the Xiantian sword intent surged in the depths of his eyes. At the same time, his Xiantian sword intent had also improved. With just a glance, his gaze could send chills down the spine of others. He had unexpected joy because he made improvements in his Xiantian sword intent. Lin Yun raised his head. He looked at a mechanism puppet in the corner, and a surge of his killing aura charged over. When the puppet sensed the chill, its eyes began to emit a crimson glow. At the same time, the aura in the Greater Een stage burst out from the puppet as it soared into the sky and landed on the stage. It charged over without any hesitation. Its footsteps caused the entire stage to tremble. Lin Yun smiled at this scene as he formed a seal with his left hand. When he formed the seal, a boundless killing aura mixed with sword intent that made it difficult for the puppet to move. When it had finally come over with great difficulty, Lin Yun smiled as he soared into the sky and threw out a punch. When his punch landed on the puppet was reduced to dust. This is the power of the 7 slaughtering fist? Lin Yun became emotional from what just occurred. This power was even stronger than his heavenly cloud shatter. This meant that he now had another trump card in addition to the Thunderbolt Crusher. One must know that the 7 slaughtering seal was a fist technique that he had only reached initial mastery in. Lin Yun couldn't imagine how powerful it would become when he reached greater mastery. The 7 slaughtering fist was truly worthy of being known as a forbidden technique. There's still time left before the competition. Lin Yun held onto his chin as he fell into deep thought. If he could practice the Thunderbolt Crusher to its peak, then there would be nothing to fear in the competition when paired with his Iris Sword array. The Thunderbolt Crusher is only the first move in the Overlord Sword. I basically swing my sword like a thunderbolt, but now I have to focus on the aura of this move. Lin Yun reached out and grabbed onto the flower burial sword that shot out of the sword box. In the next moment, his sword intent mimicked the aura of rumbling lightning that echoed out in the sky. A boundless aura started to release from Lin Yun, and thunderclouds began to gather in the sky. When the momentum reached its pinnacle, Lin Yun drew his sword. In that split second, a sword ray shot out from his body. When the rumbling noise reached its pinnacle, the flower burial sword began to shine with dazzling lightning flickering like a ferocious beast. When Lin Yun sheathed his sword, there was a crack that stretched for a few hundred meters on the stage that was reinforced by an array. The momentum coming from Lin Yun was shocking. The stage was reinforced by a spiritual array, so even a Pinnacleine stage would have a great difficulty tearing such a huge crack on the ground. However, despite this, Lin Yun wasn't satisfied. The Thunderbolt momentum is still too weak. I still have to comprehend it more if I want to bring it to perfection. Within Xianxia's courtyard, he was also training himself like Lin Yun. 2 figures were currently fighting Xianxia on the stage. His opponents were 2 greater Yin stage core disciples. Their cultivation wasn't any weaker than Gufeng's, but there was nothing they could do when they faced Xianxia. Xianxia frowned. Infernal thunder solar radiation. Lightning began to crackle on Xianxia as it formed a lump of infernal thunder that enveloped him. The terrifying aura was enough to send his 2 opponents flying. But Xianxia didn't stop there and threw his palm out. This made the 2 throw up a mouthful of blood as they fell onto the ground. Shock was in their eyes as they exclaimed, "Senior Brother Yang, your infernal thunder art reached the 7th stage?" "You can say that," replied Xianxia. The 2 core disciples were shocked because the infernal thunder art was one of the best cultivation techniques among Earth-grade cultivation techniques. Furthermore, it was extremely domineering. It wasn't easy to cultivate and it had a total of 9 stages. Reaching the 7th stage was the same as reaching complete mastery. This meant that Xianxia had gone easy on them. They couldn't be bothered with their injuries as they said in a respectful tone, "Congratulations, Senior Brother Yang. I'm certain you are comparable to the top 10 with your current strength. Why don't you fight for it?" Xianxia smiled. "There's nothing except fame in the top 10. If my information is right, there will be a flower king in this competition." Normally, profounding flowers only had 6 petals. 7 petals could be considered exquisite, while 8 petals were rare. As for 9 petals, those flowers were called flower kings. It had been decades since a profounding flower with 9 petals was born. Since none of the top 10 core disciples were participating in the competition, Xianxia was confident that he could obtain it. "I've accumulated my strength for 5 years. If I can obtain this flower king, I can reach the Yang stage directly. At that time, even Mei Zian will be nothing in my eyes. I might even be able to put up a fight in the Draconic Banquet a year from now," said Xianxia. The 2 core disciples were shocked by those words. They never expected that Xianxia had planned so far. "Is there any news about that brat?" asked Xianxia. "He, Senior Brother. We have already spread the news throughout the academy according to your request. Everyone knows that you're going to target him in the competition. But that brat is really a coward. He has been locking himself up," said the 2 core disciples. "Coward?" Xianxia smiled with disdain. "It's not fun that way. I'm looking forward to seeing his strength. He made the 2 core disciples to spread the news in order to force Lin Yun to attend. If Lin Yun didn't come, then he would be greatly humiliated. But that didn't matter because his reputation would be destroyed in the academy if that was the case. In the future, when he reached the Yang stage, he would have plenty of time to deal with Lin Yun. He had always been someone that kept his words. Since Lin Yun had completely disregarded him, Yang Xiong's eyes were flashing with killing aura. The next morning, when the first glimpse of dawn appeared, the academy bustled with excitement as the inner disciples looked at the summit of the Spiritwood Peak. The summit was a forbidden ground to inner disciples. But today, they could also enjoy the precious profound in spiritual essence. If they were lucky enough, they might even be able to obtain a profound in flower. But even if they failed to obtain a profound in flower, the profound in spiritual essence alone was enough for them. Additionally, the competition was a great place for them to shine and prove themselves. If they had a good performance, they could even be taken in by elders as disciples. It made sense that the summit would be filled with people. There was a long queue and Yang Xiong looked at this scene with disdain. The inner disciples were just side characters in this competition. After all, the protagonists have always been the core disciples. So many of them looked at the inner disciples with mockery on their faces. A man and woman were waiting outside Lin Yun's courtyard anxiously. The man was naturally Gong Ming. His aura was a lot stronger, which meant that his cultivation had improved. The other was Bai Yi. She had found Lin Yun's place after expending great effort. Did you guys think that Lin Yun would show up? Mockery sounded out as Bai Yi and Gong Ming both turned around. When they saw Gu Tang and Gu Feng, their faces changed. The 2 of them had been greatly terrified ever since they were humiliated by Lin Yun. So they didn't even dare to see Lin Yun, not to mention making trouble for him. But over the past few days, there was news that Yang Xiong would teach Lin Yun a lesson if Lin Yun dared to appear in the competition. Yang Xiong was the strongest outside of the top 10, so Gu Feng knew about his strength well. He even knew that Yang Xiong's true strength wasn't any inferior to the top 10. Although Gu Feng had no idea how Lin Yun offended Yang Xiong, he knew that this was an opportunity for him to step on Lin Yun. If he could accomplish it, then he would change his reputation in the academy. So he naturally wouldn't give up on such an opportunity. Big brother Lin will definitely show up, said Bai Yi seriously. Sure, if he wants to court death. He might be strong, but he's nothing compared to the true experts of the academy. In the end, trash is still trash, said Gu Teng. Did the 2 of you forget how you both kneeled a few days ago? Gong Ming smiled. What would you be if Lin Yun was a piece of trash? Upon mentioning what happened back in the Infernal Plaza, Gu Feng and Gu Tang's faces both became ugly. We'll wait and see then. If he has the guts, then he wouldn't be hiding right now. If he turns up, then I'll deal with him myself, said Gu Feng as he glared at Gong Ming before he left. In the end, he was still afraid that Lin Yun would show up since this was Lin Yun's residence. The 2 of them are rather self-aware. Mockery flashed in Gong Ming's eyes when he saw the 2 leaving in such a hurry. They were here to see if Lin Yun would show up. They even boasted that they would deal with Lin Yun without needing Yang Xiong. But they didn't even have the courage to stay behind. Deacon Gong, did something happen to Lin Yun? What if Big Brother Lin isn't able to show up? Wouldn't he be mocked by Yang Xiong? Bai Yi said furiously as she was angered by Gu Feng and Gu Teng. I hope that he doesn't show up. It doesn't harm him to endure this a little. Yang Xiong is clearly trying to provoke Brother Lin to show up. If Brother Lin shows up, then he'll get what he wants, said Gong Ming. But, retorted Bai Yi. Don't worry about it. Brother Lin knows what to do. If he shows up, then he must be confident, said Gong Ming. Reluctantly, Bai Yi went up the Spiritwood Peak together with Gong Ming. What they didn't know was that Lin Yun was at a crucial point in comprehending the Thunderbolt Crusher. He was seated in the practicing room as he released his sword intent. There were thunderclouds gathered in the sky while thunder occasionally rumbled. All of this was caused by his sword intent. The thunderclouds had gathered together trying to take on a shape. But no matter how it tried, it wasn't able to take on the shape that it was forming. It seemed like a butterfly that was breaking out of the cocoon. Beads of sweat rolled down Lin Yun's cheeks as his face gradually turned pale. Suddenly, the thunderclouds took on a dragon shape and coiled up. The vortex-like dragon then entered Lin Yun's body. Lin Yun suddenly opened his eyes and he emitted a domineering aura. Sensing the killing aura flickering in Lin Yun's eyes, the 7 mechanism puppets' eyes flashed with a crimson glow. The 7 puppets in the greater Yin stage bolted towards Lin Yun. Hovering in the sky, Lin Yun drew his sword. When he drew the flower burial sword, a purple lightning flashed brightly as it took on the shape of a dragon and charged at the puppets. In the next second, the 7 puppets exploded and were completely destroyed. Lin Yun's attack was too quick. Instead of drawing a sword, it looked like Lin Yun had drawn a ferocious beast that was hidden in the scabbard. Lin Yun slowly landed on the ground and sheathed his sword. He had finally obtained complete mastery with the Thunderbolt Crusher. So this is the true might of the Overlord's sword. Lin Yun smiled as joy appeared on his pale face. The joy was even greater than when he had grasped the 7 slaughtering seal. After all, he was a swordsman. He glanced at all the dust on the ground. The dust was naturally from the puppets that had been disintegrated. These puppets weren't cheap and they were all destroyed by him. If someone were to pursue this matter, he would probably have to pay a great sum of spiritual jades. He smiled. What a headache! There was a massive lake at the summit of the Spiritwood Peak that emitted spiritual energy into the surroundings. This place wasn't any inferior to the Indigo Cloud Lake. Many disciples here needed to defend against the chill on this summit with their origin energy. The clouds were thin at the top of the mountain and a gale would occasionally pass by. There was also a dense mist on top of the lake that fluctuated with shocking spiritual energy. Countless people, both inner and core disciples, were gathered around this very lake. They were all looking at the boundless mist with excitement. Right at this moment, a black-clothed figure walked over. His pace was slow, but he had arrived at the edge of the lake in several steps. Xianxia. Everyone instantly recognized this person. After all, he was probably the strongest one here. It was only natural for him to attract so much attention. Senior Brother Yang is here. Judging from Senior Brother Yang's expression, he must be confident. If nothing goes wrong, he should be the ultimate winner in the competition. Senior Brother Qi and Senior Brother Lu might also be in the pinnacle Yin stage, but they are still slightly weaker than Senior Brother Yang. I wonder if Lin Yun will come. It'll be fun if he comes. As if. Just look at Senior Brother Yang's aura. Even some core disciples in the top 10 might not be able to defeat him. I don't think that way. After all, Lin Yun is someone who obtained the infernal flower. Yang Xiong's appearance instantly caused an uproar in the surroundings. His grudge with Lin Yun had been spread throughout the academy on purpose. That fellow is really annoying, muttered Bai Yi. Gongming smiled bitterly. Junior Sister Bai, lower your voice. The core disciples in the top 10 can't participate in this competition and no one is willing to offend Yang Xiong here. Because of this, he does have the qualification to be arrogant with his strength. But just when Bai Yi was about to reply, a beam of light descended down from the sky as 3 figures appeared. The 2 figures on the side were dressed in purple robes. They were Tang Yu and Yu Mu. Between them was a white-clothed elder that emitted an unfathomable aura. Lord Dean. Everyone's faces changed because they never expected that the Dean would show up. Even Yang Xiong was surprised. Even if he knew that the Flower King might show up this time, it shouldn't be worth attracting the attention of the Dean. Greetings, Lord Dean. Everyone cupped their hands together. I've been in seclusion and I rarely show myself. I'm surprised that all of you remember me, smiled the white-clothed elder. He seemed amicable and his voice could be heard by everyone even though it wasn't loud. The competition this time is the same. You guys will compete based on your own capabilities. But he left everyone in suspense when he paused briefly. He then continued after everyone became quiet. If I'm right, 9 petals profounding flower, also known as the Flower King, should appear this time. The white-clothed elder chuckled and dropped another bomb. I'll personally refine a 4th grade pellet for the person who can obtain the Flower King. 4th grade pellet. Everyone was shocked. Even the profound pellet could only be considered a third-grade pellet. So the price of a fourth-grade pellet naturally went without saying. Only fourth-grade spiritualists could refine a fourth-grade pellet, and there weren't many fourth-grade spiritualists in the Nether Prefectural City, not to mention that it would be personally refined by the dean. But shortly after, everyone smiled bitterly and looked at Xianxia. If everything went smoothly, the fourth-grade pellet would go to Xianxia. Only a few disciples had reluctance in their eyes. Xianxia wore a smug face as he could see the reluctance in many people's eyes. He sneered inwardly at the incapability of their strength. If they really tried to snatch the Flower King from him, then he would teach them a lesson they would never forget. "Then let us begin," smiled the white-clothed elder. Shortly after, the thick mist began to dissipate, and a lake appeared before everyone. When the lake was revealed, everyone's eyes instantly blazed with flames. But right at this moment, there was a ray of golden light on the somewhat dim lake. Everyone fell into deep thoughts because no sunlight could enter here normally. When they turned back, they saw a golden figure coming in this direction. The golden radiance was so bright that many people were forced to squint their eyes. Who was it? Right when everyone was baffled, a faint figure passed through the thick mist and landed on the ground. When everyone took a closer look at the newcomer, their faces changed. The newcomer was naturally Lin Yun. Lin Yun looked at the lake and revealed a smile. "Looks like I'm not late." Everyone was shocked that Lin Yun actually dared to come. Didn't he know that Yang Xiong already said that he would humiliate Lin Yun if Lin Yun dared to show up? That fellow! Gu Feng and Gu Tang were both shocked, but they soon rejoiced. Lin Yun's appearance meant that his conflict with Yang Xiong was unavoidable. At that time, they would have an opportunity to step on Lin Yun. Just thinking about it made them ecstatic. At the same time, the two other Pinnacle stage core disciples, Qi Wenxiong and Lu Zhan, wore playful smiles as they looked at Yang Xiong. Yang Xiong was also surprised by Lin Yun's arrival, but he soon wore a smirk on his face. When he looked at Lin Yun, he didn't bother concealing his killing aura. This instantly sent a chill down Lin Yun's spine, but he merely smiled and looked at Yang Xiong head-on. When Lin Yun and Yang Xiong met each other's gaze, their auras flared up. Many people were shocked by Lin Yun's courage. After all, Yang Xiong could step into the Yang stage anytime. Not only did Lin Yun dare to show up, but he even dared to face Yang Xiong head-on. If it was someone else, they would probably lower their heads out of fear upon meeting Yang Xiong's gaze. "Is that him?" The white-clothed elder looked at Lin Yun with interest on his face as he turned to Tang Yu and Yu Mu. "That's him," nodded Tang Yu. The white-clothed elder stroked his beard with a smile. "Interesting. A guest deacon actually dares to act so rampant. I'm looking forward to seeing what capabilities he has. If he's bullied by Yang Xiong later, the two of you aren't allowed to help. That doesn't seem too good." Yu Mu was under great pressure. She wasn't optimistic about Lin Yun in his fight with Yang Xiong. Furthermore, there was a huge gap between their ages. "It's decided," smiled the white-clothed elder. His tone was unquestionable. He paused briefly before he looked down and smiled. "Youngsters, what are you guys waiting for?" His voice instantly caused an uproar on the lake as droplets of profound spiritual essence began to appear from the bottom of the lake. The white-clothed elder's words had instantly shifted everyone's attention from Lin Yun and Yang Xiong as they charged at the lake. Tang Yu and Yu Mu were silently watching with grave expressions. After all, their plan was bold, and their plan would go down the drain if Lin Yun couldn't get past Yang Xiong. As countless disciples charged at the lake, there were also those who stood by at the shore, watching. There were 10 observers, with Mei Zian being one of them. He was looking at Lin Yun with a smile. Things went just as he had planned. Out of the corner of his eyes, he looked at Mo Ling. She was standing still, maintaining her composure for now. Mei Zian was really looking forward to seeing how Mo Ling would react when she saw Lin Yun being humiliated by Yang Xiong. As the disciples landed on the lake, a violent wave was instantly raised from the lake. It was caused by the demonic beasts who had been sleeping below the lake and were now waking up. The appearance of those demonic beasts didn't shock the disciples, as it was normal for there to be demonic beasts in such a location. Soon, the disciples began to fight the demonic beasts, and the chaos made the lake roar even more violently. "This lake is really huge," muttered Lin Yun. The lake still looked spacious even with all the contenders. After all, no one was willing to fall behind. Lin Yun wore a smile and his blood began to boil. Time to put in some effort. As the iris flower bloomed within his body, his origin energy poured into his right hand and he flicked his finger. This instantly shot a silver sword ray out that pierced through all the heads of the demonic beasts that stood in his way. At the same time, the golden crow seal appeared behind him and he dashed forth. What dense spiritual energy! Lin Yun took a deep breath as he looked at the heart of the lake. The profounding flower could naturally be found there, so he had to get there to obtain the initiative. However, the demonic beasts hidden in the lake were proving to be a headache. The demonic beasts weren't a threat, but their numbers were annoying. Lin Yun hovered in the sky briefly and then threw a punch-out with Soaring Dragon. 9 dragons instantly flew out from his fist and tore apart the demonic beasts in front of him. Although the Dragon Tiger fist was lacking, it was still more than enough to deal with the demonic beasts. Raising his eyebrow, Lin Yun shot out and swiftly disappeared through the path he had just opened. When he was through, the inner disciples who were closely following Lin Yun smiled bitterly as the gap swiftly closed. In the end, they still had to depend on themselves. As time gradually passed, the weaker disciples could only stay at the edge as there were simply too many demonic beasts. Then again, it was a decent harvest for them to refine the spiritual essence here. Up ahead were the elites of the inner disciples. As for the core disciples, they shot towards the heart of the lake like an arrow. They only had one goal here, the profounding flower. Right at this moment, the difference in strengths of the core disciples was on display. An hour later, Lin Yun suddenly felt a heavy pressure as he raised his head. He could roughly see the outline of the lake's heart and instantly knew that he had arrived. The heart of the lake might seem calm, but the pressure felt like an enormous mountain. The dense spiritual energy was placing great pressure on him. Mustering his origin energy, Lin Yun threw another punch ahead. His punch was like a sword that sent a colossal demonic beast flying. However, that demonic beast wasn't dead even after taking Lin Yun's punch. But just when he was going to give it a few more punches, the demonic beast was suddenly torn into pieces in the sky as several figures flew past and looked at Lin Yun with ill intent. They were all donned in the core disciples' uniform and had strength in the greater Yin stage. When the other disciples saw this scene from afar, they had doubts on their faces. Lin Yun swept a glance at them and asked calmly, "Do I know you guys? It doesn't matter if you know us. Are you still unaware of who you have provoked?" Sneered the core disciple that was leading the group. His name was Huang Ling, and in terms of strength, he was a lot stronger than Gufeng. He also had some reputation among the core disciples. "I wonder what senior brother Mei is thinking to get Yang Xiong to deal with this piece of trash. Hand over the 5 bottles of profound Yin pellets yourself. Don't force us to help ourselves to it. Otherwise, your outcome will be even worse than if you were in Yang Xiong's hands," sneered the youth as they pressed forward. When the nearby disciples heard senior brother Mei, their faces changed as there was only one person in the academy that could be addressed that way, Mei Zian. Everyone's gazes changed when they looked at Lin Yun. They never imagined that he had actually offended Mei Zian. After all, Mei Zian was an expert in the Yang stage. Even in the entire Nether Prefectural City, Mei Zian's strength could also be ranked. But just when everyone was shocked, a horrifying aura suddenly exploded from Lin Yun that caused his surroundings to tremble. Even a ripple began to spread out from the lake beneath him. Sensing Lin Yun's aura, everyone was shocked. That was the greater Yin stage aura, and Lin Yun's aura was even stronger than Huang Ling's group. Just how did he manage to do it? He had barely entered the Violet Palace realm half a month ago, but he was already in the greater Yin stage? Was he really from the Great Qin Empire? The faces of Huang Ling's group changed as they halted their footsteps. Shock was written all over their faces. With a smile on his face, Lin Yun laughed. "What's the matter? You guys are intimidated by a piece of trash like me? Since that's the case, why don't I personally come up for you guys to advise me a little?" Raising his eyebrow, Lin Yun dashed towards Huang Ling's group. Outside the profound Yin Lake, the 10 core disciples were watching the competition by the shore. With their cultivation, they could naturally capture every detail. So they instantly noticed Huang Ling's group blocking Lin Yun. Shortly after, their gazes turned to Mei Zian. Everyone practically knew of Huang Ling's relationship with Mei Zian. Mo Ling's face was cold as she mocked, "Mei Zian, you seem to have a lot of tricks." Mei Zian wasn't bothered by her mockery as he smiled. "What's the matter? Are you feeling heartache for this brat? It's a pity that no one can interfere with what happens in the lake. Even if you're feeling heartache for him, you can only watch from here." Right at this moment, the other top 10 core disciples looked at Lin Yun with surprise. This instantly attracted Mei Zian's attention. When he looked up ahead, his face changed drastically. The surface of the lake around Lin Yun was boiling and they could sense his aura from where they were. That was the aura in the greater Yin stage. Damn it! What's going on? Mei Zian's face instantly became ugly. Probably all thanks to junior brother Mei's profound Yin pellets. Without the 5 bottles of pellets, it wouldn't be possible for Lin Yun to make a breakthrough so quickly, said Mo Ling with mockery on her face. The other core disciples also looked at Mei Zian weirdly. This humiliated Mei Zian. He wanted to dig a hole and hide in it right now. The 5 bottles he gave to Lin Yun had turned around to punch him in the mouth. So what if he's in the greater Yin stage? "I don't believe he can defeat Huang Ling's group," said Mei Zian coldly. "I'm afraid you'll be disappointed," said Mo Ling with a smile on her face. When Lin Yun was in the lesser Yin stage, he could already defeat those in the greater Yin stage. Now that he reached the greater Yin stage, how could he possibly lose to Huang Ling's group? She was rather confident in Lin Yun. On the lake, Lin Yun soared into the sky like a drawn sword. In the sky, four seals were formed in a split second as they combined together and smashed towards Huang Ling, sky-breaking fist. Huang Ling unleashed all his origin energy as he threw out a punch. When the 2 fists collided, the 4 seals created with Lin Yun's sword energy exploded, which tore apart Huang Ling's attack and landed on his chest. Along with his ribs breaking, Huang Ling threw up a mouthful of blood and he was sent flying. His face was terrifyingly pale. He never expected that Lin Yun would be so strong having just made a breakthrough. "And here I thought you were somebody. So it turns out that you're pathetically weak." Lin Yun glanced at Huang Ling, which scared him greatly. As for his companions, they didn't even dare to take a step forward. "Go back and tell Mei Zian that I'll use his pellets well. Tell him to come to me personally if he wants them instead of sending a few pieces of trash over to me." Huang Ling couldn't even take his dragon tiger fist. So forget about Lin Yun's 7 slaughtering seal. If Lin Yun brought out the Overlord sword, then someone like Huang Ling would be killed instantly. Lin Yun couldn't be bothered with them anymore, and he continued heading to the heart of the lake. Huang Ling had wasted some of his time. The other disciples watching Lin Yun were shocked. They were shocked by his strength. Probably only Yang Xiong, Lu Zhan, and Qi Wenxiong could deal with him. Lin Yun didn't bother with other disciples, but he could sense a cold gaze locked onto him. The gaze was from Mei Zian. For Mei Zian, he was destined to be disappointed if he thought that he could make a joke out of Lin Yun. Not only Huang Ling, but even Yang Xiong wouldn't be able to stop Lin Yun. Lin Yun moved like a bolt of lightning as he soared into the sky like an eagle. He was leaving groups of people behind him, instantly surpassing them. What speed! This fellow is a monster. The disciples who were surpassed by Lin Yun were all shocked. About 15 meters later, Lin Yun finally caught up with the disciples who were up ahead. Although he was still behind them, he could see the silhouettes of Yang Xiong, Lu Zhan, and Qi Wenxiong. "They're pretty quick," smiled Lin Yun. He didn't seem to be shocked by this scene. But when he saw Gong Ming and Bai Yi, he was shocked to see that they actually made it here so quickly. But shortly after, he wore a smile because he guessed that Gong Ming must have had a decent harvest from the bottle of pellets he gave him. Lin Yun slowed down his pace on purpose as he walked over. The birth of the profound Yin flower would surely be accompanied by a phenomenon, so he wasn't in a hurry. As for those people up ahead, their attention was on the heart of the lake, so they didn't notice that Lin Yun had already caught up to them. The spiritual energy here was so dense that the surface of the lake had formed into a spiritual energy vortex that seemed to be spinning slowly. Everyone knew that there was a ferocious undercurrent beneath it. If they weren't careful, they would be devoured by it. Suddenly, without warning, rain began to fall and many people stopped in their tracks. They reached out for the rain with joy and excitement on their faces. It's the spiritual rain. That's the sign that the profound flowers are appearing. Everyone instantly stopped their movements, including Xianxia, Lu Zhan, and Qi Wenxiong. As the rain got bigger, everyone became even more excited. They could sense themselves getting stronger under the nourishment of the rain. It didn't take long for the vortex to spin faster. Under its fluctuation, the entire lake began to ripple. The pressure permeated the air and started to get stronger. As the rain and waves continued to roar, it made one feel like they were standing in the middle of a storm. But all the disciples seemed to be nervously waiting for something. Not long after, icy beams began to shoot into the sky. The profound flowers. Everyone's eyes lit up as they began to move out. But Xianxia, Lu Zhan, and Qi Wenxiong merely swept a glance at them before they headed to the heart of the center of the spiritual energy vortex. Their target was the Flower King, a 7 petals profound flower. At the same time, a profound flower drifted towards Bai Yi without warning. Bai Yi had joy on her face since 7 petals were rare. She didn't expect that she would be so lucky. Get lost! But just when she was about to reach out for it, a barbaric figure charged over and shoved her away. Under the origin energy fluctuation, Bai Yi was sent flying away in pain. At the same time, the profound flower that she had initially grabbed onto also flew away. You! Bai Yi's face turned red as she looked at the familiar figure who got in her way. It was the core disciple Gufeng. You're really naive. No one will take pity on you here. I, Gufeng, will be taking this 7 petals profound flower. Ha ha ha. Gufeng's eyes flashed with excitement. It might not be comparable to the 9 petals Flower King, but it was still a decent harvest. But just when he was going to reach out for it, a figure shot over and snatched the flower from him. This enraged Gufeng, but when he saw the person who snatched it from him, his face changed drastically as he quickly retreated. It was naturally Lin Yun that frightened him so greatly. How can you possibly snatch a lady's flower? Lin Yun sniffed the flower as he looked at Gufeng with a smile. Then, Gufeng felt a chill run down his spine as he recalled the humiliation he suffered outside the infernal realm. Everyone who was snatching the profound flowers was surprised when they saw Lin Yun. When did Lin Yun catch up? Their confusion was natural since they clearly saw that he was blocked by Huang Ling's party. Could it be that he dealt with Huang Ling's party that quickly? Just thinking about it made them even more shocked. If that was the case, then Lin Yun's strength was a little terrifying. However, they soon directed their attention back to the flowers. After all, they couldn't be bothered with Lin Yun right now since they had to go for the flowers. They even gloated as they looked at Gufeng's pale face. Gufeng had offended many people, so no one would take pity on him. Big brother Lin. Bai Yi came over with joy on her face when she saw Lin Yun. Even Gong Ming wore a smile as he rushed over. Be careful next time. This fellow is right. No one will take pity on you here, at least not senior brother Gu. Smiled Lin Yun as he handed the flower to Bai Yi. Thank you, big brother Lin. Bai Yi received the flower as she blushed. She then stared at Gufeng with her cheeks puffed. Big brother Lin. This person came outside your residence previously and claimed that he's more than enough to deal with you if you dared to show up. Bai Yi didn't have complex thoughts. She just purely didn't like Gufeng. So she naturally wanted Lin Yun to teach Gufeng a lesson. When Gufeng saw Bai Yi ratting him out to Lin Yun, his face became even more ugly. The humiliation he suffered was still clear in his mind, and he even dreamt of stepping on Lin Yun beneath his feet. However, he ultimately endured it because he knew this wasn't the time. He could do it after Lin Yun fought with Xianxia. The killing aura in his eyes diminished and Gufeng squeezed out a smile. Brother Lin, I didn't say that. She must have misunderstood me. I just paid you a visit out of concern and nothing else. What you say doesn't matter. Did you forget what I said a few days ago? smiled Lin Yun. What did you say? Gu Feng was briefly stunned before he remembered Lin Yun telling him that he better not see him around in the academy or he would be beaten every time. His face immediately turned pale and he smiled. Brother Lin, you must be joking. How can you possibly be so petty with your breadth of mind? I wasn't joking with you. You can either do it yourself or I'll help you. The smile on Lin Yun's face disappeared and was replaced with chill. He was never known to have a good temper, not to mention that Gu Feng clearly came to laugh at him. Lin Yun, don't push it. Gu Feng finally exploded under Lin Yun's cold gaze. His gaze turned cold as he said, even a dog will bite when it's pushed to the corner. Don't force me. Gu Feng then released his aura in the greater Yin stage to attract more people's attention. What you say is right, but it's a pity that you're not even a dog in my eyes, said Lin Yun calmly. His words were like a cold dagger that stabbed into Gu Feng's heart. He had always been the one bullying others, but he was being humiliated by Lin Yun right now. What Lin Yun said meant that he was not a threat in Lin Yun's eyes. When the nearby core disciples heard that, their lips twitched because Lin Yun was a little too ruthless to humiliate Gu Feng so badly. Then I hope that you won't regret it. Gu Feng's eyes became sharp as he released a crimson glow from his body. His hair fluttered in the wind and his aura surged. He had once again used the forbidden technique Scarlet Blood Transformation. Many core disciples nearby were shocked by this scene. Gu Feng had really gone insane. He had just used this forbidden technique 5 days ago, and using it so quickly would leave behind hidden damages to his body. Then again, Lin Yun would probably have trouble dealing with Gu Feng right now. Lin Yun probably never expected that Gu Feng would take it so far, but it was a pity that there was no medicine for regret in life. In the end, Gu Feng was a disciple of the academy and Lin Yun was an outsider, so no one would care about Lin Yun's outcome. They even hoped that Gu Feng could injure Lin Yun, but it was a pity that they would soon be disappointed. Lin Yun might have to use his trump cards if he faced Gu Feng a few days ago. But he was no longer the same, so it would be a source of humiliation to him if he had to use the iris sword array. Great! Lin Yun smiled as the iris flower bloomed in his violet palace. Shortly after, a powerful greater Yin stage aura exploded out from Lin Yun that left many people shocked. Greater Yin stage? This? But that wasn't all. A crisp sword buzz rang out from Lin Yun as his aura combined with his Xiantian sword intent. Right at this moment, his aura was close to the pinnacle Yin stage. The boundless pressure made Lin Yun's figure look majestic and Gu Feng's figure look tiny. When Gu Feng sensed Lin Yun's aura, his face changed drastically. He never expected that Lin Yun's strength had undergone such a transformation in just 6 days. If he knew about it beforehand, he definitely wouldn't dare to stand out even if his courage was multiplied by 100. Just when he was about to retreat, a punch flew over that shattered the crimson radiance that covered him. Gu Feng was sent flying and he vomited a mouthful of blood. When he fell onto the surface of the lake, he was so heavily injured that he couldn't get back up and fell into the lake. Lin Yun had defeated Gu Feng, who had activated a forbidden technique, with one move. This was a little too powerful and even Xianxia couldn't underestimate such strength. As for Gu Feng, no one paid any more attention to him. He was defeated twice by Lin Yun, not to mention the consequences of the forbidden technique. Therefore, he was destined to be useless in the future. Before everyone could dispel the shock in their hearts, the lake began to tremble violently as spiritual energy began to gather inside the vortex. There seemed to be a colossal beast hiding in the depth of the lake, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Retreat, said Lin Yun to Bai Yi and Gong Ming. The two had no idea what was going on, but they still retreated out of their trust for Lin Yun. Right at this moment, flames shot out from the vortex that soared into the sky with boundless spiritual energy gathering into a pillar. In the next second, the pillar began to spread out at a rapid speed. Bolts of lightning began to tear through the horizon along with colossal waves that surged on the lake. When the pillar spread out, many disciples were caught, which sent them flying and throwing up blood. When they landed back down, their faces were pale from their heavy injuries. The pillar finally stopped expanding upon reaching 3,000 meters. Right at this moment, Three figures slowly descended from the sky. They were naturally Xianxia, Luzhan, and Qi. The three of them were quick, so they weren't injured by the pillar. When the pillar stood between the lake and horizon, the surrounding temperature began to drop with a terrifying chill spreading out. Looking at this phenomenon, everyone instantly knew that the Flower King was about to appear. This scene made many people smile bitter. After all, who dared to try and obtain the Flower King with this terrifying pillar standing here? If they weren't careful, they would be instantly injured to a great extent. Only people like Xianxia, Luzhan, and Qi dared to give it a try. But it was another question if they could succeed. Aside from them, no one dared to court death. When the waves settled down, the commotion on the lake gradually settled down as everyone looked at the pillar. But right at this moment, an azure figure covered in a golden radiance charged towards the pillar. Everyone could see the sword box that he was carrying on his back. It's him, Flower Burial Lin Yun. No one expected that the first to charge out would be a guest deacon of the academy. This instantly caused an uproar on the lake as many people were shocked. The pillar was over 3,000 meters tall as it stood between heaven and earth, emitting a bone-chilling cold. Just touching it left many core disciples heavily injured as they lost their ability to fight. Everyone had already experienced how powerful it was, so Lin Yun naturally attracted everyone's attention when he charged over. All the inner disciples, core disciples, and even elders were looking at Lin Yun, wondering if he could do it. Yang Xiong and the rest weren't in a hurry. Just like everyone else, they had doubt in their eyes. They felt that Lin Yun was too bold to charge at the pillar. But before their doubt could last long, Lin Yun roared, "In the name of my sword, bloom!" A gigantic iris flower appeared above his head. When the iris flower spun, Lin Yun stuttered his steps before he shot into the sky like an arrow and pierced through the pillar. When the light disappeared, Lin Yun was firmly standing on the surface of the lake inside the pillar. "He's in!" everyone exclaimed as they looked at Lin Yun. Right at this moment, three figures soared into the sky. They were naturally Yang Xiong, Luzhan, and Qi. The three of them were half a step away from the Yang stage, so they were a lot stronger than the other core disciples. The three of them made their moves at the same time, but Yang Xiong ended up being at the front of the group. He emitted a powerful origin energy as purple lightning crackled on his skin while he charged into the pillar. Luzhan, on the other hand, was enveloped by spiritual runes that converged into a ferocious beast that tore apart the pillar. Looking at the pillar covered with cracks, Luzhan smiled and he threw out a punch. "Break!" As for Qi, he used an even more barbaric method as he charged into the pillar by relying on his physical body. He relied on his cultivation to resist the chill from the pillar as he entered. When he landed on the ground, he merely shook his body and the layer of ice that covered him had instantly disintegrated. When the four of them entered, the other inner disciples gained courage to try. After all, even Lin Yun made it. However, not one of them succeeded. They were either sealed in ice or were sent flying. It took a while before everything calmed down, but once it did, the crowd looked at Lin Yun with a grave expression. This time, no one dared to underestimate him anymore. After all, Lin Yun had relied on his own strength to enter. As time passed, the suction force coming from the vortex grew even more powerful, making the flame pillar seem even more radiant. But not many people paid attention to that as their attention was on the four individuals inside the pillar. After all, the 9 petals profounding flower would go to one of them. Not only that, but that person would also receive a 4th-grade pellet personally refined by the dean. Naturally, everyone wanted to see who would be the winner. It was only a matter of time before the battle began. Everyone observed Yang Xiong with great expectation. After all, they hadn't forgotten what Yang Xiong said. He said that he would greatly humiliate Lin Yun if Lin Yun dared to show up. Everyone felt that it would be one-sided, but the fact that Lin Yun made it this far revealed that the situation was even more interesting than they initially thought. Everyone was waiting to see how Yang Xiong would react. Just like Yang Xiong, the other 3 looked calm for now. Of the 4 of them, only Yang Xiong had a grudge with Lin Yun. So, Luzhan and Qi stood pretty close to each other as they looked at Yang Xiong from a slight distance. Everyone knew that the flower was in the vortex, but it wouldn't be easy to obtain. It wouldn't even be easy for Xianxia, who was the strongest here. If the situation fell into a stalemate, then it would only benefit others. The nervous atmosphere slowly brewed between the four of them, and they were preparing themselves by circulating origin energy throughout their body. Lu Zhan, Qi Wenxiong, the two of you are looking forward to me dealing with that brat, right? Since that's the case, then what are you guys standing here for? Smiled Xianxia. He then turned into a bolt of lightning and charged at the two of them. His fist was filled with origin energy that crackled with lightning. This sudden attack had exceeded many people's expectations because no one had imagined that Xianxia would start with Lu Zhan and Qi Wenxiong first. This made Lu Zhan and Qi Wenxiong's faces change as they quickly put up their defenses. In the next second, the three of them clashed together and the shockwave caused the surrounding air particles to tremble. When everything settled down, Lu Zhan and Qi Wenxiong both took a few steps back as they seemed to be on the losing side. Although Xianxia had the element of surprise to force the two back, it was also a statement to his strength. Calming the origin energy within his body, Lu Zhan looked at Xianxia. Senior brother Yang, you're worried that we'll backstab you when you fight with that brat, right? Don't worry. We won't stoop so low before there's an outcome. Neither will I. Even if the nine-nether profounding flower appears, we'll fight for it after you deal with him, said Qi Wenxiong. At the same time, they both retreated to the edge of the pillar. This scene had made many people look at Xianxia in a new light because no one expected that Xianxia had such meticulous thoughts. Since Lu Zhan and Qi Wenxiong had both given their promises publicly, they wouldn't dare to go against it. This way, Xianxia could focus on dealing with Lin Yun. At least you guys are tactful, sneered Xianxia as he turned to look at Lin Yun. Interesting. I'm surprised that you have the courage to stand before me. What's the matter? Do you think that I'm going to work with the two of them to deal with you? Lin Yun's black pupils flickered with a cold gleam and he said, It never crossed my mind. Xianxia was briefly stunned by those words before he sneered. You're stronger than I imagined, but you're still going to end up as a joke. I'll let everyone here know that you're nothing before me. Lin Yun squinted his eyes with a smile. What a coincidence. I also share the same thoughts. Not only that, but the 9 petals profounding flower is also mine. Haha. I'm afraid you'll have to be disappointed. Xianxia wore a mocking smile on his lips as he released his origin energy. His black clothes began to crackle with lightning that enveloped him. It caused fluctuations that compressed the spiritual energy in the atmosphere. Thunderblaze solar radiance. Xianxia's thundermist art had reached the 7th stage, which surprised many disciples watching the battle. The thundermist art was a transcendent earth-grade cultivation technique that was famed for being hard to cultivate. The fact that Xianxia could reach the 7th stage in it meant that his strength was comparable to those in the top 10. Lu Zhan and Qi Wenxiong's faces both changed when they saw this scene. I hope that you can give me some pressure. Otherwise, it'll be too boring if I finish you so quickly, sneered Xianxia with a killing aura flashing in his eyes. This fellow? Lin Yun's expression turned grave. He knew that he couldn't underestimate Xianxia. But so what? Xianxia's cultivation technique was nothing in front of his Iris Sword Sutra. Not to mention that he had reached the peak 9th stage in it. As the iris flower bloomed within his violet palace, Lin Yun's pupils flashed brightly. Everyone could sense a boundless fighting spirit blazing in Lin Yun as he said, Make your move! 2 powerful auras came from Lin Yun and Xianxia. Everyone looked at the two of them nervously because they knew that a battle would break out at any moment. At the same time, no one had expected Lin Yun to be so powerful. Everyone was expecting a one-sided battle, but no one dared to underestimate Lin Yun from the fighting spirit he was giving off. Right at this moment, a ripple spread out on the surface of the lake as Xianxia and Lin Yun both moved. They were enveloped by their own powerful origin energy as they charged at each other. Their collision sent a violent shockwave out, which formed gigantic waves on the lake. They were engaged in a barbaric fight that didn't utilize any martial techniques. They were clashing with their origin energy, which signified the power of their cultivation techniques. Yang Xiong and Lin Yun were both confident in their cultivation techniques, but everyone could tell that Yang Xiong held the upper hand in this fight. After all, he had the advantage in his cultivation. He's really confident to clash with Yang Xiong head-on. Mei Zian wore a mocking smile when he saw this scene. The other disciples also nodded their heads silently. The only exception was Mo Ling, who looked at the battle and wasn't willing to miss out any detail. Is this all you got? I've yet to use my full strength. Yang Xiong sneered as he soared into the sky. Flower burial. I'll be disappointed if this is the best you got. Yang Xiong's eyes flashed coldly and he slammed his palm down. The flame and lightning enveloping him instantly turned into a flaming tornado that devoured Lin Yun. Compared to Yang Xiong, Lin Yun looked so insignificant. However, that wasn't the end as Yang Xiong started compressing the tornado, bringing the tornado's lethality to a new level. His goal wasn't just to defeat Lin Yun, but to crush Lin Yun completely and humiliate him. He wanted to make Lin Yun beg him for mercy in front of everyone. This way, Lin Yun wouldn't dare to stand before Lu Yunin ever again. He wanted to teach Lin Yun the consequences of offending him. In this profound in-flower competition, only he could be the ultimate winner. This battle would be the start of his rise to the top. Naturally, he had to step on Lin Yun. The terrifying tornado's size shrunk by half and Lu Yun seemed so helpless in it. This made many people sigh as they felt that Lin Yun was too arrogant. If he wasn't so stubborn as to fight Yang Xiong head-on, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Everyone seemed to be able to hear the sounds of Lin Yun's bones being crushed. Mei Zian sneered as he watched this scene. He was admiring Yang Xiong's means. After all, it would be too easy if Lin Yun was merely defeated. It was definitely better to see Lin Yun get humiliated thoroughly. Right at this moment, Mei Zian noticed something unusual. He could see fine cracks starting to appear on the tornado and he could see sword rays flashing within the tornado. Sword rays? Just when he was feeling doubtful, the cracks expanded and 81 silver sword rays shot out from the tornado. In the next second, the tornado exploded and a majestic sword array appeared before everyone. Standing within the array, Lin Yun was unharmed. This made Yang Xiong's face change as his clothes burst apart and he shot towards the sword array. But even so, Lin Yun stood unfaltered within the sword array as the clothes fragments were torn apart by the sword array. He blocked it. How did he manage to do it? Everyone had shock in their eyes when they saw Lin Yun unharmed while facing Yang Xiong's attacks. I'll see how long you can last. Yang Xiong's eyes flashed with annoyance as he had a rough gauge of this sword array's limit. Thunderblaze Mantra. Demonic Annihilation Halberd. Flames and lightning intertwined to form a violet halberd that shot towards Lin Yun. Great! Lin Yun smiled. Iris Sword Array. Absolute unrivaled. The sword array began to rotate and a boundless sword intent surged from Lin Yun. The 81 swords instantly became 162 swords as they soared into the sky. In the next second, the swords started clashing with the halberd as the fluctuation from their attacks raised powerful waves in the surroundings. It didn't take long for the halberd to collapse as the swords shot towards Yang Xiong. Get lost! Yang Xiong stepped forward and he threw both his fists out. He relied on his powerful cultivation to destroy the incoming swords before charging at Lin Yun. But just when he moved, spiritual runes began to appear around Lin Yun as they intertwined to form a majestic spiritual diagram made of flames. How annoying! Yang Xiong shook his arms at the spiritual diagram coming his way. No matter what you do, you'll only end up as my stepping stone. His arms turned into claws as he tore the spiritual diagram apart. The spiritual diagram broke apart like fireworks. Let's end this. Yang Xiong slanted his body forward and dove down like an eagle. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes looking at Yang Xiong charging over. If Yang Xiong thought that this was all Lin Yun had, then he was a little too naive. Lin Yun raised his brow as a boundless killing aura exploded from his body. This made the faces of those looking at Lin Yun change. How is his killing aura so terrifying? Just how did he manage to condense such a killing aura? That's the 7 slaughtering fist. Tang Yu and Yu Mu were both shocked by this scene. The seven slaughtering fist. This young lad actually had such talent? The white-haired elder sitting beside them was surprised as he wore a smile. Lin Yun formed the seven slaughtering seal with his left hand and his killing aura multiplied by 7 times. In that split second, torrential killing aura surged and the sky had turned red. When his killing aura spread out of the pillar, many people felt a suffocating pressure. Even the top 10 core disciples standing at the shore had a change in their facial expressions. They also felt a great pressure under this killing aura. That was the infamous forbidden technique, the seven slaughtering fist, that no one managed to cultivate successfully in the past century. However, an outsider had successfully learned it now. This was a great source of mockery for the academy. How terrifying. He is a monster. He actually managed to form the seven slaughtering seal. Many people sighed. As for Mo Ling, she smiled because Lin Yun didn't disappoint her. The same couldn't be said for Mei Zian. His current face was ugly. Similarly, Yang Xiong, who was in midair watching Lin Yun's killing aura growing, was shocked. But he soon snorted. So what if it's the seven slaughtering fist? Not even that can save you today. Yang Xiong was like an arrow notched in a bow and there was no way he could retreat. No matter how powerful the forbidden technique, in his mind Lin Yun had just reached the greater Yin stage. Therefore, there was no way Lin Yun could bring out too much power from it, so this was his opportunity. Furthermore, Lin Yun might not be able to control the killing aura with his current cultivation. With that, lightning and flames blazed on Yang Xiong as a lightning vortex appeared in both his hands to emit a powerful energy fluctuation. This scene shocked many people because they saw how decisive Yang Xiong was. They knew that there was no path of retreat for Yang Xiong now that Lin Yun had brought out the seven slaughtering fist. If he retreated, then he would definitely be defeated. He was in the pinnacle Yin stage, along with being at the pinnacle 7th stage of the Thunderblaze art. There was still a chance for Yang Xiong to win. Furthermore, Lin Yun might not be able to control his killing aura fully. As long as Yang Xiong could last through the first wave, he was confident that he could beat Lin Yun. Big brother Lin, you have to win. Bai clenched her fists together as she yelled. But right at this moment, Lin Yun closed his eyes as his killing aura blazed like fiery flames. When Yang Xiong saw Lin Yun closing his eyes and he rejoiced because this meant that Lin Yun was barely holding on. Seeing that, a confident smile rose on his lips. But just when he was about to approach, Lin Yun suddenly opened his eyes. His black pupils radiated a sense of calm as he looked at Yang Xiong with a smile. You seem to hope that I'll lose control of this killing aura. Haven't you? Yang Xiong's eyes flashed with disdain as he sneered. You can bluff others, but you can't bluff me. You're barely holding on with the seven slaughtering seal. Now die. Thunderblaze art. Dual radiant solar. Yang Xiong threw out the vortexes in both his hands as they shined like a bright sun that emitted a terrifying power. What power? Yang Xiong's attainments in the Thunderblaze art is really high. He is comparable to the top 10 core disciples. There's no suspense in this fight. Look at how Lin Yun is barely maintaining the seven slaughtering fist. No one had imagined that Yang Xiong would unleash such a powerful attack. His attainments in the Thunderblaze art was comparable to the strength of the top 10 core disciples. This made Mei Zian, whose face was dim, instantly light up when he saw this scene. But Lin Yun was calm and continued to smile. He didn't have the slightest bit of panic on his face. He merely changed the seal with his left hand and the boundless killing aura that enveloped him suddenly roared like an awakened beast as his killing aura swept out. After accumulating all the power in his right hand, Lin Yun clenched his fist and absorbed all the killing aura. At the same time, his black pupils became even colder as he threw out his punch. In the next second, everyone could feel the tremor on the surface of the lake begin to tremble violently along with a terrifying aura that spread out. When everyone raised their heads, they saw the two vortexes crumbling as the seven slaughtering seal imprinted on Yang Xiong's chest. This sent Yang Xiong flying like a cannonball as he slammed into the pillar. When he fell down, he looked at Lin Yun with shock and threw up another mouthful of blood. How is this possible? Not only did Lin Yun unleash the forbidden technique that multiplied his killing aura by 7 times, but he even did it perfectly. This sent a shock to everyone, leaving them speechless. They had imagined the possibility of Lin Yun winning, but they never imagined that it would happen so easily. The 7 slaughtering fist was a forbidden technique, and now everyone understood why it was a forbidden technique. Sorry to disappoint you. Not only can I control the 7 slaughtering seal, but I can even do it perfectly, smiled Lin Yun. When he took a step forward, he released a silver glow as he appeared before Xianxia in the next second. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun threw a punch. There was no way he could give Xianxia the opportunity to make a comeback. Damn it! Xianxia cursed inwardly as he had no choice other than to face Lin Yun's attack head-on. Then, the two began to clash in the air, causing a rumbling explosion with each clash. Everyone had seen this scene previously when the two clashed head-on in the beginning. However, their roles had flipped once Lin Yun held the advantage. After 10 odd moves later, Xianxia was sent flying once again while vomiting up blood. Lin Yun landed on the surface of the lake with his clothes fluttering in the wind. When he looked at Xianxia, the latter became terrified and quickly retreated. This made many people sigh as they imagined how mighty Xianxia looked earlier, claiming that he would make a joke out of Lin Yun. But in the end, he was the joke. Lu Zhan, Qi Wenxiong, how long are the two of you going to wait for? Xianxia barked coldly. Ha. We naturally have to take our time to enjoy your pathetic state. Since senior brother Yang has spoken, then we'll naturally take action. Both Lu Zhan and Qi Wenxiong smiled as they both stepped forward. Their appearance instantly made all the other disciples surprised because they had completely forgotten about Lu Zhan and Qi Wenxiong. The two of you came at a rather good time, said Lin Yun. Cut the crap. Get lost before you get humiliated, sneered the two newcomers. In their view, Lin Yun must have suffered internal injuries from his battle with Xianxia, so they were confident about dealing with Lin Yun. How interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing how the two of you will humiliate me, smiled Lin Yun. Lu Zhan and Qi Wenxiong exchanged a glance before they smiled. Did you think that the two of us can't block that punch of yours? I'm not sure if you two can take my punch, but you definitely can't receive my sword. Lin Yun summoned the flower burial sword out of his sword box. Just when Lu Zhan and Qi Wenxiong had disdain on their faces and were about to speak, they suddenly raised their heads. Lin Yun's temperament had undergone a complete transformation the moment he gripped his sword. Lin Yun's temperament had undergone a total transformation when he held onto his sword, which emitted a terrifying pressure. This made Lu Zhan and Qi Wenxiong's facial expressions become grave. Lin Yun can still put up a fight? They had just witnessed Lin Yun fighting with Xianxia. Although it looked like Lin Yun had easily defeated Xianxia, they knew that Lin Yun had exhausted a great deal of his origin energy and also suffered internal injuries. This was why they felt confident in taking Lin Yun down. However, they didn't expect Lin Yun to bring out his sword. After all, Lin Yun didn't even use his sword in his fight with Xianxia. Did you hold back on purpose to deal with us? Frowned Lu Zhan. So what if I did? And so what if I didn't? I advise the two of you to think carefully. If you two dare to act, then you'll be my enemy, said Lin Yun indifferently. Xianxia sat with his legs crossed as he popped a pellet into his mouth while wearing a sneer. After all, he still had a chance if the two parties fought. Using the pellet, his injuries were healing at a rapid speed, but he had concealed it well. So much so that he didn't even bother wiping the blood on his lips. Facing Lin Yun, Lu Zhan and Qi Wenxiong's faces were dark because Lin Yun wasn't willing to compromise. If Lin Yun was willing to take a step back and share the 9 petals profounding flower, then they wouldn't be in such a tough position. However, if they left right now, they would be mocked as cowards. They would be a laughingstock if they backed off when facing an injured guest deacon. In the end, they would suffer a greater humiliation than Xianxia had. So what if we're standing against you? Who the hell do you think you are to threaten us? Lu Zhan took out a crimson spear and stabbed it at Lin Yun. Sparks flew from the spear tip as it rubbed with the air particles. Don't regret it then. Lin Yun was enraged. He was rarely enraged, but this time he was genuinely enraged. Regardless of Lu Zhan or Qi Wenxiong, they were a lot weaker than Xianxia. They even had the gall to gang up on him. Not only that, but they even took advantage of the fact that he had just finished his battle with Xianxia. Since they were being so shameless, Lin Yun couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. He unleashed his Xiantian sword intent. He kept himself contained in the academy, which made many people think that he was a pushover. Even a piece of trash like Gu Feng dared to hop around in front of him. Just because he was close to Lu Yunyan, he was humiliated by Yang Xiong time and time again. Even now, Lu Zhan and Qi Wenxiong dared to tell him to scram. Did they think that he didn't have a bottom line? When he held onto the flower burial sword, he could feel his deep connection with the sword. The flower burial sword had also sensed his rage as it began to buzz. Lin Yun poured his origin energy into the sword and hit the incoming spear. It only took a split second for the incoming attack to crumble into pieces. But that wasn't all, as the remaining power from the attack flew towards Lu Zhan. This made Lu Zhan's face change as he threw out a palm to cancel out Lin Yun's attack while taking several steps backwards. Qi Wenxiong, why the hell are you still standing around? Lu Zhan yelled as he waved his hand and held onto his spear. Profound sky fist, empty fist. Qi Wenxiong snorted and his aura grew. He began to throw out a barrage of punches towards Lin Yun. He had brought out the full power of this move. At the same time, Lu Zhan also launched his attacks together with Qi Wenxiong. The crimson spear in his hand turned into a crimson streak of light that complemented Qi Wenxiong's attacks. The two of them weren't holding back with their attacks, which made the disciples who were watching this battle suck in a cold breath. Holding onto his sword with his clothes fluttering in the wind, Lin Yun's mind was clear. He had nothing in his mind except for his sword. He pushed his Xiantian sword intent to the limit. When he swung his sword, he vented out all his rage onto Lu Zhan and Qi Wenxiong. Sparks flew as the weapons clashed, and the shockwave from their attacks raised a towering wave that spread out. Suddenly, a spear flew towards Lin Yun's chest like a venomous snake. Lin Yun's eyes flickered as he summoned the Dracophant war armor to cover his body. The spear was too quick and venomous, so it pierced through the armor. It was only 1 inch away from his heart. It was fortunate that Lin Yun avoided having his fatal spots hit by the spear. You're courting death. Lin Yun snorted as a radiating moon rose up behind him. Luminous moon. Before Lu Zhan could land on the ground, a radiating moon flew towards him. This made Lu Zhan's face change as he didn't expect Lin Yun's attack to be so quick. He didn't have any time to think as he retaliated with his spear. But his attack was instantly crushed by the radiating moon. This made Lu Zhan throw up a mouthful of blood as his body was riddled with injuries. When Qi Wenxiong saw Lu Zhan's state, his face changed. He knew that there was no way he could hold Lin Yun back by himself, so he instantly tried to retreat. Is that all you guys got? Lin Yun didn't give them a chance to catch a breath as he swung his sword. This time it was the myriad frost. Lin Yun's slash unleashed a chilling wave that froze everything in its path. Lu Zhan and Qi Wenxiong used their origin energy to defend against the chill, but it was too much. The two of them merely lasted for a split second before they were sent flying while throwing out a mouthful of blood. But that wasn't all, as Lin Yun unleashed another attack. When Lu Zhan and Qi Wenxiong fell onto the surface of the lake, their faces were ugly because they could only barely defend themselves. However, Lin Yun had no intention of letting them off as he took on the Overlord sword stance. A radiating sword ray flashed as Lu Zhan and Qi Wenxiong were sent flying. When they raised their heads to look at Lin Yun again, their eyes were filled with fear because Lin Yun was a completely different person when he held onto his sword. Haha, is that all the two of you got? A voice sounded out as Yang Xiong got back up on his feet. I know that the two of you have yet to use your trump cards. Don't hold back anymore. If we can't make him beg for his life today, there won't be a spot for us in the academy in the future. Beg for my life? Lin Yun sneered as he barked. Take this sword of mine before you talk. The domineering aura on Lin Yun suddenly grew. The sky was covered with thunderclouds and rumbling lightning. This is Yang Xiong, Lu Zhan, and Qi Wenxiong's faces changed when they sensed the terrifying aura. The aura made them feel fearful, and before they could even react, the thunderclouds manifested into a dragon that dove into Lin Yun's body. When Lin Yun raised his head, his eyes were radiating with a dazzling radiance along with a domineering aura that could make everything in this world submit. Run! The three no longer dared to stay anymore as they quickly retreated. Run! Lin Yun swung his sword, unleashing a violet bolt of lightning that left cracks on the pillar. This made many people exclaim as they saw the lightning manifest into a dragon that pounced forward. It was naturally the Overlord's sword, Thunderbolt Crusher. Xianxia, Lu Zhan, and Qi Wenxiong cried out in pain as they were covered in injuries that were so deep that their bones were revealed. Even their internal organs were heavily injured from this attack. You guys can't even take a sword of mine, yet you actually want to make me beg for my life? You guys are simply courting death. Lin Yun barked at them after unleashing his attack. Then, full of fear, the three of them witnessed Lin Yun rushing towards them. Lin Yun's killing aura was so strong that even the lake water started to boil. This made Xianxia, Lu Zhan, and Qi Wenxiong terrified out of their wits as they instinctually kneeled before Lin Yun. Xianxia, Lu Zhan, and Qi Wenxiong were popular candidates to obtain the Flower King. But all three of them were kneeling before Lin Yun right now. Looking at Lin Yun's cold gaze from afar, everyone could sense a chill run down their spines from the concentrated killing intent in Lin Yun's eyes. No one could imagine what kind of pressure the three of them were currently facing. The three of them were terrified because they could sense that Lin Yun was really angry and that he would really kill them. Even their souls were shrouded in fear due to Lin Yun's killing aura. As Lin Yun slowly stepped forward, his killing aura surged even further, which made their faces turn pale. They wondered if Lin Yun would really kill them. Xianxia gnashed his teeth as he looked at Lin Yun. Lin Yun, we have already lowered our heads. Are you really going to kill us? Kill you? Interesting. What were you doing a moment ago? Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly. Who told me not to get close to Lu Yunyan? Who was the one who said that he would humiliate me? Who said that he would step on me? Lin Yun's questions made Xiangshi's face turn red. He was the one who pushed it, but he still told Lin Yun not to take it too far. When Xianxia calmed down, the flower burial sword slapped his face. This left all the spectators shocked. Lin Yun actually slapped Xianxia with his sword, a core disciple who was comparable to those in the top 10 ranking. Lin Yun might be slapping Xianxia, but he was actually warning everyone that he wasn't someone without a temper. If anyone crossed his bottom line, then it wasn't something that could be easily resolved by kneeling. The smack sent Xianxia flying. He fell onto the surface of water and bounced on the surface of the lake several times before he managed to stabilize himself. His eyes were filled with reluctance and grievance as he clenched his fists together. But when he bumped gazes with Lin Yun, he felt a jolt in his spine and quickly lowered his head. This scene made many people sigh as they thought of how glorious Xianxia was when he first arrived. Everyone had expected Xianxia to be the biggest winner and Lin Yun to be thoroughly humiliated. But no one had expected that reality would be so brutal. Not only did he fail to humiliate Lin Yun, but Xianxia even became a laughingstock and was heavily slapped. Lin Yun, we're foolish. We shouldn't have become your enemies, said Lu Zhan and Qi Wenxiong with their voices trembling. Get lost. Lin Yun couldn't be bothered with them because he didn't want to get his hands dirty. Upon hearing that, Lu Zhan and Qi Wenxiong both felt relieved and quickly left. In the blink of an eye, only Lin Yun was left in the pillar. There was no doubt that he was the biggest winner here. Just when everyone was shocked that Xianxia was sent flying, 9 beams suddenly shot out from the heart of the lake. Every single beam was dazzling, and when they shot into the sky, they caused the sky to change. It didn't take long for a rainbow-colored rain to fall. From this, Lin Yun could feel his origin energy recovering at a rapid speed. As he circulated the Iris Sword Sutra, he could even sense his cultivation improving. That's the 9 rainbow spiritual rain. The 9 petals profound in flower is going to appear. The effect of the rain isn't any inferior to a 3rd-grade pellet. Lin Yun is enjoying all of it. Don't forget that this is just the beginning. He will soon become the owner of the 9 petals profound in flower, not to mention a 4th-grade pellet personally refined by the dean. The opportunity of our academy fell into the hands of an outsider. Everyone looked at Lin Yun with envious gazes. Even Mei Xian's face had turned black, because this wasn't what he wanted to happen. The profound Yin lake began to tremble violently as the spiritual rain fell even more ferociously. Right at this moment, a profounding flower flew out from the heart of the lake, causing a rainbow to form in the sky. Under the rainbow, the profounding flower was so gorgeous that everything in the world paled in comparison. It looked like an ethereal flower as it attracted everyone's attention. On the peak, the elders were speechless as they watched this scene. The 9 petals profounding flower was a flower king that would only appear once a decade. It was extremely useful to all the disciples in the Yin stage as it could save them 10 years of bitter cultivation. Many disciples were excited when they looked at the flower and Lin Yun's silhouette. But ultimately, they suppressed their greed because none of them dared to provoke Lin Yun right now. They didn't want to get slapped by a sword like Xianxia. So in the end, they could only watch as flower burial from the Great Qin Empire obtained the 9 petals profound Yin flower. Looking at the flower, joy flashed across Lin Yun's eyes. He could clearly sense the terrifying energy within the flower. If he could refine this flower, he would be able to reach the pinnacle Yin stage within a short time. It was a huge opportunity. Lin Yun took a long time to calm himself down as he walked over, reaching for the flower with a smile. But right at this moment, a ferocious roar rang out from the bottom of the lake that caused the entire lake to start surging. Lin Yun's expression froze. Only a Yang stage demonic beast could possess such an aura. At the same time, the other disciples on the lake were stunned before they rejoiced. After all, they would have an opportunity if Lin Yun was killed by the demonic beast. Lin Yun looked at the 300-meter-long scarlet python that charged out of the lake. The python was covered in flowery patterns as purple saliva dripped down from its jaw. The saliva caused a corrosive black mist to rise on the lake. The beast was the crimson mist python, a demonic beast born with the strength in the profound martial realm. Upon reaching maturity, it could even reach the Yang stage or in rare cases the Yin-Yang stage. But this crimson mist python was still in its infancy as it was only 300 meters. But even so, the fact that it could reach the Yang stage proved its talent. The crimson mist python? Why is a demonic beast like that here? Yu Mu's face changed at this scene. But just when he was going to help, he was stopped by the white-clothed elder who was smiling. We already said that we're not allowed to interfere. Dean Lin Yun has already won. This crimson mist python is an unnecessary disaster. Even if Lin Yun survives, the 9 petals profounding flower will definitely go to someone else, said Yu Mu anxiously. Let's wait and see, said Tang Yu. When the crimson mist python appeared on the lake, it looked around and saw no one before it turned its attention to the 9 petals profound Yin flower. But just when it was going to make a move, it suddenly sensed a threatening aura. Disregarding me? Lin Yun sneered as he charged forward. When the crimson mist python saw Lin Yun charging over, it flung its tail down and raised a towering wave. But Lin Yun faced it indifferently as he destroyed the wave with a swing of his sword. At the same time, he avoided the tail before continuing his charge at the python. With the flower burial sword empowered by his origin energy, Lin Yun began to swing it down at the python. The collision caused metallic sounds to ring out. It looked like Lin Yun's attacks weren't enough to break the python's defenses. The flower patterns on its scale looked like impenetrable armor. Not only was Lin Yun unable to break its defenses, but he even took a tail whip from the python. This sent Lin Yun flying as he threw up a mouthful of blood. He's really arrogant. Did he think that he can defeat the Crimson Mist Python by himself? Not even a cosmic artifact can break the Crimson Mist Python's scale defenses. Let's go and slaughter this python. The surrounding disciples became excited when they saw this scene. But right at this moment, Lin Yun stood up with 81 silver swords hovering around him. When the sword array started to circulate counterclockwise, Lin Yun's figure began to release a bright silver glow. At the same time, his sword intent also rose to a terrifying height that stunned all the disciples who were about to charge forward. But that wasn't all as the sword array continued to revolve. Upon reaching 3 cycles, the 81 swords suddenly multiplied to 227 swords. At the same time, Lin Yun's sword aura had turned into a beam that shot into the sky. The dazzling radiance coming from Lin Yun forced everyone to close their eyes. No one dared to look straight at him. As a silver beam shot into the sky, Lin Yun's aura reached the Yang stage. There was no way Lin Yun could allow someone to snatch something that belonged to him. Revolving the sword array 3 times was a great burden to Lin Yun, but there was no way he could let this beast get the flower. The entire lake started to tremble, and the sword array that was initially 300 meters grew to 900 meters, filling the surrounding atmosphere with a killing aura. Gnashing his teeth with his eyes flickering coldly, Lin Yun roared, "Iris sword array! Absolute unrivaled!" Guided by his will, hundreds of silver swords streaked through the horizon like a Milky Way towards the python. When the swords came into contact with the python's scales, they were instantly pierced through. The rain of swords continued to fall and riddled the python with holes. As beads of sweat fell from Lin Yun's forehead, he roared and he flew through the sky. The flower burial sword in his hand released a silver brilliance that severed the python in two. When Lin Yun landed on the surface of the lake, he turned around and grabbed onto the 9 petals profound in flower. Looking at the flower with his clothes fluttering in the wind, Lin Yun revealed a faint smile on his lips. This stunned all the disciples that wanted to make a play for the flower. They stopped their feet and didn't dare to step forward. Lin Yun stood at the heart of the lake as he emitted a silver radiance. The fluctuation of his sword intent intimidated everyone. This left all the opportunists feeling awkward. They didn't know if they should advance or retreat. Right at this moment, Lin Yun turned around as he revealed a smile. "What are you guys planning to do? Are you here to congratulate me?" The disciples that were stunned quickly smiled and responded, "That's right. We're here to congratulate you. You're really lucky to obtain the Flower King that only appears once a decade. No one other than you is worthy of the flower." Everyone praised Lin Yun contrary to how their hearts fled. Lin Yun even killed the Crimson Mist Python, so how could they do anything else aside from congratulating him? With that, the competition had finally come to an end with the youth from the Great Qin Empire becoming the ultimate winner. This outcome had caught many people by surprise, but there was nothing they could do about it. First, Lin Yun defeated Yang Xiong. Then he made Yang Xiong, Lu Zhan, and Qi Wenxiong kneel at his feet. Furthermore, the silver brilliance that Lin Yun released at the end was so dazzling that none of them could look straight into it. All of them smiled bitterly at this outcome because there was nothing they could do except congratulate Lin Yun. No matter what, Lin Yun's performance in the whole competition had been marvelous. Without including his achievement of killing the python, his battle with Yang Xiong, Lu Zhan, and Qi Wenxiong was shocking enough. At this time, Tang Yu and Yu Mu, who were seated at the peak, had excitement on their faces. They never expected that Lin Yun would give them such a surprise. It seemed like they made the right choice. "Dean, what do you think of this person?" Tang Yu asked with a smile. The white-clothed elder smiled. "This lad is shocking indeed, but now I have to think of which pellet to refine for him." This reply made Tang Yu and Yu Mu exchange glances because the dean's answer wasn't clear. Simultaneously, Mo Ling revealed a smile on her lips. However, unlike her, Mei Xian's face was dark. The fact that Lin Yun had obtained the 9 petals profounding flower was a slap to his face. He said several times that he would make Lin Yun pay, but he was slapped in the face by Lin Yun instead. Not only was Lin Yun fine, but he even became the final winner and attracted the dean's attention. With the competition coming to an end, Lin Yun's name spread throughout the academy instantly to the point that everyone knew about him. Even some of the elders who were in seclusion came to know that their academy had a monstrous guest deacon. As for Lin Yun, he had to rest for 2 days before he completely recovered. What he said back then was to give all the other disciples a way out of the embarrassing situation. At that time, his origin energy was entirely exhausted, not to mention that he was also heavily injured in his battle with the python. So if everyone swarmed him back then, he would definitely be beaten. But fortunately, his battle with Yang Xiong had intimidated everyone. After all, they had witnessed him slapping Yang Xiong so hard that he was sent flying. The battle with Yang Xiong, Lu Zhan, and Qi Wenxiong wasn't easy because he had practically used all his trump cards. But after that battle, there was no need for him to be concerned with Yang Xiong anymore. On the other hand, Mei Zian was a little troublesome because he was in the pinnacle lesser Yang stage. It doesn't matter. Lin Yun opened his palm to reveal the profounding flower that emitted a faint fragrance. The fragrance alone made the silver origin energy in his violet palace start boiling. Lin Yun could sense a yearning coming from his body. The profounding flower wasn't much of a treasure, but it was incredibly attractive to Yin's stage cultivators. Furthermore, it was still the 9 petals profound Yin flower. Let me take a look at how useful you are. With that, Lin Yun spent the next few days refining the 9 petals profound Yin flower. There was naturally something special about this since it could be called the Flower King. This flower had a cold attribute, but it also contained an astonishing amount of origin energy. This was a great source of nourishment for any cultivator, which made it easy for anyone to refine. With that, Lin Yun's cultivation had undergone a huge transformation over the next few days. The effects were even greater than the profound Yin pellets that he got from Mei Zian. In just 5 days, Lin Yun had reached the pinnacle greater Yin stage after completely refining the flower. As Lin Yun let out a long breath, he slowly opened his eyes and his pupils flashed with great pressure. Not only did his cultivation grow significantly, but his temperament had also undergone a transformation. If someone was here, they would definitely be able to feel that Lin Yun's pressure wasn't any less than Mei Zian's. If I run into Yang Xiong again, I'm confident that I can defeat him within 10 moves, muttered Lin Yun. If he ran into Mei Zian, he might not be able to win, but it wouldn't be a problem for him to protect himself. It shouldn't be a problem for him to leave unscathed. Also, if he were to bring out all his strength, Lin Yun was confident that he could intimidate Mei Zian with his Iris Sword Array and Thunderbolt Crusher. If he was forced into a corner, he could even revolve the Iris Sword Array 5 times. Right at this moment, Lin Yun could sense someone approaching his courtyard. When he raised his head, he saw a figure infiltrating his courtyard. It was Mo Ling, whom he hadn't seen for days. Mo Ling looked at Lin Yun with surprise. You're rather impatient to refine it so quickly. How do you feel now? Not bad. I'm 1 step away from the pinnacle Yin stage now, smiled Lin Yun. Mo Ling frowned. Know when to be satisfied. You've barely made a breakthrough into the Violet Palace realm 2 months ago. With your speed of improvement, you can be considered a monstrous genius even in the Overlord forces. Lin Yun smiled and asked, What brings you here? Looks like you've already forgotten about the Ablaze Phoenix painting. Since that's the case, then I'll leave. Mo Ling turned around and left. Lin Yun smacked his forehead and smiled bitterly. He had forgotten about this matter. He quickly caught up to Mo Ling and appeared in front of her before she could leave. Lin Yun executed the 7 profound steps and appeared before Mo Ling. Looking at the smile on Mo Ling's face, Lin Yun smiled bitterly. However, he felt relieved when he saw that Mo Ling wasn't furious. Clearly, she was just joking around with him. You remembered? Mo Ling opened up her fan and casually fanned herself with it. Yeah. Lin Yun knew that Mo Ling was purposely putting on airs. After all, becoming a 3rd-grade spiritualist was significant to Lin Yun, even more so than the profounding flower. So he had no choice but to submit. Very well. Then show me the Ablaze Phoenix painting that I taught you 6 days ago. I'll see if you can still remember it. Right here? Asked Lin Yun. Yes, right here, responded Mo Ling. Lin Yun then took out a brush and paper as he started drawing according to his memory. There was naturally no way he would forget the painting in just a few days. The Ablaze Phoenix painting was a spiritual diagram that was just under the level of the rose painting that he had seen. He still remembered how majestic the painting was when the 9 paintings combined together. Mo Ling closed the fan in her hand and observed Lin Yun's painting seriously. Lin Yun's facial features were accented as his pupils occasionally sparkled. As he drew on the paper, the spiritual runes looked majestic and powerful. The Ablaze Phoenix painting was ranked in the top 10 among all 3rd-grade spiritual diagrams. In fact, in terms of lethality, it could be found within the top 5. In the entire academy, there weren't many elders who could draw this painting. Among the disciples, Mo Ling was the only one who managed to accomplish it. 2 hours later, Lin Yun let out a long breath. His eyes bloodshot as beads of sweat constantly dripped from his forehead. His face was pale from exhaustion. Even with his attainments in spiritual runes, it was still somewhat forceful for him to draw the ablaze phoenix painting. When the 9 paintings combined together, they formed a majestic painting. The phoenix in the painting looked lifelike, but it was a pity that it was lacking 7 plume feathers. Compared to Mo Ling's ablaze phoenix painting, Lin Yun's version looked less lively. "Please take a look," said Lin Yun as he shook his head. He was clearly not satisfied with his work. But Mo Ling was stunned for a long time before she sighed. "Your attainment in spiritual runes is really terrifying. I can't imagine what height you'll reach if you solely focused on spiritual runes. You will definitely surpass me in 2 years." Lin Yun still wasn't used to Mo Ling's praise, so he replied, "It's all thanks to your teachings." A smile appeared on Mo Ling's face as she replied, "This painting still lacks 7 plume feathers. Every single feather is made of a 3rd-grade spiritual rune. But in reality, the 7 spiritual runes are the same. They're known as fire feather." Lin Yun fell into deep thought and asked, "So you're saying that I'll be able to produce the complete ablaze phoenix painting if I learn how to inscribe the fire feather rune?" "That's right, but it's not that simple. You'll know what I mean after giving it a try." Mo Ling opened up her fan and casually swept the 9 paintings to the side. Placing a new paper on the table, Mo Ling started to inscribe the fire feather rune. When it was drawn on the painting, it didn't look any special. Lin Yun watched Mo Ling very carefully and memorized the entire drawing process. "It doesn't seem that difficult." Lin Yun took over the brush and started drawing the fire feather rune as well. 3rd-grade spiritual runes might be complex, but they were nothing to Lin Yun, who had a photogenic memory. But the moment Lin Yun started, his face became ugly. He could sense a powerful energy gathering in his head. Every time he tried to move his brush on the painting, he would experience a head-splitting pain. The pain was a lot more brutal than when he exhausted his mental energy to inscribe spiritual runes. Suddenly, Lin Yun felt his entire world spinning and his surroundings turning dark. Aside from the fire feather rune, all other light sources had disappeared. It was an uncomfortable feeling where it felt like his soul was about to be ripped apart. Fear also started appearing in Lin Yun's heart, and he realized that he couldn't stop it. Right at this moment, a light appeared on his forehead that lit up his surroundings. When Lin Yun recovered from his previous state, he had shock on his face as he wiped the blood dripping down from his nose. "What happened to me?" "You should know that a spiritualist's mental energy is a lot stronger than ordinary cultivators, right?" asked Mo Ling. "I do. Our mental energy will gradually grow as we inscribe spiritual diagrams. The growth might not be obvious, but it'll be considerable over time," said Lin Yun as he nodded his head. Lin Yun had felt it greatly when he was learning spiritual runes from Mo Ling. In the beginning, his mind felt like it was going to be blown apart when he drew a few hundred spiritual runes. But at the end of the entire 15 days, he could easily inscribe over 1,000 2nd-grade spiritual runes. Do you know why a 3rd-grade spiritualist is just the entry into the path as a spiritualist? A 3rd-grade spiritualist has to open up the profound palace and convert their mental energy into soul energy before condensing a soul mark in their profound palace, said Mo Ling. "So what has it got to do with me inscribing the fire feather rune?" Lin Yun asked. "You can consider the process of inscribing a 3rd-grade spiritual rune as a ritual. It is a ritual of converting your mental energy into soul energy. This is like a caterpillar emerging from its cocoon as a butterfly. Not only is this process painful, but you might even lose your life if you're careless. In the entire academy, there are many 2nd-grade spiritualists, but there aren't many 3rd-grade spiritualists." Mo Ling paused briefly before she continued. "Generally speaking, a 2nd-grade spiritualist will pick an easier spiritual rune to complete this ritual. But this means that the quality of their soul mark will also be different, right? It's like cultivating different cultivation techniques," said Lin Yun. Mo Ling raised her brow when she heard that, as this was the first time she heard such an analysis. She smiled. You can consider it that way, but they're still more or less the same. Go get some rest and come back tomorrow. Senior sister, I want to give it another go, said Lin Yun. Are you sure? You only have 3 chances in total. If you fail all 3 times, you will never be able to become a 3rd-grade spiritualist in your lifetime, said Mo Ling with a grave expression. I am, said Lin Yun. Mo Ling began to hesitate when she saw Lin Yun's gaze, but she ultimately agreed with Lin Yun. She had a feeling that Lin Yun could create miracles. Plus, she had seen a confidence in him that she couldn't see in any of the disciples of the academy. 1 hour later, Lin Yun had finally finished adjusting himself as he opened his eyes. His face was more rosy than before, and it was no longer pale. He let out a long breath and slowly stood up, grabbing the brush once more. His expression was grave. He might have failed the first time, but he was rather confident about his second attempt. After calming himself down, Lin Yun began to move his spiritual brush. His boundless mental energy began to move as his eyes flickered across the canvas. He was going through immense pain once again, but Lin Yun gnashed his teeth as he persevered through it. He didn't stop moving the brush in his hand. Along with the movement of his brush, the fire feather rune was slowly being drawn. At the same time, his mental energy was also gradually condensing together, forming a vortex. When the vortex was formed, Lin Yun's body began to tremble as the pain spread throughout his body. At this moment, his body felt like it didn't belong to him anymore. The pain was unimaginable, but Lin Yun had joy flashing in his eyes. After all, he didn't experience his mental energy forming a vortex in the previous attempt. This meant that he made more improvements. Outline of the profound palace? Mo Ling was shocked when she saw this scene. After all, Lin Yun's improvement was much faster than she had imagined. The speed of the vortex spinning wasn't stable, but Lin Yun could feel a vague rhythm to it. Suddenly, Lin Yun's eyes turned black as the fire feather rune began to blur. Lin Yun could feel his consciousness gradually fading away as the pain was too much. Damn it! Am I going to fail here? Lin Yun's hand was trembling as he held onto the brush. As the fire feather rune gradually collapsed, Lin Yun also threw up a mouthful of blood on the paper. It's going to dissipate. Lin Yun, stop, barked Mo Ling. At the same time, her fan flew towards Lin Yun's brush, forcibly trying to knock it away. Condense! But right at this moment, Lin Yun roared furiously as the mental energy vortex began to compress. Lin Yun had reached his limit as his mental energy fluctuated from his body. He caused the surrounding space to tremble. At the same time, Mo Ling's fan was knocked away. Grabbing onto her fan, Mo Ling looked at the pale-faced Lin Yun as she muttered, "This fellow is too ruthless to himself." She was so shocked that she forgot about stopping Lin Yun. The fan didn't interrupt Lin Yun, so his face turned pale. He had reached the critical moment of opening his profound palace. Blood was oozing out from the corner of his eyes and nose, which made him look pathetic. However, his black pupils were flashing with determination. His boundless mental energy was compressed to the limit, and a buzzing noise appeared in his mind as his body began to tremble violently. He couldn't allow himself to fail right now. "Form!" barked Lin Yun as his lips turned purple. At the same time, his mental energy fluctuation caused the entire courtyard to tremble. How is this fellow's mental energy so powerful? Mo Ling's face changed as the commotion created by Lin Yun was even greater than when she became a 3rd-grade spiritualist. This meant that Lin Yun was at the same level as her. Mo Ling had spent all her time on spiritual runes, which was why her attainments in spiritual runes got so strong. This was a foundation that she built from a young age. So one could imagine the shock Mo Ling was feeling when she saw the phenomenon created by Lin Yun. As Lin Yun's mental energy fluctuation became even more violent, the white of his eyes turned red. His pupils, however, were bright as he continued moving his brush. When he made the last stroke of the brush, the mental energy vortex was compressed to its limit and exploded into fragments before gathering back to form a palace. This is the profound palace? Lin Yun looked at the palace doubtfully. "Did you succeed?" asked Mo Ling. I think it was a success, but I don't see the soul mark you said I would, smiled Lin Yun. Let me take a look at it. Mo Ling pointed her finger at Lin Yun's mind and she closed her eyes. When she saw the palace, she smiled. You've succeeded. But your mental energy is too vast, so there's no way it can form a soul mark right now. However, the soul mark will gradually form once you become familiar with your profound palace. Mo Ling's reply made Lin Yun feel relieved. He was glad that he hadn't made any mistakes. When he raised his head to look at the painting stained with blood, the fire feather rune was vivid and the power it contained was boundless. It was like a feather that could pierce through the horizon. Congratulations. You're essentially a third-grade spiritualist and there's nothing more I can teach you, said Mo Ling as she took several steps back. Lin Yun was someone that she personally taught and the shock she suffered from Lin Yun's rapid progress was unimaginable. Now that Lin Yun had become a third-grade spiritualist, there was nothing else she could teach him. It's coming to an end? Lin Yun felt weird. He couldn't get used to not being taught by Mo Ling every day. What else is there? Asked Mo Ling. But you haven't taught me the complete Ablaze Phoenix painting, said Lin Yun. There's no way it can trouble you now that you can use the fire feather rune to open your profound palace. However, third-grade spiritual diagrams are too troublesome. We generally draw them on a painting before using them in battle. Smiled Mo Ling. Lin Yun nodded his head. It would take him 2 hours to draw the Ablaze Phoenix painting without the fire feather runes, which was impractical for him to do in battle. This meant that he could only prepare it beforehand and use it in battles. You seem to be lacking a spiritual artifact, but your sword box looks like one, said Mo Ling as she looked at Lin Yun's sword box. This made Lin Yun's heart tremble because Mo Ling's gaze was sharp. However, Mo Ling's gaze didn't stay on the sword box for long before she continued. But there's nothing I can do even if it's not. I'll see if there's an opportunity to prepare one for you next time. Seeing that Mo Ling was about to leave, Lin Yun asked, You still have not told me what you need my help for. Let Elder Tang tell you about it. The Academy needs your help and you can reply based on your heart. Furthermore, it still hasn't been confirmed. Mo Ling then looked at Lin Yun and continued, Clean yourself up. You look like a wreck. Then, Mo Ling left. Based on my heart? Lin Yun smiled bitterly. How can I possibly refuse? Lin Yun didn't like owing anyone favors, so he could only wait now. As long as it was something within his power, then he would definitely not refuse it. But if something happened in between and he wasn't needed, he also wouldn't force it. He was very curious about what the Academy needed from him, especially since they had Mo Ling personally teach him spiritual runes for half a month. Within the cultivation room, Lin Yun sat in the spiritual convergence array with spiritual energy fluctuating around him. Within his dantian, the iris flower was absorbing all the spiritual energy. It had been 5 days since he opened up his profound palace. He had spent his time in the cultivation room digesting the profound flower that lingered in his body. He was also trying to find an opportunity to form the soul mark. However, there were no changes to the soul energy fragments lying in his profound palace. But all of a sudden, the origin energy in his violet palace fluctuated and started to expand at a visible speed. At the same time, he could feel a swelling sensation all over his body. Lin Yun instantly rejoiced because this was a sign that he was going to make a breakthrough. He had been stuck in the pinnacle greater Yin stage ever since he refined the 9 petals profound Yin flower. He was disappointed that he didn't make a breakthrough. After all, he worked hard to obtain the flower king that only appears once a decade. Suppressing his joy, Lin Yun calmed himself down and circulated the Iris Sword Sutra, making the iris flower bloom. As he circulated the Iris Sword Sutra, the surrounding spiritual energy began to pour into his body, forming a lake of origin energy in his violet palace. At the same time, Lin Yun became shrouded in a silver glow. It's finally starting. Lin Yun proceeded to use the sword array to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy and to refine the remaining profound flower's energy in his body as he attacked his bottleneck. Suddenly, a silver wave swept in his violet palace as the bottleneck broke. In the next second, A horrifying power began to fill Lin Yun's body and his aura began to grow. When Lin Yun sensed his violet palace expanding by 50%, he smiled because he had finally reached the pinnacle in stage. This meant that he could finally be considered an expert with the capital to compete with the geniuses on the Dragoncloud ranking. After all, everyone on the Dragoncloud ranking was at least in the greater Yin stage. He was still tender in his cultivation, but everything had a beginning. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, his pupils shined so brightly that they glimmered. But just when Lin Yun was about to get back on his feet, a buzzing noise came from the profound palace in his mind. His joy filled his face the moment this happened. Lin Yun knew that the soul mark was finally taking form. It was more good news. The fragments in his profound palace began to buzz as they started to gather into a finger-sized mark. This mark looked similar to the Firefeather rune, which gave Lin Yun a profound feeling. But at the same time, it was also different from the Firefeather rune because the rune emitted a faint purple glow. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, he could clearly sense every detail in the room. As Lin Yun closed his eyes, the soul mark in his profound palace became dim and everything finally went back to normal. Is this the usage of soul energy? Lin Yun flicked his finger and a Firefeather rune appeared and hovered in the air. It felt like one of his arms because he could control it freely. At this moment, he finally understood why the third-grade spiritualist was just the beginning level. With a smile on his lips, Lin Yun dismissed the Firefeather rune. Young lad, come with me if you're free. Senior Tang wishes to see you. A voice rang out from outside Lin Yun's courtyard that came from Yumu. Lin Yun had been waiting for a while and the time had finally come. He really wanted to know what the academy needed of him. So without any hesitation, he opened the door and went out.